Blood? It was the one constant in his life. The coppery scent of it clung to his robes, stained the obsidian floors of his throne room, and now, it filled his own mouth, hot and thick like liquid metal. The taste was achingly familiar, a grim symphony that had played for centuries. But this time, the notes were his own. Demon Lord Bai Chen sat upon his throne of withered bones, not in triumph, but in ruin. His grand, black and gold ceremonial armor, forged from the scales of a fallen star dragon, was shattered. A gash ran from his left shoulder to his right hip, a brutal canyon carved through enchanted metal and divine flesh. Through the rent, his lifeblood painted the throne a vulgar, sticky red. He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that echoed in the vast, silent chamber. More blood spattered across the polished obsidian, marring his own reflection, a man with eyes as black as the void and hair the color of freshly fallen snow. Truly, a masterpiece, he rasped, his voice a ghost of its usual thunder. Standing before him were the three architects of his demise. General Kai, his sworn brother, the one who had charged into 100 battles by his side. His heavenly demon halberd, a weapon Bai Chen had personally gifted him, was still dripping with his lord's blood. Kai's face, usually stoic and unreadable, was a mask of cold resolve. Elder Mai, the mistress of his alchemy pavilion, the woman whose hands could brew life-saving elixirs, and soul-destroying poisons with equal grace. It was her insidious poison, a whisper of odorless despair, that had first frozen his demonic Kai, leaving him vulnerable. Her slender fingers were tucked into her silken sleeves, but he could feel her smug satisfaction radiating from across the room. And finally, there was Lian. Her full name was Su Lian, and she was the holy saintess of the righteous path, his captured prize who had, against all logic, become his confidant, his advisor, his everything. She stood closest, her pristine white gown a stark contrast to the carnage. In her hand, she held the god-slaying dagger, its celestial light flickering guiltily. The dagger's point was crimson. It was she who had delivered the final, most intimate wound, a stab straight through the heart, when he had turned to her for aid. The betrayal of his general and his alchemist was a cut. Her betrayal was the salt, the acid, the tearing of the soul that followed. Why? Bai Chen asked, the word little more than a pained breath. He wasn't asking Kai or Mai. His obsidian eyes were locked on Lian. He remembered sparring with her in the moonlit courtyard, her laughter like silver bells. He remembered her secretly bringing him sweet Osmanthus cakes, when she thought he wasn't looking. He remembered the warmth of her hand, when she'd grabbed his to stop him from executing her traitorous courtier, her earnest eyes begging him to show mercy. Lian met his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, her celestial purity wavered. A flicker of something, regret, sorrow, crossed her face before it was replaced by a serene, cold mask. The world cannot know peace while a demon lord reigns, Bai Chen. It is the heavenly Tao's will. The heavenly Tao. Bai Chen let out a ragged, bubbling laugh. The sound scraped his throat raw. The Tao never complained when I slaughtered the corrupt god-kings of the eastern wastes. The Tao was silent when I stopped the soul plague from consuming the mortal realm. The Tao gave me a pat on the back, did it not, when I slew the void devourer that threatened to eat the very stars from your sky. He leaned forward, ignoring the fire that blazed along his wound. Or, was this your will, Saintess? General Kai stepped forward, his heavy armor clanking with grim finality. Enough, my lord. Your reign is over. Grant yourself a dignified end. Dignified? Bai Chen's laugh grew stronger, wilder. It was a mad, terrifying sound that seemed to claw at the very stones of his fortress. Dignity is a luxury for the deluded, Kai. You speak of dignity, while holding the very halberd I pulled from the heart of the lava titan for you. You? He then turned his blazing eyes to Mai. And you, sweet Mai. That poison, exquisite. It numbed the soul before it attacked the body. Did you spend long nights perfecting it? Perhaps you tested it on the very spiritual beasts I gifted you for your research. Mai flinched, her composure finally cracking. You were a monster, a tyrant. I was what the world needed, he roared, and for a second, the old power flared in his voice, making the shadows in the room deepen and tremble. I unified the realms. I ended the endless wars. I brought order where there was only chaos. Did I do it with smiles and sunshine? No. I did it with fire and blood, the only language this wretched world understands. His gaze returned, inevitably, to Lian. The fire in his eyes softened into a smoldering, pained glow. I took you from your temple of hypocrites. I showed you a world beyond prayers and scripture. I gave you power, influence. I trusted you. He remembered a night, just a week ago. A storm had raged outside the citadel, and she had come to his private chambers, her hair damp, her eyes white with a manufactured fear he now understood. I am scared of the thunder, your lordship, she had whispered, her voice a silken trap. She had stood so close, her scent, lilies and moonlight, filling his senses. Her robes had been thin, hinting at the divine curves beneath. He, the fearsome demon lord who could make gods tremble, had felt his heart hammer against his ribs like a trapped bird. His hand had lifted, hesitating, before gently tucking a stray strand of her wet hair behind her ear. Her skin was as soft as priceless jade. You need not fear anything in my citadel, Lian, he had told her, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. I will not let even the sky harm you. She had leaned into his touch, her lips parting slightly. Promise. A demon lord's promise is law. Now, he looked at her standing over his dying body, the god-slaying dagger held in her perfect, treacherous hand. Did you enjoy our little play? Bai Chen sneered, the hurt sharpening his words into daggers of his own. Every shared meal. Every debate over ancient scrolls. Every walk through the garden. Was it all a meticulously crafted lie? Lian's composure finally shattered. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, tracing silver paths down her cheeks. It was not a lie. What I felt, it was real. But my duty is greater than my feelings. You were becoming too powerful, Bai Chen. Too unpredictable. You held the fate of the world in your hands, and you laughed while doing it. That kind of power corrupts absolutely. Duty. He whispered, savoring the bitter irony. He had lived his life bound by a self-imposed duty to bring order to chaos, and in the end, he was slain for it. By her. The one person he thought saw the man beneath the monster. The warmth was leaving him. Cold was seeping into his limbs, a familiar emptiness. He had felt this cold once before, 100 years ago, as a starving orphan in a mountain village, dying in the snow. Power had saved him then. Now, power was the reason for his death. But the demon lord was not a creature of despair. He was a being of will, of fury, of unyielding defiance. A slow, wicked grin spread across Bai Chen's blood-stained lips. It was a terrifying sight, the grin of a predator that knows it is dying but intends to take the whole world with it. The blood dripping from the corner of his mouth made it look even more demonic. So, he began, his voice gaining an eerie clarity. This is how my story ends. Betrayed by my brother, my alchemist, and my... He paused, his gaze lingering on Lian with a mix of venom and sorrow. My foolish heart. His grin widened. But you are all gravely mistaken. This is not an ending. An ending is when the curtain falls and the lights go out. For me, this is merely an intermission. A faint, crimson light began to pulse from the wound in his chest. It wasn't the light of life, but something far more ancient and forbidden. The intricate demonic tattoos that covered his body, usually hidden beneath his robes, began to glow with the same malevolent energy. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of ozone and old blood. Kai's eyes widened in recognition. His burning his own soul. The forbidden art of karmic rebirth. Stop him. He charged, halberd raised, but it was too late. A shockwave of pure chaotic energy erupted from Bai Chen, flinging all three of them back. They slammed against the far wall of the throne room, stunned and breathless. Bai Chen pushed himself to his feet, a ghastly, staggering silhouette wreathed in soulfire. His life was draining away at an impossible rate, fueling the technique. He was a dying star going supernova. You sought to erase me, he chuckled, his voice echoing with the power of his disintegrating soul. Fools! You cannot kill an idea. You cannot kill a grudge. I will remember this. I will remember every detail. He looked at Kai. I will remember your loyalty, my brother. And I will see it repaid in this life, or the next. He looked at Mai. I will remember your genius, my alchemist. I will find you when you are still a novice fumbling with herbs, and I will guide you. His final, burning gaze fell upon Lian. The tears were still on her face, but her eyes now held a dawning horror. She finally understood. He wasn't just dying, he was escaping. And you, my beautiful saintess, he said, his voice dropping to a seductive, venomous whisper that cut her deeper than any blade. I will remember everything. I will remember the curve of your smile when you thought I was charmed. I will remember the feigned innocence in your eyes when you handed me that poisoned wine. I'll remember the scent of your hair and the warmth of your skin. I'll remember the way you call my name, a sweet little lie on your lips. He took a stumbling step forward, his form starting to flicker like a dying flame. The cosmic storm he had summoned was now a raging tempest of red and black lightning within the chamber. I will find you again, he vowed, his words a curse and a promise. Long before you become this cold, celestial doll. I will find that vibrant, curious girl hidden within. I'll make you laugh. I'll make you cry. I'll make you burn with emotions so real they eclipse your divine duty. This time, you won't be capturing me. I will be capturing you. His promise hung in the air, a threat more intimate and terrifying than any declaration of war. A naughty, predatory light flashed in his dying eyes. I'll teach you what real feeling is, little saintess. And when you finally fall for the monster I am, I will own every part of you, body, heart, and soul. Your betrayal has not earned you freedom. It has earned you my undivided attention. With that, his grin became impossibly wide. I declare I will return. He threw his head back and laughed. It was not the pained, ragged sound from before. It was a full-throated, triumphant roar of pure, unadulterated defiance that shook the citadel to its foundations. It was the laugh of a god, a demon, a man who had stared into the abyss and decided he would make it his new home. His body dissolved into a maelstrom of light and memory. The soul of the demon lord Bai Chen, a torrent of power and incandescent rage, was ripped from the present. The fabric of time and space tore open, and a vortex of swirling chronal energy engulfed him, dragging him back through the river of years. His final thought wasn't of revenge, or of power. It was of Lian's terrified, beautiful face, and a single, burning desire. Next time, I will make you mine. And you will beg for it. The storm vanished. The throne room was silent once more, empty save for the three betrayers. The throne of withered bones was clean, scoured by the soul fire, with not a single drop of blood remaining. It was as if Bai Chen had never been there at all. But his laughter echoed, a phantom sound in the stillness. A promise hanging in the air, heavier than any silence. They had not killed a man. They had unleashed a legend upon their own past. And the universe, unaware, held its breath. Far away and 100 years in the past, in the sleepy, impoverished Clear Spring village, tucked away in the forgotten folds of the Azure Mountains, a boy lay shivering in a dilapidated straw hut. He was small for his 10 years, stick-thin from malnourishment, his face smudged with dirt. The other village children called him Trash, the boy with the broken spirit root, destined to a life of mediocrity and sickness. He was dying. The winter chill had seeped into his bones, and a fever was burning through his frail body. His breaths were shallow, rattling puffs of white in the cold air. This was the end of a short, miserable life. Then, his eyes snapped open. They were not the dull, vacant eyes of a dying orphan. They were obsidian black, swirling with the fury of a dying star, and the ancient wisdom of 100-year reign. An emperor's soul looked out from a beggar's face. The boy, Bai Chen, pushed himself into a sitting position. He looked down at his own small, trembling hands, then at the grimy rags he wore for clothes. He felt the gnawing hunger in his belly and the crushing weakness in his limbs. He felt the useless, fractured spirit root inside him, the very flaw that had fueled his desperate, lifelong quest for power. It was all real. The forbidden art had worked. A slow, delighted, and utterly terrifying grin spread across the 10-year-old's face. It was a grin that didn't belong on a child. It was the grin of a demon who had just been handed the keys to paradise. "Well now," Bai Chen whispered, his childish voice laced with the ancient power of a reborn soul. "This is going to be fun." Outside, a bird sang. The sun peeked over the mountain. It was a new day. A new beginning. And somewhere, 100 years in the future, 3 powerful figures suddenly felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The game had begun again. But this time, Bai Chen knew all the rules. And he was ready to laugh as he broke every single one of them. 100 years of bloodshed, conquest, and relentless struggle had been compressed into a single, blinding instant. The soul of the demon lord, an entity forged in celestial fire and demonic ambition, was now crammed into the fragile, 10-year-old body of an orphan. It was a deeply unsettling sensation, like trying to pour an ocean into a teacup. Bai Chen sat on the rough straw bedding, his mind a raging whirlpool of paradoxes. He could feel the phantom weight of his shattered star dragon armor, even as his bony shoulders shivered in a coarse burlap tunic. He could taste the memory of his own blood, thick and metallic, yet his tongue was dry from a common fever. His senses were a battlefield. He remembered the silken touch of Lian's skin, a memory so vivid it made his new, tiny hands clench, even as the cold, grimy reality of his hut surrounded him. He took a slow, deliberate breath, drawing the musty, earthy scent of damp straw and poverty into his lungs. The air was thin and clean, a stark contrast to the heavy, incense-laden atmosphere of his obsidian citadel. This body, it's pathetic, his inner voice, the voice of the demon lord, snarled. It was impossibly weak, racked with fever, and starving. His meridians, the inner channels for spiritual energy, or Kai, were thin and brittle. And at the core of it all was the source of his first life's misery, the broken spirit root. It was like a shattered jade, cracked and useless, incapable of gathering the ambient energy of the world. In a world where cultivation was everything, a broken spirit root was a death sentence. A slow smile stretched his chapped lips. A death sentence? No. It was a blank slate. In his previous life, he had spent decades seeking a cure, a workaround. He had studied forbidden arts, ancient demonic scriptures, and unorthodox body-tempering manuals, all in a desperate bid to overcome this fundamental flaw. That agonizing process had shaped him, hardened him, and given him a foundation of knowledge that no one in this era possessed. They saw a broken teacup. He knew how to reforge that cup into an impenetrable divine vessel. The others relied on their spirit roots to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was easy. It was fast. But it created a dependency. His path, born of necessity, was different. He would draw power not from the world, but from himself. From his flesh, his blood, his bones. Body refinement. The path of grueling pain and endless toil that most cultivators scorned as crude and inefficient. They were fools. A body forged to perfection could become a universe unto itself, generating its own power, unbound by the limitations of a mere spirit root. This time, Bai Chen whispered, his childish voice full of ancient resolve, I will build my foundation so strong that the heavens themselves will tremble before I even take my first step on the path of immortality. A sudden, sharp pain lanced through his stomach, hunger. It was a humbling, grounding sensation. Even a reincarnated demon lord needed to eat. He staggered to his feet, his limbs clumsy and weak. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a product of the fever. He braced himself against the splintered wooden wall of the hut. Pathetic. He, who had once weathered a psychic storm from a dying god, was nearly felled by a common illness. Gritting his teeth, he focused. The fever was just a misalignment of hot and cold energies in his frail body. In his past life, a single thought could have purged it. Now, he had no Kai to command. He had only his knowledge. He remembered a simple breathing technique from a forgotten hermit's scroll, one that stimulated the body's natural heat to fight invading cold. It was a technique for mortals. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly through his nose, holding the air for a 3 count, and exhaling even slower through his mouth. He circulated the warmth generated by his lungs, guiding it with sheer willpower down his spine and into his limbs. It was agonizingly slow, like trying to steer a river with a twig. But after 10 excruciating minutes, the violent shivering subsided. The fog in his head cleared. The fever broke. He was still weak, still starving, but he was in control. He pushed aside the ratty flap of cloth that served as his door, and stepped out into the bright morning sun. The light was dazzling. Clear Spring Village was exactly as his memories held it, a scattering of a few dozen mud brick and thatch-roofed houses nestled at the foot of the Azure Mountains. The air smelled of wood smoke, livestock, and wet earth. In the distance, the village's only well stood, a gathering point for gossips and bullies alike. He knew what was coming. "Look! The trash is finally out of his hovel," a mocking voice yelled. 3 boys, all a few years older and much larger than him, swaggered over. The one in the lead was Wang Hu, the village blacksmith's son. He was barrel-chested and dull-witted, his power derived from his fists and his father's status. The 2 behind him were his ever-present sycophants. "I heard he was dying," one of the lackeys sneered. "What a pity he recovered." Wang Hu shoved Bai Chen in the chest. It was a light push, but in his current state, Bai Chen stumbled back several steps, landing ungracefully in the mud. Laughter erupted from the trio. In his mind, the demon lord saw 1,000 ways to kill Wang Hu. He could pierce his glabella with a needle of focused intent, shatter his mind, and leave him a drooling imbecile. He could wait until nightfall, sneak into his home, and sever his tendons with a sharpened stone, ensuring he would never walk again. He could. No. Bai Chen quelled the murderous rage. "That is the old me. Killing a child is beneath me now. Revenge is a dish best served with public humiliation and a dash of style." He stayed on the ground, looking up at Wang Hu with wide, innocent eyes. The very same eyes that had once made legions of demons quake in fear. I am hungry," Bai Chen said, his voice a pitiful whimper. He hated it, but theatrics were necessary. Wang Hu smirked, puffing out his chest. He held up a half-eaten steamed bun. "Hungry, trash. This bun is for my dog. But since you look even more pathetic than he does, maybe you can have a bite. If you beg." Bai Chen's eyes remained fixed on the bun, but his mind was racing. This was the moment. The first test. He had no spiritual power, but he had a body, and more importantly, he had knowledge of how to use every ounce of its potential. He remembered a technique from the 7 Fatal Flicking Arts, a low-grade manual he had once read out of sheer boredom. It taught how to channel the entirety of one's physical strength into a single finger, striking at a nerve cluster to induce temporary paralysis and intense, non-lethal pain. For a cultivator, it was a joke. For a mortal, it was devastating. He pushed himself to his knees, his head bowed in a show of submission. "Please, young Master Wang. I'm so hungry." Wang Hu's ego swelled. He crouched down, dangling the bun just out of Bai Chen's reach. "Beg? Bark like a dog, and maybe I'll give you a crumb." "Like this?" Bai Chen asked, his voice still small. He looked up, and for a split second, his eyes met Wang Hu's. In that instant, the frightened, pathetic orphan vanished. What Wang Hu saw was an ancient, predatory darkness that promised a world of pain. A chill shot down the bully's spine. His instincts screamed at him to run. But it was too late. Bai Chen's hand, which had been resting limply in the mud, moved. It wasn't fast. It was a lazy, almost casual flick of his middle finger. The movement was so small, so insignificant, that Wang Hu barely registered it. Flick! The tip of Bai Chen's finger connected with the underside of Wang Hu's wrist, striking the triple burner meridian point. An electric jolt, sharp and blinding, shot up Wang Hu's arm. His entire body seized. The smug grin on his face froze, then twisted into a mask of pure agony. His eyes bulged. A sound escaped his throat, a strangled squeal like a stuck pig. The steamed bun dropped from his nerveless fingers. His arm felt like it had been set on fire, dipped in ice, and struck by lightning all at once. MYAIM, he shrieked, clutching his wrist as if it had been bitten by a venomous snake. He collapsed, writhing in the dirt, tears and snot streaming down his face. The pain was excruciating but, as the technique dictated, would leave no lasting damage. It was pure, distilled torment. His two lackeys stared, dumbfounded. One moment their boss was the king of the village, and the next he was a blubbering mess on the ground, defeated by... What? A finger flick. It didn't make any sense. Bai Chen slowly rose to his feet, dusting the mud from his tunic with an air of profound disappointment. He picked up the fallen bun, calmly blew the dirt off it, and took a bite. It was bland and stale, but it was the most satisfying meal he'd had in a century. He looked down at the whimpering Wang Hu and sighed dramatically. Young Master Wang, you are too kind. But you should know better than to play so rough. Look at you. All that flailing, that's unseemly. He then turned his gaze to the two frozen sycophants. He offered them a perfectly innocent, sunny smile. Would either of you care for a bite? They yelped, scrambled backward, and then turned and fled as if the god of plagues himself had just offered them tea. The villagers who had been watching from a distance murmured in shock. The sickly trash, the village pariah, had just defeated the blacksmith's robust son with a flick. It was impossible. Bai Chen ignored them. He finished his bun and began walking towards the Azure Mountains, a destination etched into his soul. His first life's cultivation had begun with decades of blundering, of trial and error. This time, he was making a pilgrimage. He knew exactly what he was looking for. Hidden deep within a forgotten cave on the mountain's southern face was an ancient sutra, one that everyone who had ever found it had dismissed as nonsensical gibberish. The Laughing Sutra of the Joyful Tao. He had found it by accident in his previous life and cast it aside, believing, like everyone else, that it was a prank. It described a cultivation path fueled not by grim determination and silent meditation, but by laughter, joy, mischief, and chaos. It was anathema to every known cultivation principle. Only after becoming the demon lord and reaching the pinnacle of power did he realize its true, terrifying potential. Traditional cultivation sought to control the world. The Laughing Sutra sought to become one with its boundless, chaotic, joyful nature. As he walked, his thoughts drifted once more to Lian. He remembered another night, long after her mock-frightened plea during the thunderstorm. They had been in his library, a cavernous room filled with scrolls from forgotten civilizations. He was trying to decipher a text from the primordial era. She sat nearby, supposedly mending one of his robes, but he could feel her eyes on him. You never smile, do you, my lord? She had asked softly, her needle pausing. Smiling is a waste of energy. He grumbled, not looking up from the scroll. It serves no purpose. I think it does. She had countered, a hint of teasing in her voice. A smile can disarm an enemy, comfort an ally, or make a friend feel welcome. She had then walked over to him, her movements silent and graceful. She stood behind his chair and, leaning down, her hair brushed against his cheek. Her scent was intoxicating. May I show you? Before he could answer, her slender fingers were on his face, gently pushing up the corners of his mouth. Her touch was electric, sending a jolt through his stern facade. There? She whispered, her breath warm against his ear. See? You quite handsome when you smile. A little less world-ending. He had frozen, a demon lord who could level mountains, rendered utterly motionless by a woman's playful touch. A strange warmth had bloomed in his chest. Now, he understood. She was mapping his reactions, testing his defenses, playing him like a master musician plays an instrument. Every seemingly innocent, naughty gesture was a calculated move. A wry, bitter smile touched the young Bai Chen's lips. "Oh, my dear saintess," he thought, "this time, I'll be the one to play. And the tune will be one you never heard before." He chuckled softly, a low, rumbling sound. He would find her. But not yet. First, he needed power. The cave was just as he remembered, hidden behind a waterfall, its entrance obscured by thick, thorny vines. Using a sharp rock, he methodically sawed through the vines, his small hands quickly becoming scratched and bloody. He ignored the pain. This was penance. This was the first step. Inside, the cave was damp and dark. A faint, inexplicable light emanated from the far wall. There, etched into the stone, were not words or diagrams, but a series of bizarre, abstract carvings. One looked like a man tickling a dragon. Another showed a phoenix weeping with laughter. A third depicted a mountain doing a somersault. To any normal person, it was meaningless chaos. To Bai Chen, who now held the key, it was the ultimate truth. He sat cross-legged before the carvings. Instead of meditating on emptiness or power, he did as the sutra's spirit demanded. He began to remember. He remembered every joke he ever heard, every comical failure of his enemies, every absurd moment of his long life. He remembered the time a stuffy sect elder slipped on a banana peel during a grand ceremony. He remembered a pompous general who had his beard set on fire by a misaimed fire-breathing squirrel. He remembered the face Wang who had made just a few minutes ago. Laughter started to bubble up inside him. First a quiet chuckle, then a giggle, then a full-blown, uninhibited roar of laughter that echoed through the cave. He laughed at his own death. He laughed at his betrayers. He laughed at the glorious, cosmic irony of being back here, in this weak body, holding the universe's greatest secret. As he laughed, something incredible happened. The air around him began to shimmer. Wisps of pure, primal energy, unbound by the elements, were drawn not to his broken spirit root, but to the joy emanating from him. They seeped into his skin, his muscles, his bones, bypassing his damaged meridians entirely. This was the foundation of the Laughing Sutra, emotion converted directly into power. Joy was the fuel. Laughter was the engine. The energy was warm and invigorating. It knitted his sore muscles, healed the cuts on his hands, and began to temper his very bones, infusing them with a resilient, golden light. His frail body was being rebuilt from the inside out. He felt life humming around him. Small, glowing mosses began to bloom on the damp cave walls. The crickets outside started chirping in a harmonious rhythm. A family of bats sleeping on the ceiling awoke, not in alarm, but in curiosity, their little heads cocked as they watched the laughing boy. Nature itself was responding to his chaotic, joyful aura. Hours passed. When Bai Chen finally stopped laughing, he felt reborn. The gnawing hunger was gone, replaced by a feeling of vibrant energy. He was still small, still thin, but a quiet strength now hummed beneath his skin. He stood up and punched the cave wall. Crack! A web of fractures spread out from his small fist. A piece of the rock crumbled to the floor. Bai Chen stared at his hand. Not a scratch. He grinned. The path of the Laughing Sutra had begun. And the world had no idea what was coming. Just as he turned to leave, his keen demon lord senses, now partially restored, picked up a new scent on the air, a mix of fragrant herbs and the faintest hint of jasmine. Someone was nearby. He instantly suppressed his aura, melting into the shadows at the side of the waterfall. His past life had taught him caution above all else. A figure appeared, stepping carefully through the stream that flowed from the falls. It was a girl, perhaps a year or two older than him. She wore simple but clean linen clothes, and her black hair was tied back in a practical, swinging ponytail. She carried a basket filled with medicinal herbs on her back. Her face was focused, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration, as she navigated the slippery rocks. Even from a distance, Bai Chen could feel a fierce, stubborn aura around her. It was the aura of someone who fought for everything she had. Then she looked up, scanning the cliffs for a particular type of glow moss that only grew near waterfalls. Her face caught the light, and Bai Chen's breath caught in his throat. His heart, the ancient, battle-scarred heart of a demon lord, gave a violent lurch. He knew that face. He had seen it countless times in his dreams, in his nightmares, in the torturous haze of memory. It was older in his mind, framed by battle and sorrow, but it was unmistakably her. Lin Yu. The strong-willed, kind-hearted village girl who had been his first friend, his first ally. The woman who, in his original timeline, had died shielding him from an assassin's blade, her last words a breathless plea for him to live on. Her death had been the first great catalyst that had set him on the path to becoming the cold, ruthless demon lord. Seeing her here, so young, so vibrant, so utterly alive, it was like a physical blow. The demon lord within him recoiled, but the boy, the orphan who had once cherished her friendship, felt an overwhelming surge of protectiveness and sorrow. I swore I would protect those I lost, he thought, his fists clenching at his sides. And it starts with you. He watched as Lin Yu expertly plucked the glow moss from a crevice. She was strong and capable. But Bai Chen's heightened senses detected something else. A flicker in the shadows further down the stream. A faint, almost unnoticeable killing intent. He narrowed his eyes. There, hiding behind a large boulder, was a man. He was dressed in the robes of a rogue cultivator, his face cruel and hungry. His eyes were not on the herbs Lin Yu was collecting, but on her. His gaze was predatory, making Bai Chen's blood run cold with a fury he hadn't felt in, well, a day. In his previous life, Bai Chen had been too weak. He hadn't even known this event had happened. He had only found out later that a rogue had accosted her, and in the ensuing struggle, she had fallen from the cliff edge. This was it. One of the inflection points of his destiny. This time would be different. Lin Yu finished her gathering and turned to head back, unknowingly walking right towards the ambush. Bai Chen didn't hesitate. He stepped out from behind the waterfall. Be careful, he called out, his voice clear and calm. Lin Yu jumped, startled. She spun around, her hand defensively reaching for a small wood-cutting knife at her belt. Her eyes widened when she saw it was just a small, skinny boy. Who are you? She asked, her voice wary but not unkind. You shouldn't be up here alone. I could say the same for you, Bai Chen replied, giving her a charming, disarming smile. It was a smile he had perfected over decades of diplomacy and manipulation, and it looked hilariously out of place on his 10-year-old face. Before she could question him further, the rogue cultivator decided his moment was ruined. With a snarl, he burst from behind the rock. Well, what have we here? A little rabbit and a tiny mouse. The heavens have blessed me today. Lin Yu's face went pale, but she didn't scream. She pushed Bai Chen behind her, a gesture of instinctual protection that made his heart ache. She drew her small knife, standing her ground. Go away. My father is the village hunter. He'll track you down. The rogue laughed, a nasty, grating sound. Your father is a mortal insect. I am a cultivator. Hand over your herbs and any valuables, little girl, and maybe I'll let you keep your pretty face intact. His lecherous gaze lingered on her, making Bai Chen's simmering fury boil over. Herbs? Is that all you want? Bai Chen's voice cut through the air. He stepped out from behind Lin Yu. That's hardly ambitious. If you're going to be a villain, at least have some standards. The rogue's eyes bugged out. What did you say, you little brat? Bai Chen strode forward, his posture impossibly confident for a boy his size. He stopped just a few feet from the hulking man. I said, he enunciated slowly, that for a man with a face like a squashed melon, you have surprisingly little to show for it. Bad posture, cheap robes, and an aura that screams I failed the sect entrance exam. Pathetic. The rogue cultivator was so stunned by the sheer audacity of the insult that he was speechless for a second. Lin Yu stared, her jaw slack. Who was this boy? You're dead, the rogue roared, lunging forward, his hand morphing into a claw, crackling with a weak, greenish chi. He was in the first stage of chi condensation, the lowest rung of the cultivation ladder. To a village girl, he was a god. To Bai Chen, he was a gnat. Bai Chen didn't move. He simply waited until the claw was an inch from his face, then he flicked his finger. Flick. It was the same move he used on Wang Hu, but this time, it was infused with the primordial, joyful energy of the Laughing Sutra. His finger struck the man's wrist with an audible crack. The rogue's shriek was a thing of legend. It was a symphony of agony and disbelief. The greenish chi around his hand dissipated, as if it had never existed. His arm went limp, completely paralyzed from the excruciating nerve strike. But Bai Chen wasn't done. Before the man could even register the first attack, Bai Chen's other hand moved in a blow. 2 more flicks. One to the man's kneecap, one to his throat, not to kill, but to strike a vocal nerve. Flick. Flick. The rogue's legs buckled. He collapsed to the ground, twitching. His mouth opened to scream, but all that came out was a bizarre, high-pitched hiccuping sound, like a chicken trying to yodel. Bai Chen looked down at the neutralized threat and sighed. See? This is why you must always have ambition. Now you're not even a decent villain. You're just lawn furniture. He turned back to Lin Yu, who was staring with wide, unbelieving eyes. Her mouth opened and closed silently. The terrifying cultivator, who had been about to assault her, was now on the ground, hiccuping and twitching, defeated by a skinny 10-year-old's finger flicks. You. She stammered. How did you do that? Bai Chen gave her a roguish wink. A magician never reveals his secrets. He strolled over, his demeanor a comical mix of ancient swagger and childish form. Though, for a pretty girl like you, I might be willing to make an exception. He had expected her to be grateful, maybe even a little impressed. He had, after all, just saved her in a rather dramatic fashion. He had completely forgotten the Lin Yu of this age. She was not a damsel to be wooed. She was a practical, no-nonsense girl forged by hardship. Her expression shifted from shock to deep suspicion. Her eyes narrowed. This strange boy was too calm, too strong, and far too flirtatious. He was an anomaly, and anomalies were dangerous. Who are you, really? She demanded, her knife still held tightly. The name's Bai Chen, he said with a grin. And you, my lovely rescuer, who I in turn rescued, are. You? I? She grunted in frustration. He was enjoying this far too much. He leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Come now, don't be shy. A brave and beautiful herb gatherer like yourself must have a name as pretty as she is. That was the last straw. Her suspicion, her fear, and her utter confusion at the whole situation boiled over. This weird, powerful, flirty little boy was giving her a headache. Acting on pure instinct, she did the only thing that made sense to her. She swung the heavy, woven basket off her back. Bai Chen's senses screamed a warning, but he was too busy enjoying her flustered expression to react in time. Clang! The basket, weighted down with rocks and dense herbs, connected squarely with the side of his head. The world exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors. The last thing Bai Chen, the returned demon lord, the master of the Laughing Sutra, saw was Lin Yu's horrified face as he crumpled to the ground, a stupid grin still half-formed on his lips. Darkness swallowed him whole. His final, conscious thought was one of profound, cosmic irony. Killed by betrayal in my last life. Knocked out by a basket in this one. Truly, a significant improvement. A moment later, he was out cold, leaving a terrified girl, a hiccuping villain, and the echoes of laughter in a forgotten cave on the Azure Mountains. The stage was set, the players were meeting, and the story was just getting started. The world returned to Bai Chen not in a flash of light, but as a gentle, rhythmic throbbing in his skull. It was a dull, insistent ache, a drummer keeping time with his own heartbeat. For a blissful moment, he was just a boy with a headache. Then, memory flooded back in a tidal wave, the cave, the laughing sutra, Lin Yu's fiercely beautiful face, and the undeniable, resounding clang of a herb basket connecting with his temporal bone. To be felled by a rogue cultivator would have been an inconvenience. To be knocked unconscious by a basket. This is a humiliation that will echo through my reincarnated soul for eternity, the demon lord part of his mind grumbled, utterly scandalized. A different, softer thought followed, one that felt more like the original boy he once was. But she was magnificent, wasn't she? He forced his eyes open. The first thing he saw was a ceiling of rough-hewn wooden planks, dark with age and smoke. The throbbing in his head sharpened, and he let out a low groan, reaching a hand up to probe the tender, golf ball-sized lump on the side of his head. "Don't touch it. It's already swollen enough." The voice was crisp, commanding, and laced with a grudging concern. Bai Chen turned his head slowly, too fast, and he was certain his brain might try to escape its cranial prison. He was in a small, tidy room, lying on a soft, straw-stuffed mattress that smelled faintly of dried flowers and sunlight. An herbal poultice had been applied to his head, its cool, minty scent a welcome relief. The room was sparse but clean, a testament to a life of humble, ordered diligence. A hunting bow and a quiver of arrows hung on the far wall. And sitting on a small wooden stool beside the bed was Lin Yu. Her hair was down now, cascading over her shoulders in a waterfall of silken black. In the soft light filtering through the room's single oil paper window, she looked less like a fierce warrior, and more like a painting of a moonlit goddess. A smudge of dirt on her cheek only served to enhance her charm. She was chewing on her lower lip, her brow furrowed in a mixture of guilt and suspicion. Bai Chen offered her what he hoped was a weak, but charming smile. "If I knew this was the price for getting a pretty girl to take me home," he rasped, his throat dry, "I would have offered you my head to swing it sooner." The blush that flared on her cheeks was instantaneous and spectacular. "You? I didn't mean to. You startled me, and you were being weird. And I thought. I don't know what I thought." She stood up abruptly, her hands fussing with the edge of her tunic. "Weird?" Bai Chen pushed himself up onto his elbows, feigning a wince of pain that was only 50% theatrical. "I believe the term I was going for was dashingly heroic. It seems my delivery needs work." Lin Yu just stared at him, her mouth agape. "You are, without a doubt, the strangest boy I have ever met." She pointed a finger at him. "You defeated a cultivator with your fingers. You spout nonsense like an old poet. And you have a lump on your head the size of a goose egg, yet you're making jokes. Who are you?" It was the question, wasn't it? Who was he? The demon lord Bai Chen. The trash of Clear Spring Village. A hero. A villain. Right now, he was all of them and none of them. He was a paradox wrapped in a child's body, and he found it utterly exhilarating. "I am Bai Chen," he said, his voice soft but firm. "Just an orphan. As for what happened back there, let's just say I got lucky." Dramatic irony was a delicious spice. He had just started down the path of the most powerful cultivation technique in existence, and he was calling it luck. It was a lie that was, in its own way, true. The chaos of his laughter had aligned with the chaos of the universe, and in that moment, he was lucky. Lin Yu did not look convinced. Luck doesn't make a grown man collapse and hiccup like a terrified chicken. She crossed her arms, her gaze sharp and intelligent. This was the woman he remembered, the one who saw through deceptions, the one whose loyalty had to be earned, not tricked. "My father is outside, dealing with him. He tied him to a tree for the village chief to handle. So you have time to start telling the truth." Bai Chen sighed, letting his head fall back onto the pillow. The poultice felt wonderfully cool. He decided on a new tactic, partial truth, wrapped in a riddle. Have you ever heard a story, Lin Yu? He began, his voice taking on a hypnotic, storytelling cadence. About a treasure locked in a broken box. Everyone sees the broken box and calls it trash, worthless. They throw it away. But they never think to look inside. They don't have the key. What if someone found the key? She tilted her head, intrigued despite herself. What are you talking about? I am the broken box, Bai Chen said, tapping a finger on his own chest, right over his useless spirit root. For 10 years, everyone in this village, including me, thought the box was all there was. But recently, I found the key. His obsidian eyes met hers, and in their depths, she saw not the goofy, flirtatious boy, but a glimmer of ancient wisdom and profound loneliness. It sent a shiver down her spine. It was a look that didn't belong on a child. So you are saying, you have some kind of secret technique, she whispered. Something like that, he confirmed. A technique that doesn't rely on a spirit root. One that comes from here. He tapped his temple, right next to the goose egg. And here. He tapped his heart. Her fierce, guarded expression softened slightly. An orphan, mocked his whole life, secretly harboring a unique power. It was a story straight out of the epic tales the traveling storytellers told. It made a strange kind of sense. It explained his strength, but not his personality. That still doesn't explain why you're so infuriating, she muttered, sitting back down on the stool. Bai Chen grinned. That part is just my natural charm. You'll get used to it. I will not. You will. In fact, I predict that one day, you'll find my infuriating charm to be utterly irresistible. Her cheeks went crimson again. You're impossible. She stood up, turning her back to him, and he saw the slight tremble in her shoulders. She was flustered, a state he was quickly coming to adore. The demon lord in him smirked. This is far more entertaining than conquering empires. Do you know why I was up on that mountain, Lin Yu? He asked, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. She glanced over her shoulder. Looking for your key. No, he said softly. I was looking for you. That stopped her cold. She turned back to him fully, her eyes wide. What? How did you? We've never even spoken before today. He sat up fully, ignoring the throb in his head. The moment called for gravity. I had a dream, he said, the lie tasting like truth on his tongue. A nightmare. I saw you on the mountain. I saw you gathering herbs. And I saw you fall. His voice was low, heavy with an emotion that was entirely genuine. I saw you get hurt. So when I woke up, I ran. I ran all the way to the waterfall, hoping I wasn't too late. He was looking at her with such intensity, such raw, unfiltered earnestness, that it stole the air from her lungs. This wasn't the flirtatious rogue or the strange savant. This was something else. This was a boy bearing a piece of his soul. Of course, it was a grand manipulation. But the emotions fueling it, the memory of her death, the vow to protect her, were devastatingly real. Tears pricked at the corners of Lin Yu's eyes. She had always been alone, in a way. Her father was a good man, a hunter who provided for her, but he was quiet, distant, lost in the grief of her mother's passing years ago. She had learned to be self-reliant, to be strong. No one had ever worried for her like this. No one had ever run to save her based on something as fragile as a dream. You really saw that, she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Bai Chen nodded, his gaze unwavering. I couldn't bear the thought of it coming true. So I made you a promise in that dream. I promised I would never let anything harm you again. The room was silent, save for the crackling of a small hearth in the outer room. The weight of his words hung in the air between them, heavy and shimmering. He had sworn this same oath over her cold body in his last life. To say it to her now, while she was warm and alive and blushing in front of him, was a fulfillment he had never dared to imagine. Lin Yu took a hesitant step toward him, her hand half raised as if to touch his face, to verify he was real. Bai Chen. Crash! The sound came from the main room, followed by the clatter of pots and a booming, angry voice. Where is the little miscreant? I've come to give him a piece of my mind. Dragging my daughter into a fight with a rogue cultivator. Does he have a death wish? A large, powerfully built man with a thick beard and a face weathered by the sun and wind stomped into the room. He wore animal skins and carried the scent of pine and dried meat. This was Lin Qian, Lin Yu's father, the best hunter in the village and a man whose fists were said to be as hard as mountain stones. He froze when he saw Bai Chen sitting up in the bed, his daughter standing nearby with a conflicted, teary-eyed expression. His protective fatherly instincts went on high alert. What is this? What have you done to my daughter, you little rascal? He boomed, pointing a finger thick as a sausage at Bai Chen. Before Bai Chen could even open his mouth to deploy his wit, Lin Yu jumped in front of her father. Dad, stop. It's not what you think. He saved me. Lin Qian blinked, his anger momentarily short-circuiting. Saved you? From what I heard, you saved him with your basket. I knocked him out after he defeated the cultivator, she clarified, her face now the color of a ripe tomato. He was being difficult. Bai Chen decided this was the perfect moment to interject. Esteemed Uncle Lin, he said, dipping his head respectfully, though his eyes twinkled with mischief. Your daughter's basket-wielding prowess is truly a sight to behold. A martial art of unparalleled surprise and efficiency. You've raised her well. She will make a fine wife for a very, very lucky man one day. Lin Qian stared at him. Lin Yu stared at him. The demon lord within him gave himself a mental pat on the back for that masterful, multi-layered compliment/provocation. Lin Yu let out a strangled squeak and buried her face in her hands. Lin Qian, however, stroked his beard, his expression unreadable. You have a slick tongue, boy. But words are cheap. That rogue out there is twice your size, a cultivator besides. You expect me to believe you beat him with finger pokes? Seeing is believing, Uncle, Bai Chen said calmly. He held up his hand, wiggling his long, slender fingers. These hands may look weak, but as they say, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the, catastrophic internal nerve damage in the flick. He was enjoying this. The rhythm of a normal life, the banter, the simple domestic conflicts. It was a refreshing tonic after centuries of dark plots and grand-scale warfare. Lin Qian grunted. He wasn't convinced, but his daughter had vouched for the boy. Fine. You saved my daughter. For that, you have my thanks. But if you ever make her cry, I will personally introduce your head to something much harder than a basket. The threat was delivered with a dead serious finality. A fair and reasonable proposition, Bai Chen agreed cheerfully. I, in turn, promise to only ever make her cry with tears of joy, laughter, or perhaps overwhelming frustration at my handsome wit. Lin Yu made a sound that was somewhere between a gasp and a groan. She grabbed Bai Chen by the arm, her grip surprisingly strong. You're clearly recovered, she hissed through gritted teeth. It's time for you to go home. But my head still hurts, he whined, leaning into her touch just a bit, enjoying the warmth of her hand on his arm. Her skin was soft, but he could feel the wiry strength in her fingers. The contact sent a pleasant, tingling spark through him. And I'm hungry. A heroic rescue, and a severe concussion surely merit a meal, no. Her resolve wavered. Her ingrained kindness warred with her frustration. It was true, he had saved her, and she had bludgeoned him for it. She owed him. With a long, suffering sigh, she released his arm. Fine. One meal. But then you go. And you will not say one more infuriating thing. My lips are sealed, Bai Chen promised, making a zipping motion over his mouth. His eyes, however, screamed liar. Lin Qian just shook his head and retreated to the main room, muttering about insolent youths. Lin Yu shot Bai Chen one last warning glare before following her father. I am going to make kanji. Don't move. Bai Chen settled back against the pillows, a contented smile on his face. This was perfect. He had re-established contact, planted the seeds of a new legend, and secured a meal. The laughing sutra hummed within him, converting his amusement and satisfaction into tiny wisps of nourishing energy, mending his bruised head far faster than any poultice could. He could hear the sounds from the other room, Linyu chopping vegetables with a practiced, rhythmic thump-thump-thump, the scrape of a pot, her soft, humming voice as she tried to explain the day's events to her gruff father. The sounds were so mundane, so wonderfully domestic. It was a symphony of life. His thoughts turned back to the sutra. His experience in the cave confirmed its power. Laughter, joy, mischief, these were not just emotions, they were cosmic forces. To cultivate it, he couldn't just lock himself away. He needed to live, to engage with the world, to provoke chaos and revel in it. The more he made others laugh, or cry, or get flustered, the more potent his own cultivation would become. Linyu, with her fiery temper and easily flustered nature, was practically a walking spiritual resource for him. A tantalizing aroma began to drift into the room, ginger, scallions, and savory chicken broth. His stomach, the stomach of a 10-year-old boy, rumbled loudly in anticipation. Soon, Linyu returned, carrying a wooden tray. On it was a steaming bowl of rice porridge, fragrant and flecked with green onions and shredded chicken. It looked like heaven. She set the tray on his lap with a less than gentle thud. "Here. Eat. You wound me with your coldness, my fair Yua," he said, clutching his heart dramatically. "That's one," she warned, holding up a finger. "Right." Lips sealed, he mumbled, picking up the spoon. The kanji was divine. It was simple food, but it was made with care, and it warmed him from the inside out. He ate with a gusto that was only slightly exaggerated. He had forgotten how good real food tasted after centuries of consuming spiritual pills and elixirs that sustained the body but starved the soul. Linyu watched him, a faint, unbidden smile touching her lips as he scraped the bowl clean. "Was it all right?" "It was perfect," he said, and this time, there was no joke, no flirtation, just pure, honest gratitude. He looked at her, and his smile was genuine. "Thank you, Linyu." Seeing this moment of sincere softness from him, she was caught off guard. The small smile on her face blossomed. "You're welcome." It was in this moment of fragile peace that her father, Lin Qian, re-entered, holding something that made Bai Chen's internal demon lord sit up and pay attention. It was the rogue cultivator's sword, a standard, iron long sword, poorly maintained but functional. "The village chief says this is yours by right of conquest, boy," Lin Qian said, his voice gruff. "Since you're the one who defeated him, you know how to use one of these." Bai Chen's eyes lit up. "A weapon? I have some theoretical knowledge," he said, a massive understatement for a man who had mastered every weapon known to the realms. Linyu suddenly had a terrible premonition. "Dad, I don't think that's a good idea." But Bai Chen was already taking the sword. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, his entire demeanor changed. The playful boy vanished. The grip was instinctive, perfect. The weight was familiar. His posture straightened. A phantom aura of terrifying killing intent flickered around him for a nanosecond before he suppressed it. But Lin Qian, a hunter who lived by his instincts, felt it. The hairs on his arms stood on end. He felt as if he was suddenly facing not a boy, but an ancient, slumbering predator. Bai Chen stood up from the bed, the sword held loosely at his side. He gave it a single, experimental flick of the wrist. The blade cut through the air with a soft whistle, a sound as sweet as a lover's whisper. "It will do," Bai Chen said, a small, dangerous smile playing on his lips. He looked up and met Linyu's wide, worried eyes. The playful warmth was gone from his own, replaced by an ancient fire, a hunger for the future, a glimpse of the demon lord he had been. He saw the flicker of fear in her gaze and instantly regretted it. He had shown too much. He softened his expression, the boyish charm returning like a mask. "Don't worry," he said, winking. "I'll only use it to peel fruit and threaten vegetables." The tension broke. Lin Qian grunted, shaking his head to clear the strange feeling. Lin Yu just sighed, exasperated once more. Bai Chen knew it was time to leave. He had pushed his luck far enough for one day. He gave a slight, formal bow. "Uncle, Lin Yu, thank you for your hospitality. I will repay this debt." "Just stay out of trouble," Lin Qian grumbled. "No promises," Bai Chen shot back with a grin. He turned and walked to the door, the purloined sword held in his hand. At the threshold, he paused and looked back at Lin Yu. "Hey, Yua," he said, his voice soft again. "What?" she asked, already weary. "That promise I made. The one about protecting you," he said, his eyes serious once more. "I meant it. So, if you ever find yourself facing a monster, be it a man or a beast." He raised the sword, its tip glinting in the firelight. "Just shout my name. I'll come running." He didn't wait for a reply. He spun on his heel and walked out into the encroaching twilight, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. Lin Yu stood frozen in the middle of the room, her heart hammering against her ribs. She didn't know if the boy was a lunatic, a liar, or a savior. But as she watched his small, determined figure disappear down the village path, sword in hand, she had the strangest feeling that her life, and perhaps the world itself, had just irrevocably changed. She reached up and touched her cheek. It was still warm where she had blushed. "Impossible, infuriating boy," she whispered to the empty doorway, but this time, there was no heat in the words. There was only a hint of a smile. News in a place like Clear Spring Village travels faster than a spooked rabbit. By the time the morning sun crested the azure mountains, the story of Bai Chen, the village trash, had mutated into a full-blown legend. Some said he had been secretly trained by a wandering immortal. Others whispered that the fever had burned away his broken spirit root, leaving a divine one in its place. The most popular version, spun by the children, was that he had challenged the rogue cultivator to a finger-flicking duel and won his sword, his pride, and his ability to speak in complete sentences. Bai Chen, blissfully unaware of his burgeoning fame, was not in the village to hear it. He was back in his sanctuary, the cave behind the waterfall. The sword Lin Qian had given him lay across his lap. It was a terrible weapon. The balance was off, the iron was pitted, and the edge was as dull as Wang Hu's intellect. But it was his. He ran a small whetstone, liberated from the blacksmith's unguarded scrap pile, along the blade. The rhythmic shhhk, shhhk, shhhk of stone on metal was a meditative sound, a throwback to the countless hours he had spent maintaining his own divine arsenal. This will have to do, he thought. For now. His body, while still that of a 10-year-old, felt worlds different from 2 days ago. The Laughing Sutra was a miracle of cultivation. It didn't just gather energy, it optimized the body from a cellular level. His senses were sharper. He could hear the individual wing beats of a dragonfly hovering outside the cave. He could smell the subtle difference between the wet stone of the cave and the damp earth just beyond the entrance. His strength was steadily growing, a quiet, humming power coiled within his small frame. He had spent the night not sleeping, but in a state of laughing meditation. He sat cross-legged, cycling through every absurd memory he possessed. The dumber the memory, the better the result. The time his arch-rival, the heavenly emperor of the 9 firmaments, tripped on his own majestic robes during his ascension ceremony had fueled his cultivation for a solid hour. The image of the rogue cultivator hiccuping on the ground was now a premium-grade spiritual tonic. Joy was the key. And his greatest joy, he was discovering, was intertwined with Lin Yu. The memory of her flustered, blushing face was a potent catalyst, creating a warm, vibrant energy that flowed through him like a summer river. She is my anchor to this new life, he mused, a fond smile gracing his lips. And my greatest challenge. He needed her trust, not just her gratitude. His promise to protect her was an ironclad vow, but she was as proud and independent as a mountain hawk. She wouldn't accept a protector she didn't believe in. His heightened hearing picked up a faint, rhythmic sound approaching. Thump! 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 It was the sound of a wood-cutting axe striking a tree. He knew that rhythm. It was Lin Qian. He suppressed his aura and peered out from behind the curtain of water. There, in a small clearing about 100 yards away, was Lin Qian, chopping firewood. And a few feet away, her back to a large oak tree, sat Lin Yu, diligently grinding herbs with a mortar and pestle. Bai Chen's eyes narrowed. This was too convenient. This was the exact spot he remembered from the fragmented memories of his past life. This was where the real attack had taken place. The rogue cultivator had been a distraction, a random bit of chaos. The true danger, the one that had ultimately led to her death, was something far more deliberate. He scanned the surrounding woods. To a normal person, it was a peaceful forest scene. To the demon lord, it was a canvas of hiding spots and ambush points. He saw a flicker of unnatural movement in the dense canopy of a cypress tree to the north. A glint of reflected light from a rocky outcrop to the east. 2 hostiles. Minimum. Their killing intent was expertly concealed, almost non-existent. They were professionals. This was no common banditry. This was an assassination. But why? Why would anyone send assassins for a village hunter and his daughter? It didn't make sense. Not unless Lin Qian wasn't just a simple village hunter. The way he felt Bai Chen's flicker of killing intent yesterday, the quiet authority he held, it wasn't normal. There was a secret here. A secret someone was willing to kill to protect, or to expose. He looked at Lin Yu, so focused on her work, so unaware of the death hovering in the trees. The promise he had made her yesterday echoed in his mind. Just shout my name. I'll come running. He wasn't going to wait for her to shout. With his sword in hand, he slipped out of the cave, moving with a silence that defied his age. He was a shadow flowing through other shadows, his small size a perfect advantage in the dense undergrowth. He circled around, positioning himself behind the assassin's locations. The first was in the cypress tree, a live man in dark green clothing, blending almost perfectly with the leaves. He held a small, black crossbow, its bolt already aimed at Lin Qian's back. A classic kill from a distant setup. Bai Chen scaled the tree on the opposite side, his movements as swift and silent as a squirrel's. The laughing sutra's energy made his limbs light and strong. He reached the same thick branch as the assassin, who was so focused on his target that he never knew he was no longer alone. Bai Chen didn't announce himself. He didn't gloat. This wasn't a village bully, this was a deadly threat. He channeled a small, sharp burst of the laughing sutra's chaotic energy into the tip of his finger. It wasn't a flick this time, it was a needle of pure force. He jabbed it precisely into the pressure point at the base of the assassin's skull. The man's body went rigid. His eyes widened in shock, not of pain, but of utter systemic failure. His muscles locked. His breath hitched. The crossbow slipped from his numb fingers and clattered softly onto a lower branch. He was completely paralyzed, conscious but unable to move a single muscle, a statue of green-clad terror trapped in a tree. Bai Chen caught the man before he could topple, propping him silently against the trunk. One down. He then dropped from the tree, landing without a sound, and flowed toward the rocky outcrop. The second assassin was a burly man with a nasty scar across his face, holding a long, curved blade. His job, clearly, was to handle anyone who survived the initial crossbow bolt. Bai Chen picked up a smooth, heavy river stone. He crept up behind the man's hiding spot. He didn't need a fancy technique for this one. He simply channeled all his current physical strength into his small arm, and with the perfect form of a master weapon thrower, hurled the stone at the back of the assassin's head. Thwack! The sound was sickeningly dull. The burly man grunted, his eyes rolled up into his head, and he crumpled like a sack of grain, completely unconscious. 2 down. Bai Chen let out a quiet breath. The entire operation had taken less than a minute. No muss, no fuss. The old demon lord would have been proud of the efficiency. He stayed hidden, watching and waiting. Were there more? After 10 minutes of absolute silence, he was confident the immediate threat was neutralized. Now for the theatrics. The key was not just to save Lin Yu, but to do it in a way that built her trust and made him seem like a fated protector, not some random, overly competent child. He deliberately snapped a twig under his foot. Crack! In the clearing, Lin Qian's head shot up, his axe held at the ready. Who's there? Lin Yu jumped to her feet, her eyes scanning the woods fearfully. Bai Chen stepped out from the trees, dragging the unconscious form of the burly assassin behind him by the collar. It was a comical sight, a small, 10-year-old boy effortlessly hauling a man 3 times his size. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, dropping the body with a heavy thud. He leaned on his sword, trying to look winded. Apologies for the intrusion, Uncle Lin Yu, he panted, putting on a good show. It seems your woods have an infestation problem. Lin Qian and Lin Yu stared, their faces a perfect picture of disbelief. First at the unconscious man, then at Bai Chen. Is he? Lin Yu stammered. Just sleeping, Bai Chen assured them. He and his friend in the tree were planning a rather rude interruption to your firewood gathering. Lin Qian's eyes, sharp and assessing, darted to the cypress tree, then back to Bai Chen. He strode over to the unconscious man, checking his pulse, then his gear. He found the telltale insignia of a shadow hawk tattooed on the man's wrist. His face darkened, a flicker of something old and dangerous in his eyes. Shadowhawks, he growled, the name tasting like poison. He looked at Bai Chen, and this time, there was no disbelief in his eyes. There was only a deep, profound suspicion and a grudging respect. How did you know they were here? He demanded, his voice low and intense. And how did you, a 10-year-old boy, take down 2 trained assassins from the Shadowhawk clan? This was the critical moment. His cover story had to be perfect. Bai Chen looked not at Lin Qian, but at Lin Yu. He gave her a small, tired smile. The same way I knew you were in trouble yesterday, he said, his voice soft enough for only her to hear, but loud enough for her father to catch the words. The dream, it came back. But it was worse this time. I saw arrows. And shadows. So I ran. He pointed at the unconscious man. I got lucky with this one. I think I snuck up behind him and hit him with a rock. He looked towards the cypress tree. His friend, he just fell out of the tree when he saw me. I don't know why. It was a brilliant lie. It was so simple, so self-deprecating, so full of lucky coincidences, that it was almost more believable than the truth. It reinforced his fated dream narrative and downplayed his own impossible competence. Lin Yu's heart clenched. He'd had another nightmare about her and had come running again. He'd thrown himself against trained killers, all because of a dream about her. The look of exhaustion on his face, the slight tremble in his hand as he leaned on the sword, it was all so convincing. Her last shred of suspicion melted away, replaced by a wave of overwhelming gratitude and a fierce, protective instinct of her own. You're hurt, she cried, rushing forward. She began checking him for injuries, her hands fluttering over his arms and chest. Did they cut you? Are you all right? Her touch was warm and frantic, her scent of jasmine and herbs surrounding him. It was a proximity far more intimate than just sitting by his bed. Bai Chen felt the old, cold demon lord part of him retreat, and the boy, the reincarnated soul who craved this warmth, reveled in it. I'm fine, Yua. Just a little tired, he said, his voice a gentle murmur. He deliberately leaned into her touch, a subtle movement of surrender and trust. He could feel her tense for a second, surprised by the contact, before relaxing. Lin Qian watched the scene, his mind a whirlwind. The story about the dreams was fanciful, but the results were undeniable. 2 assassins were neutralized. His daughter was safe. And this strange, impossible boy was at the center of it all. He didn't believe in luck. He knew what the Shadowhawks were. They weren't common mercenaries. They were ghosts who only hunted high-value political or military targets. Their presence here meant his past, a past he had worked so hard to bury, had finally caught up with him. "We need to go," he said, his voice grim. He walked to the cypress tree, and, with a hunter's skill, quickly scaled it. A moment later, the paralyzed form of the first assassin dropped to the ground with a thud. "Get your things, Yua. We are leaving the village. Tonight." The finality in his tone sent a chill through the air. Lin Yu looked up, her face pale. "Leave? Leave Clear Spring? But this is our home. Where would we go?" "Somewhere safe," Lin Qian said, his face a granite mask. He turned to Bai Chen. "Boy, you have saved my daughter's life. Twice. I owe you a debt I can't repay. Whatever secret you're hiding, I don't care. But they will be back. They will investigate. It is not safe for you here anymore, either. You should come with us." It was the perfect invitation. An opportunity to stay by Lin Yu's side and unravel the mystery of her father's past. Bai Chen shook his head. Both Lin Qian and Lin Yu stared at him in surprise. "I can't," Bai Chen said, his expression somber. "This village, it's my home, too. It's the only place I have." It was a lie, but a necessary one. "Besides," he added, a spark of defiance in his eyes, "I'm not afraid of a few shadow puppets. If they come looking for trouble, I'll be here waiting for them." He needed to stay. His true treasure, the Laughing Sutra's mural, was here. He needed to absorb its full essence before he could truly begin his journey. And more importantly, he needed to establish his own legend here, on his own terms. Being a tag-along under Lin Qian's protection wouldn't achieve that. "Don't be a fool, boy," Lin Qian growled. "This isn't a game." "I know," Bai Chen said, his voice quiet but firm. "But I made a promise to protect her. Running away feels like breaking it." He looked at Lin Yu. "You go with your father. Be safe." "I'll be fine." Lin Yu's eyes filled with tears. He was being so brave, so stubborn, choosing to stay behind and face danger for their sake. "No," she said, her voice shaking. "I'm not leaving you here to die. We can fight them together. And what happens next time? When there are 4 of them? Or 10? Bai Chen countered gently. "You need to survive, Yua. That's more important." He gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about me. Remember, I have my luck. He was pushing her away for her own good. The nobility of it was heartbreaking to her. The strategic genius of it was exhilarating to him. By refusing to go, he was cementing his place in her heart as a selfless hero, giving her a powerful reason to think of him, to worry for him, to want to return. The debate was cut short as Lin Qian unceremoniously slung both unconscious assassins over his broad shoulders. "We don't have time for this. Yua, we are leaving. Boy, that is my final offer." Bai Chen simply shook his head again, his resolve unshakable. A tear slipped down Lin Yu's cheek. She suddenly stepped forward and threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "Be safe," she whispered fiercely into his shoulder. "Promise me you'll be safe." Her embrace was everything. Warm, soft, smelling of flowers and sunlight. It was a pure, heartfelt gesture that momentarily stunned the demon lord into silence. For a second, he wasn't a reincarnated sovereign playing a grand game, he was just a boy, being held by the person who mattered most to him. He hugged her back, his small arms wrapping around her waist. "I promise." She pulled away, her cheeks bright red, and retreated to her father's side without another word. Lin Qian gave Bai Chen one last, long look. A look filled with 100 unspoken questions, before turning and striding into the forest, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. Lin Yu cast one final, worried glance over her shoulder before she, too, was gone. The clearing was silent again. Bai Chen stood alone, the feeling of her hug still lingering. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. It was done. They were safe, for now. And he had earned her trust in the most dramatic way possible. Now, he thought, his gaze turning back towards the village. Time to deal with the fallout. And perhaps it's time to test the more interesting aspects of the sutra. Later that night, the village was a hive of quiet panic. The sight of Lin Qian dragging two unconscious, black-clad assassins to the chief's hut before announcing his immediate departure had sent shockwaves through the community. Bai Chen, meanwhile, slipped away to his favorite spot, the pool at the base of the waterfall. The moon was high and full, its silver light turning the cascading water into a shimmering curtain of diamonds. The air was cool and crisp. The Laughing Sutra wasn't just about emotional power. A cryptic passage in the mural spoke of using joy and natural energy to cleanse and refine the body, to wash away the mortal coil in a bath of moonlight and laughter. He had never understood it in his past life. Tonight, he would try. He stripped off his grimy burlap tunic, his small, pale body looking almost ethereal in the moonlight. He waded into the pool, the cold water a shocking but invigorating embrace. He submerged himself completely, letting the weight of the water press in on him. When he surfaced, gasping, he began to laugh. Not a loud, boisterous laugh, but a quiet, sustained chuckle of pure contentment. He laughed at the absurdity of it all. He laughed because he was alive, because Lin Yu was safe, because the moon was beautiful. As he chuckled, the moonlight seemed to bend, converging on the pool. The water around him began to glow with a soft, silvery light. The natural spiritual energy of the waterfall, drawn by his joy, infused the water, turning the simple mountain pool into a divine baptismal font. The water tingled against his skin. He could feel it seeping into his pores, a cool, cleansing energy that was flushing out the last vestiges of weakness from his body, strengthening his bones, and polishing his meridians. His skin began to take on a faint, jade-like luster. It was working. What in the heavens are you doing? Bai Chen's laughter choked in his throat. He spun around, sputtering. Standing at the edge of the pool, her figure silhouetted by the full moon, was Lin Yu. She held a small bundle in her arms. Lin Yu, he gasped, sinking down until the water was up to his neck, his heart hammering for a completely different reason. I thought you left. My father is making arrangements a few miles away. He sent me back to get some preserved herbs we left behind, she explained, her gaze fixed on the glowing water around him. But what is this? Why is the water glowing? Busted, his inner demon lord face-palmed. Of moonlight reflecting, he offered weakly. It was the worst lie he'd ever told. She didn't buy it for a second. But instead of pressing him, her gaze drifted from the water to him. To his bare shoulders, the line of his neck, the way his wet black hair clung to his skin. It was just the body of a 10-year-old boy, but the way he held himself, the ancient confidence in his eyes, made the scene something more. It was strangely alluring. A blush crept up her neck. You should get out of the water, she said, her voice a little breathless, as she averted her eyes. You'll catch a chill. And give you a full view of my majestic, unclad form, he retorted, a playful, naughty smirk returning to his lips. My dear Yua, I am a gentleman. I couldn't possibly impose such a breathtaking sight upon your innocent eyes. You might faint from pure adoration. Her blush deepened to a furious red. You are incorrigible. And you are adorable when you're flustered, he shot back, his chuckle making the water around him pulse with light. But seriously, could you perhaps turn around? Unless you have a particular desire to inventory my assets. IUAGH. She spun around so fast her ponytail whipped through the air. Just get out and get dressed, you shameless lunatic. Bai Chen grinned, triumphant. This was what the Laughing Sutra was all about. This teasing, this chaotic, flirtatious energy, it was a high-grade spiritual stimulant. He could feel the power in the water intensify. He quickly waded out on the opposite side of the pool, water streaming from his now faintly glowing skin. The cool night air felt electric. He grabbed his tunic and pulled it on. All right, the view is now censored for younger audiences. You can turn around. She turned back slowly, her gaze wary. She held out the bundle she was carrying. "Here," she said, her voice still a little shaky. "These are for you." He took the bundle. Inside were 2 clean, mended shirts, a small pouch of silver coins, and a bag of hard, dried rations. A survival kit. "My father said," he said, "a debt must be paid," she mumbled, not quite meeting his eyes. "This is all we can spare, but it's a start." He looked from the gift to her face, and his playful demeanor melted away. This simple, humble bundle was more precious to him than any emperor's ransom. It was a token of her trust. Of her care. "Thank you, Yua," he said, his voice thick with genuine emotion. "I will treasure it." They stood in a comfortable silence for a moment, the only sound the roar of the waterfall. "I have to go," she said finally, her voice soft with regret. "My father is waiting." "I know," he said. "Be careful on the road. The world outside this valley is not as kind." "You be careful, too," she replied, her eyes pleading with him. Don't die." He gave her a confident smile, one that reached his ancient eyes. "Dying is a bad habit I'm trying to kick," he said. "Don't worry. This isn't goodbye. It's just. See you later. I will find you again. I promise." Her lips trembled into a small smile of her own. "I'll hold you to that, Bai Chen." She gave him one last look. A look that lingered, full of unspoken things, before turning and disappearing into the moonlit forest, leaving him alone once more. Bai Chen clutched the bundle to his chest. The shirt smelled faintly of her, of jasmine and determination. He looked up at the moon, then at the cave. They were gone. He was alone. The real training could now begin. When he next saw Lin Yu, he would no longer be a boy hiding behind tricks and luck. He would be a force to be reckoned with. A true protector. A new legend was about to be forged in the fire of laughter and the solitude of the Azure Mountains, and its first chapter was finally, truly, ready to be written. The world had no idea what was about to hit it. For Immortal, 3 years is a significant span of time, enough to grow taller, for a voice to deepen, for the world to change. For a reincarnated demon lord, it was the blink of an eye, yet it was also the most crucial, foundational period of his new existence. Bai Chen was no longer the scrawny, 10-year-old boy. At 13, he was still lean, but his frame was corded with a wiry, deceptive strength. His face had shed its childish roundness, hinting at the sharp, handsome features of his future self. His black hair had grown long, now tied back with a simple leather cord, and his obsidian eyes held a depth that was both unnerving and captivating. He looked less like a village boy and more like a young master from a reclusive, ancient clan. Clear Spring Village was a distant memory. The day after Lin Yu and her father had vanished into the night, Bai Chen had packed the small bundle she, given him, bowed one last time to his empty hovel, and walked into the Azure Mountains, disappearing from the world's view. His home for these 3 years had been the cave behind the waterfall. It was his sanctuary, his training ground, his entire world. The Laughing Sutras mural was his scripture, and the mountain itself was his sparring partner. He had bathed in the moonlit pool every night, his laughter mingling with the roar of the falls as he cleansed his body, making his skin as tough as jade and his bones as resilient as spiritual steel. He had mastered the flow of joyful energy, a power that was vibrant, chaotic, and utterly his own. He no longer needed to flick his fingers to channel force. A simple thought, a cheerful hum, could send a shockwave of paralyzing energy through a target. His days were spent in relentless, unorthodox training. He didn't meditate on esoteric truths, he practiced swordplay against the crashing waterfall, letting the sheer, unstoppable force of the water teach him about momentum and deflection. The terrible iron sword Lin Yu's father had given him had long since shattered. He now wielded a sword he'd crafted himself, a perfectly straight, unyieldingly hard branch from an ironwood tree, polished to a dull sheen. He hunted not for food, but for sport, playfully challenging the beasts of the mountain. He once spent a week locked in a mischievous battle of wits with an ancient, cunning mountain ape, stealing its prized peaches not with force, but with elaborate pranks and distracting jokes. The ape, initially furious, had eventually come to enjoy the games, and would occasionally leave offerings of rare fruit at Bai Chen's cave entrance. Nature itself had become his ally. Through it all, Lin Yu remained a constant, burning presence in his mind. The 2 mended shirts she had given him were his most prized possessions. He had never worn them, keeping them safely wrapped in oilcloth. In moments of quiet, he would take them out, the faint, lingering scent of jasmine a painful, beautiful reminder of his vow. "Are you safe, Yu?" He would often wonder, gazing south from the mountain's peak. "Are you well? Do you ever think of the strange boy you left behind?" Her memory was a powerful fuel. The longing to see her, the determination to be strong enough to protect her when he did, was a purer, more potent catalyst for his cultivation than any grudge or ambition. It was a wellspring of quiet, profound joy. But 3 years in isolation was enough. He had absorbed the full essence of the Laughing Sutra's mural. The carvings had faded, their power transferred into his very soul. The mountain had taught him all it could. It was time for the next step. It was time to rejoin the world. His destination was clear, the Azure Cloud sect. The name left a bitter taste in his mouth. In his first life, it was the Azure Cloud sect that had held its regional entrance examination in a town near his village. He, a desperate orphan seeking a path out of misery, had gone, only to be mocked and cast out when they discovered his broken spirit root. The memory of the sneering outer disciple, who had kicked him into the mud, was as vivid now as it was a century ago. That humiliation had been one of the first embers in the forge of the demon lord's rage. This time, Bai Chen thought, a wicked glint in his eyes, the entrance exam will be a little different. He journeyed for 2 weeks, walking out of the mountains and into the civilized lands of the Azure province. He passed through towns and cities, a strange, solitary figure with an ironwood branch strapped to his back. His keen senses absorbed everything, the chatter in the tea houses, the price of goods, the shifting allegiances of the local powers. Finally, he arrived at the base of Azure Cloud Mountain. It was a majestic peak, its summit wreathed in mist, a staircase of 10,000 stone steps leading up to the sect's main gate. It was examination day. Throngs of hopeful youths, all between the ages of 12 and 16, were gathered at the base. They were dressed in their finest silks and brocades, their faces alight with nervousness and ambition. Proud parents and clan elders offered last-minute advice. The air buzzed with excitement. Bai Chen, in his simple, worn traveler's clothes, looked utterly out of place. He was just a country boy with a stick. He garnered more than a few scornful looks. A richly dressed young master, with a gaudy jade pendant scoffed as Bai Chen walked past. "Look at this beggar. Does he think they'll accept him with a stick for a sword? He'll be lucky if they let him sweep the stairs." Bai Chen heard him, of course. He turned, and gave the boy a smile of such dazzling, beatific innocence that the young master was momentarily stunned. "A stick can be a sword, a hand can be a shield, and a mouth," Bai Chen said, his voice cheerful, "can get one into a great deal of trouble." He gave the boy a friendly wink and continued on his way, leaving the youth confused and vaguely insulted. He ignored the registration queue and the initial tests of strength and spiritual potential. Those were for applicants. He wasn't applying. He was issuing a challenge. He walked straight up the 10,000 steps, his pace steady and unhurried. He didn't use an iota of spiritual energy, relying purely on the physical conditioning of his body. He arrived at the top, not even breathing heavily, to the surprise of the disciples guarding the magnificent main gate. The gate was flanked by 2 enormous statues of soaring cranes. 2 stern-faced outer sect disciples, clad in blue and white robes, stood guard, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. "Halt!" one of them barked, his eyes sweeping over Bai Chen with disdain. "The examination is at the base of the mountain. You have no business here." This was the man. Bai Chen recognized him instantly. Older, but still the same arrogant sneer, the same dismissive posture. Senior Brother Li. The very man who had kicked him. Poetic justice was often the most satisfying kind. Bai Chen smiled pleasantly. I am not here for the examination. I am here to see your sect master. The two disciples burst out laughing. See the sect master? Senior brother Li mocked. And I'm here to take tea with the emperor. Scram, kid, before we throw you down the mountain ourselves. That would be unwise, Bai Chen said, his smile never wavering. Tell me, do you have a personal grudge against your gate? Because if you force me to make a scene, it's likely to get damaged. A scene? You? Li sneered, stepping forward. What are you going to do, beat us with your walking stick? That's an excellent suggestion, Bai Chen said brightly. But let's not. It would be a terrible waste of your sect's medical resources. I have a better idea. He ignored the disciples and turned to face the towering, iron-banded wooden gate. It was enchanted with defensive runes, capable of withstanding a siege from a small army. He took a deep breath. And then, he knocked. Knock. It wasn't a sound made with his fist. It was a sound that came from his lungs, a single, perfectly focused syllable of sound imbued with the chaotic, vibrational energy of the Laughing Sutra. The sound wave, invisible and potent, shot across the courtyard and slammed into the gate. Boom! The 2-ton gate shuddered as if struck by a battering ram. The defensive runes flared violently and then died with a sorrowful crackle. A fine shower of dust rained down from the gatehouse roof. The two disciples stared, their jaws hanging open, their faces pale with shock. Bai Chen cleared his throat. Sect Master Zhong, he bellowed, his voice, amplified by the same technique, rolling like thunder across the entire mountain peak. It wasn't just loud, it carried an authority, a resonance that shook the very spirit. A junior by the name of Bai Chen has come to request admittance. I would like to discuss the matter with you directly. Please do not make me raise my voice again. I have a sore throat. Silence. A stunned, absolute silence fell over the sect. Birds stopped chirping. The wind seemed to hold its breath. Then, the mountain exploded into activity. Figures in blue and white robes began pouring out of the surrounding buildings, their faces a mixture of anger and disbelief. Who would dare? Who would have the sheer audacity to shout for the sect master by name at their front gate? Within moments, a dozen inner sect disciples, far more powerful than the gate guards, had surrounded Bai Chen, their swords drawn. Leading them was a severe-looking man in his late 20s, an elder's sigil on his robe. You insolent brat, the lead disciple snarled. You dare cause a disturbance at the Azure Cloud sect. Kneel and await your punishment. Bai Chen looked at the ring of swords, then at the angry faces, and sighed dramatically. So much aggression. Doesn't anyone here know how to have a polite conversation? He looked past them, towards the grand main hall. Am I to assume the sect master is a coward, hiding behind his students? Or is he just very, very slow? That's it. Take him. The disciples surged forward. Bai Chen didn't move. He simply chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. But that chuckle sent a ripple of chaotic energy through the air. The disciples closest to him suddenly felt their kai falter. Their knees weakened. An inexplicable urge to laugh bubbled up in their chests, robbing them of their aggression. What is this sorcery? One gasped, struggling to keep his sword steady. Before they could recover, a deep, commanding voice echoed from the main hall. Enough! The disciples froze and parted, bowing their heads respectfully. A figure strode out of the hall. He was a man in his 50s, with a long, graying beard and a serene, powerful aura. He wore the deep blue robes of the sect master. This was Zhong Qianming, a renowned cultivator in the peak nascent soul realm. His sharp, intelligent eyes were fixed on Bai Chen, a flicker of stunned disbelief in them. He had felt the sonic boom of the boy's knock. He had felt the potent, unidentifiable energy in his shout. This was no ordinary child. You are Bai Chen, the sect master asked, his voice calm, but laced with an undercurrent of immense power. I am, Bai Chen said, giving a slight, casual bow. A pleasure to meet you, Sect Master Zhong. I apologize for the noise. Your guards were being dreadfully unhelpful. Sect Master Zhong's eyes narrowed. You wish for admittance into my sect? I do. The examinations are for that purpose. If you have the talent, you will pass. If you do not, you will fail. The rules are the same for everyone. Ah, but that seems so dreadfully boring, Bai Chen said with a sigh. All that waiting, all those silly tests. I propose a shortcut. You and I. One duel. If I win, you grant me entry. A wave of shocked gasps and furious muttering went through the assembled disciples. A 13-year-old brat was challenging their revered sect master, a nascent soul expert, to a duel. It wasn't just arrogance, it was madness. It was a profound insult. The sect master himself was momentarily speechless. He stared at the boy, trying to gauge if this was a prank, insanity, or a level of confidence so profound it bordered on the sublime. You wish to duel me? Zhong Qianming asked slowly, as if to make sure he'd heard correctly. Well, it wouldn't be much of a test to duel one of your students, would it? Bai Chen said, gesturing vaguely at the enraged disciples. No offense to them, but I'm looking for a challenge that lasts longer than 5 seconds. This was the final straw for the proud disciples. Sect Master, allow me to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, the lead disciple pleaded, his face purple with rage. The sect master raised a hand for silence. He looked at Bai Chen, a thoughtful, dangerous light entering his eyes. He was intrigued. And, he admitted to himself, a little insulted. He decided to play along, to see what power this boy could possibly possess to back up such incredible arrogance. Very well, he said, his voice turning cold. I accept your challenge. But we will add a condition. If I win, you will kowtow 100 times and personally apologize to every disciple present for your insolence before I have you thrown off this mountain. Do you agree? An excellent offer, Bai Chen said with a brilliant smile. I accept. He walked to the center of the main courtyard, his ironwood branch held loosely in his hand. The sect master followed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the calm confidence of an expert who was about to squash a bug. You may have the first move, Zhong Qianming said grandly. Thank you, but I must decline, Bai Chen replied politely. My techniques are a bit potent. I worry that if I go first, you won't have a chance to move at all. It would be a poor showing for your disciples. Please, you first. The sect master's eyebrow twitched. The sheer, unadulterated gall of this child was almost a work of art. So be it, he said, his patience finally snapping. Do not blame me for what comes next. He lifted a single finger. The air in the courtyard grew heavy. Immense spiritual pressure, the signature of a nascent soul master, descended upon Bai Chen. It was like the weight of a mountain, designed to crush him to his knees, to end the duel before it even began. The disciples felt the residual pressure and turned pale, their breathing becoming difficult. Under this colossal force, Bai Chen yawned. Is that it? He asked, looking genuinely disappointed. I've had heavier blankets. Is your nascent soul feeling a bit under the weather today, sect master? The spiritual pressure might have crushed a normal cultivator's soul, but Bai Chen's own soul was that of a demon lord who had stared down the heavenly Tao. The sect master's power was like a spring breeze to him. As for his body, the Laughing Sutra had tempered it to be a vessel of chaotic energy. It didn't bow to conventional spiritual force. The sect master's eyes widened in genuine shock. His pressure attack had failed. Completely. Fine, he gritted out. He flicked his sleeve, and a torrent of azure-colored sword kai materialized in the air. Hundreds of shimmering, deadly blades of energy that shot towards Bai Chen like a school of piranhas. Taste the azure cloud sword rain. It was one of the sect's signature moves, a deadly and beautiful attack. The disciples watched with grim satisfaction, expecting to see the boy shredded to ribbons. Bai Chen watched the storm of swords approach and finally moved. He didn't retreat. He didn't defend. He lifted his ironwood branch. A rather dreary name, he commented casually. So much blue. It needs more joy. He began to laugh, a clear, unrestrained peal of laughter that filled the courtyard. As he laughed, he swung his branch. Not in a block or a parry, but in a series of wild, nonsensical, looping patterns. It looked like a child playing make-believe. But as he swung, the vibrant, chaotic energy of the laughing sutra poured out of him. It didn't meet the sword kai with force. It infected it. A bizarre thing happened. The deadly, azure blades of energy began to wiggle. They changed color, flashing from blue to pink to bright yellow. They lost their sharp edges, rounding off into comical, harmless shapes. One turned into a fish. Another became a rubber chicken. The entire deadly sword rain transformed into a ridiculous, rainbow-colored confetti shower of absurdity that rained down harmlessly around Bai Chen. Silence. Every jaw in the courtyard, including the sect masters, was on the floor. They had just witnessed their sect's ultimate killing technique be turned into a child's birthday party. Sect Master Zhong stared at the rubber chicken made of kai as it dissolved at his feet. His mind, for the first time in 50 years, was a complete and utter blank. What was that? He whispered, his voice trembling. The heaven-defying, rainbow-colored, happy fun-time sword-dispersing art, Bai Chen supplied helpfully. I just made it up. Do you like it? The sect master took a step back, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. This was beyond his comprehension. The boy hadn't broken his technique, he had corrupted its very essence. This wasn't a cultivation style he had ever seen or even heard of. It was an affront to the Tao itself. It is now my turn, I believe, Bai Chen said, his smile turning sharp, predatory. He took one step forward. It was just a single step, but to the sect master, it felt as if the entire world had lurched. Bai Chen lifted his ironwood branch and pointed it directly at Zhong Qianming. The duel is over, sect master, Bai Chen stated calmly. What nonsense, Zhong Qianming retorted, instinctively gathering his power for a defense. Is it? Bai Chen asked. Look down. The sect master glanced down. At some point during the confetti shower, a single, glowing thread of multicolored energy had snaked its way across the courtyard and wrapped itself around his ankle. He hadn't even felt it. And now, for the punchline, Bai Chen whispered. He snapped his fingers. The thread of energy pulsed once. A jolt of pure, ticklish, chaotic joy shot up the sect master's leg and detonated in his dantian. It didn't harm his nascent soul. It didn't damage his meridians. It did something far, far worse. It commandeered his entire kai network. The sect master's eyes bulged. He felt his own immense spiritual power turn against him, seizing control of his body. His mouth opened, not to shout a challenge, but to let out a noise he had not made since he was a small boy. He. Haa ha ha. Sect Master Zhong Qianming, the revered and feared leader of the Azure Cloud sect, threw his head back and began to laugh hysterically. He couldn't stop. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face as uncontrollable, roaring laughter ripped out of him. The disciples watched, their minds shattering. Their godlike sect master was rolling on the ground, laughing like a drunken hyena. The image was so surreal, so world-breaking, that a few of the younger disciples fainted on the spot. Bai Chen walked over and gently plucked the thread of energy away. The laughter instantly subsided, leaving the sect master panting on the ground, his face beet red, his dignity in absolute tatters. Bai Chen leaned down, offering a hand to help him up. The sect master flinched away, as if from a venomous snake. I believe, Bai Chen said, his voice once again a polite, friendly murmur, that I have won. He had not just defeated the sect master. He had done it without causing a single injury. He had done it with such bizarre, humiliating, and incomprehensible methods that it was a deeper loss than any physical defeat could ever be. He had shattered not his body, but his spirit. After a long, shuddering breath, Zhong Qianming staggered to his feet. He looked at the boy, and what he saw was no longer a child. He saw a monster. A laughing, joyful, terrifyingly powerful monster wearing a child's skin. "You win," he croaked, the words tasting like ash. "State your terms." Bai Chen's smile was magnanimous. "As I said, I wish to join your sect. However," he added, holding up a finger, "I have one small condition." "Name it," the sect master said wearily, knowing he was in no position to refuse. "I wish to enter as an outer disciple," Bai Chen announced. Another wave of shock rippled through the stunned onlookers. He had the power to demand the status of a core disciple, or even a sect elder. Why would he want to be a mere outer disciple, the lowest rung on the ladder? "I want to start from the bottom," Bai Chen explained, his eyes sweeping over the crowd of young, arrogant faces. "I want to follow the rules, attend the classes, live in the dorms. I find that humility is a virtue best appreciated when one has the power to shatter mountains. It will be an educational experience for everyone." He was going to tear the sect apart from the inside out, not with force, but with his very presence. He was going to dismantle their arrogant system piece by piece, all while wearing the humble blue and white robes of an outer disciple. It was a plan of such breathtaking, long-term humiliation that the demon lord in him was purring with satisfaction. The sect master stared at him, finally understanding. The boy wasn't here just to join. He was here to play a game. A game whose rules only he knew. With a deep, soul-weary sigh, Zhong Qianming nodded. "So be it," he declared, his voice ringing with forced authority. "By my decree, Bai Chen is now an outer disciple of the Azure Cloud sect. Senior Brother Li," he barked at the still-frozen gate guard. "Why yes, sect master," Li stammered, snapping to attention. "You will escort Junior Brother Bai Chen to the outer sect dormitories and see to his arrangements." The look of utter horror on Senior Brother Li's face was priceless. The arrogant guard who had kicked him in his last life was now, by the sect master's decree, his personal guide and attendant. Bai Chen walked over to Li and gave him a beaming, friendly smile. "A pleasure to be in your care, senior brother," he said cheerfully. "I'm sure we are going to become the very best of friends." As Bai Chen followed the trembling disciple away, he glanced back at the main hall. He had done it. He was in. The life as an outer disciple of the Azure Cloud sect was, by design, miserable. The living quarters were cramped, shared barracks at the mountain's base, far from the spiritually dense air of the peak. The food was a tasteless, watery gruel. The daily chores were menial and endless, sweeping courtyards, tending the low-grade herb gardens, and scrubbing the privies. The purpose was to grind down the arrogance of new recruits and forge a foundation of humility and discipline. For Bai Chen, it was a hilarious vacation. He performed his chores with an infuriating cheerfulness that drove his fellow disciples mad. He didn't use any overt power, but the laughing sutra's influence bled into his every action. When he swept the courtyards, the leaves would seem to dance into neat piles on their own. When he tended the gardens, the herbs would perk up, their leaves shining with a new vitality. He treated the drudgery as a game, a new set of rules to bend and break in subtle, amusing ways. His infamy from the duel with the sect master preceded him. He was a paradox, a monster of unfathomable power, who willingly chose to live amongst the lowest of the low. The other outer disciples gave him a wide berth, whispering about him in fearful tones. Senior Brother Li, his reluctant guide, treated him with the terrified reverence one might reserve for a pet tiger that could, at any moment, remember it was a tiger. Bai Chen savored the irony. He was enjoying the peace, the relative quiet. But he knew it was time to instigate the next phase of his plan. There was another spectre from his past haunting the halls of this sect. A man whose betrayal had been less dramatic than a sword in the back, but far more insidious. Alchemist Fang. In his previous life, Feng Yi was the most promising young alchemist in the sect. He was arrogant, ambitious, and obsessed with concocting pills that produced rapid, unstable bursts of power. Bai Chen, desperate to mend his broken spirit root, had sought him out. Feng Yi had given him a pill, a so-called spirit-mending elixir, that had instead secretly contained a slow-acting poison. It didn't kill him, but it further damaged his meridians, setting his cultivation back by years and leaving him with chronic internal pain that plagued him until he became the Demon Lord. Feng Yi had used him as a human test subject, a piece of disposable trash. This time, Bai Chen thought with a sharp, cold grin, the experiment would have a very different outcome. He wasn't seeking revenge in the form of blood. That was the old him. The new him preferred a more elegant, more soul-crushing form of justice, total and utter professional annihilation. His first step was to visit the Sex Alchemy Pavilion, the Alchemical Arts Hall. It was a grand, pagoda-like structure that reeked of strange herbs and bottled hubris. As an outer disciple, he wasn't technically allowed entry without a pass, but rules, to Bai Chen, were merely suggestions. He strolled in as if he owned the place. The main hall was bustling. Young alchemy apprentices in grey robes rushed about, tending to bubbling cauldrons and grinding herbs. At the center of it all, holding court behind a large marble counter, was Feng Yi himself. He was exactly as Bai Chen remembered, a handsome, sharp-featured young man in his late teens, his robes impeccably clean, a look of profound arrogance etched onto his face. He was lecturing a group of adoring junior alchemists, his voice dripping with condescension. The key to the fierce yang pill is not just the ingredients, but the timing of the catalytic fusion, Feng Yi announced loftily. Most fools drop the sunfire grass in too early, resulting in a brutish, unstable product. One must wait for the cauldron's aura to shift from cerulean to gold. A subtlety only a true talent can perceive. A young, freckled apprentice raised a hesitant hand. But senior brother Fang, the ancient texts say the sunfire grass must be introduced with the crimson salamander blood to balance the yin and yang. Feng Yi scoffed, a nasty, dismissive sound. Ancient texts. The mutterings of long-dead traditionalists. They were too timid. My method is superior. It is faster. It produces a pill 3 times as potent. But is it stable? The apprentice pressed. Stability is a crutch for the weak. Feng Yi declared. True cultivators crave power, not safety. Bai Chen leaned against a pillar, watching the scene with an amused smirk. Feng Yi's arrogance was even more breathtaking than he remembered. His alchemy was the equivalent of strapping a rocket to a wooden cart. It was fast, impressive, and guaranteed to end in a fiery disaster. The fierce yang pills he peddled gave a cultivator a temporary, massive boost in strength, but they left behind a residue of fiery poison that slowly eroded the user's meridians over time. It was a predatory, short-sighted practice. Bai Chen decided it was time to make his entrance. He ambled over to the counter, casually picking up one of the fierce yang pills on display. It was a fiery red pellet, radiating an unstable heat. Not bad, Bai Chen commented, his voice loud enough to cut through Feng Yi's lecture. If your goal was to create a slow-acting laxative for fire-breathing lizards. As a pill for human consumption, however, it's a catastrophe. The hall fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Who was this outer disciple in his worn blue robes, daring to insult the great senior brother Fang? Feng Yi's handsome face twisted into a mask of pure rage. Who are you? And what gives an ignorant outer disciple like you the right to critique my work? The name is Bai Chen, he said with a cheerful wave. And my right comes from possessing a functional pair of eyes, and a nose that isn't completely scorched by your cauldron fumes. He held up the pill. I can smell the imbalance from here. Too much yang, not enough containment. The sunfire essence is running wild. Whoever takes this will get a nice little power boost, followed by a month of feeling like their internal organs are being slow roasted over a fire. He looked at the freckled apprentice. The kid with the freckles was right. You should listen to him. The ancient texts have a tendency to be, correct. The freckled apprentice blushed and tried to shrink into the background, terrified of being associated with this suicidal lunatic. Feng Yi's face was now a thundercloud. You dare? My pills are the most sought-after enhancement elixirs in the entire outer sect. I have a waiting list a mile long. Of course you do, Bai Chen said, nodding sympathetically. Selling poison is always a profitable business, until your customers start realizing why their hair is falling out. He popped the fierce young pill into his mouth. A collective gasp went through the room. Feng Yi's eyes widened, a cruel, satisfied smirk touching his lips. He was waiting for the boy to scream, to see the unstable energy overload his weak system. Bai Chen chewed on the pill thoughtfully, as if it were a candy. A faint red glow enveloped him, the pill's fiery energy surging through his meridians. To any other cultivator, it would be a painful, chaotic ordeal. But to Bai Chen's body, tempered by the Laughing Sutra, the unstable energy was just another flavor of chaos. His system absorbed it, neutralized the harmful impurities, and converted the pure energy with a quiet, joyful hum. The red glow subsided in seconds, leaving him completely unaffected. Bai Chen said, tapping his chin. A bit spicy. Over-toasted. And it leaves a nasty, sulfurous aftertaste. 2 out of 10. Would not recommend. Feng Yi stared, his jaw slack. It was impossible. No one, not even an inner sect expert, could consume one of his pills so casually and show no effect. The boy should be on the floor, spasming from chi deviation. How? He stammered. How did you do that? I have a robust constitution, Bai Chen said with a shrug. He then leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, a naughty glint in his eye. But since you seem so interested in creating a pill that offers a truly explosive release of energy, I might have a recipe for you. He subtly manipulated his chi, a wisp of the Laughing Sutra's chaotic power, and traced a complex alchemical formula onto the marble countertop. It was a real formula, one for a potent aphrodisiac he had discovered in a demon lord's hidden library in his past life. It was notoriously powerful and wildly unpredictable. Feng Yi's alchemist instincts took over. His eyes traced the beautiful, complex formula, his arrogance momentarily forgotten in the face of such elegant, unheard-of alchemy. He saw the potential, the raw power in the design. He didn't recognize its true purpose. The harmonious bloom ascension elixir, he murmured, reading the fake name Bai Chen had given the formula. The synergy, the way the phoenix tail fern interacts with the dragon's breath pollen, it's genius. It's revolutionary. This would cause a very warm feeling of ascension, yes, Bai Chen finished for him, his smile utterly wicked. I am giving you this recipe for free. A gift? Consider it a professional courtesy. He turned to leave, his work done. He had planted the seed. Feng Yi's arrogance and ambition would do the rest. Wait! Feng Yi called out, his pride returning. Don't think this changes anything. Your critique of my fierce young pill is baseless slander. I demand satisfaction. Satisfaction. Bai Chen turned, one eyebrow raised. Are you challenging me to a duel? I warn you, my last duel didn't end well for my opponent's dignity. Not a duel of arms. Feng Yi sneered. A duel of alchemy. A pill battle. Here, next week, in front of the entire sect. We will both craft a chi-boosting pill. We will have them tested by the elders. We'll see whose slander is baseless then. Unless, of course, you're a coward who can only talk big. It was perfect. Better than he could have planned. A pill battle. Bai Chen feigned contemplation. That does sound like fun. Very well, senior brother Fang. I accept your challenge. But what shall we wager? If I win, Feng Yi declared, his voice full of venom, you will publicly admit that you are an ignorant fraud and become my personal cauldron scrubber for a year. Harsh, Bai Chen clicked his tongue. All right. And if I win? He tapped his chin. If I win, you must close down your little pill peddling business. And you must give me the lease to your stall. It was a brilliant move. It would not only humiliate Feng Yi, but would also give Bai Chen the platform he needed for his next venture. Done? Fang Yi spat. Prepare for your humiliation, you filthy outer disciple. Bai Chen just grinned, gave a jaunty wave, and strolled out of the alchemical arts hall, whistling a cheerful tune. The whispers followed him out, a mix of awe and pity for the boy who had just signed his own death warrant. 1 week later, the central plaza of the Azure Cloud sect was packed. News of the pill battle had spread like wildfire. It was a grand spectacle. On one side was senior brother Fang Yi, the star alchemist of his generation, standing proudly behind a magnificent, custom-made bronze cauldron engraved with phoenixes. On the other side was Bai Chen, the mysterious outer disciple, who had a rusty, blackened iron cooking pot he borrowed from the kitchens. The contrast was so absurd that ripples of laughter went through the crowd. Fang Yi smirked, his victory already assured in his mind. The judging panel consisted of 3 sect elders, including the sect master himself, who looked on with a weary but intensely curious expression. The rules are simple, one of the elders announced. Each alchemist will now concoct a pill to enhance a cultivator's qi. The final products will be judged on 3 criteria: potency, purity, and safety. You may begin. Fang Yi moved with arrogant flair. He ignited his cauldron with a flourish, using a special alchemical fire that burned a brilliant white. He laid out his ingredients, rare, expensive herbs that shone with spiritual light. He was crafting his masterpiece, an upgraded fierce young pill, one he was sure would activate the elders. Bai Chen, on the other hand, yawned. He placed his rusty cooking pot on a makeshift charcoal brazier. His ingredients were a strange, humble assortment: common herbs from the outer sect garden, a few wild berries, a handful of dried mushroom caps, and a small, uncorked gourd. Is he making a pill or a peasant stew? A disciple scoffed. Bai Chen ignored them. He tossed the herbs into the pot, not with precision, but with the casual air of a chef making soup. He didn't use any special fire, he just let the charcoal burn. His true work was unseen. He wasn't relying on the quality of the ingredients, or the heat of the fire. He was using the principles of the Laughing Sutra. He closed his eyes and began to hum a cheerful, nonsensical tune. That tune was a conduit for his joyful, chaotic energy, which he poured into the pot. He wasn't refining the herbs, he was persuading them. He was infusing them with the very concept of joy, coaxing them to shed their impurities, and merge their essences in a state of harmonious bliss. He remembered Lin Yu's smile. He remembered the feeling of her hug. He channeled that pure, warm feeling into the concoction. It wasn't just alchemy, it was a form of culinary art. Finally, he uncorked his gourd. From it, he poured a single, shimmering drop of liquid. It was water from the moonlit pool behind the waterfall, imbued with 3 years of concentrated joyful energy. The moment the drop hit the bubbling mixture, a wonderful aroma filled the plaza. It wasn't the sharp, medicinal scent of alchemy. It was the smell of a blooming spring meadow, of fresh-baked bread, of a happy childhood memory you didn't even know you had. Disciples sniffed the air, their aggressive, competitive mood softening, a foolish, happy smile spreading across their faces. With a final, cheerful plink, Bai Chen flicked the side of his pot. A single, perfect pill shot out and landed in his waiting hand. It wasn't fiery red, or brilliant gold. It was a simple, pearly white, like a polished river stone, with a faint, rainbow-like shimmer deep within. It radiated no heat, no overwhelming power, just a gentle, calming aura. A moment later, Fang Yi let out a triumphant cry. He opened his cauldron, and a wave of oppressive heat washed out. Inside lay 3 crimson pills, glowing with such ferocious energy that they looked like tiny, condensed suns. "Behold," he declared, "my supreme fierce young pills." The duel was over. The pills were brought to the judge's table. Sect Master Zhong picked up one of Fang Yi's pills first. His expression was grim. Potency is dangerously high. Purity is abysmal. It is filled with fiery toxins. Safety is non-existent. This pill would cripple the user within a year. He looked at Fang Yi with cold disappointment. This is not alchemy. This is poison. Fang Yi's face went white. The sect master then picked up Bai Chen's humble, pearly white pill. The moment he touched it, his eyes widened. He could feel a gentle, pure, and incredibly vibrant energy humming within. It felt happy. He ingested it. A wave of pure, joyful energy spread through his body. It didn't violently boost his chi, it gently soothed his meridians, healed old, hidden injuries from past battles, and coaxed his own spiritual energy into a more vibrant, efficient state. His nascent soul, weary from decades of solemn cultivation, felt refreshed, lighter. He felt good. Genuinely, uncomplicatedly good. A slow, amazed smile spread across the sect master's face. Potency is subtle, yet profound, he declared, his voice filled with awe. Purity is 100%. Flawless. And safety, this pill is not just safe, it is beneficial to the very foundation of one's cultivation. He looked at Bai Chen, his gaze a mixture of reverence and utter disbelief. In all my years, I have never seen a pill of this quality. What is it called? Bai Chen gave a sunny grin. The Happy Fun Time Good Feeling Pill. The name is a work in progress. The verdict was clear. The winner was Bai Chen, by an astronomical margin. Fang Yi stared, his world collapsing. He had been defeated. Humiliated. His life's work declared poison, while this ridiculous outer disciple's stew was praised as a masterpiece. Impossible, he shrieked, his mind snapping. He must have cheated. This is sorcery, not alchemy. Bai Chen just shrugged. A wager is a wager, senior brother Fang. Your stall is mine. And with that, the legend of Bai Chen, the alchemist god, was born. He took over Fang Yi's stall, tore down the pretentious signage, and hung up a simple, hand-painted wooden sign, The Laughing Pill House Proprietor. Bai Chen, our pills are better than yours. Our insults are free. It was an instant sensation. Disciples flocked to him, not just for his miraculous pills, which he named things like the Ouch Begone Salve and the Stop Crying It's Just a Flesh-Wound Pellet, but for the experience. Bai Chen's business model was unique. He would sell you a pill, but he would also give you a sharp, witty, and deeply personal roast. A pill for focus, he'd say to a nervous disciple. Your focus isn't the problem. It's that haircut. It's so distracting it's scaring away the spiritual energy. Here, take the pill. It won't fix your hair, but it might help you forget how bad it looks. The disciple would leave, clutching his pill, unsure if he'd been helped or emotionally devastated. But the pills worked miracles, and the insults were so clever that they became a badge of honor. To be roasted by Bai Chen meant you had been acknowledged by him. Laughter, whether from his own jokes or the embarrassed chuckles of his customers, constantly filled the air around his stall, creating a potent aura of joyful energy that he subtly absorbed, furthering his own cultivation. He was getting stronger and richer, all while having the time of his life. Meanwhile, Fang Yi fell into ruin. His reputation shattered, he became a laughingstock. Obsessed with reclaiming his glory, he locked himself away, trying to decipher the harmonious bloom ascension elixir formula Bai Chen had given him. He poured all his remaining resources into it. One fateful night, he succeeded. He created a single, beautiful, pulsating pink pill. Convinced it was his ticket back to the top, he swallowed it himself. The effects were not what he expected. A short while later, the prim and proper head female elder of the disciplinary hall was walking past the alchemy dormitories when a window burst open. Fang Yi, his eyes wild with a strange, passionate fervor, his robes half torn, appeared at the window. He was holding a lute and singing a screeching, off-key love ballad to a potted plant. He then proclaimed his undying love for the elder, promising her a life of passion and an empire built on the back of his amorous poetry. The elder, a notoriously frigid woman who hadn't smiled in 40 years, blushed a shade of purple never before seen in nature, shrieked in outrage, and had Feng Yi arrested for public insanity and lewd behavior. He was last seen being dragged to the confinement cells, still serenading his potted plant. When Bai Chen heard the news, he didn't laugh out loud. He just took a quiet sip of tea, a small, deeply satisfied smile on his face. Revenge wasn't about causing pain. It was about creating a better, more amusing story. And Fang Yi's new chapter was, by all accounts, a comedy classic. The board was being cleared. The pawns of his past were being repositioned, or removed entirely. And Bai Chen's own power, wealth, and legend were growing day by day, fueled by laughter, mischief, and the best damn pills the sect had ever seen. He was no longer just a disciple. He was an institution. And he was having far too much fun. Fame was a strange, buzzing creature. For Bai Chen, it was both a tool and a source of endless amusement. The Laughing Pill House had become the unofficial social hub of the Azure Cloud sect. Disciples didn't just come for miracle cures, they came for the spectacle, to see who would be the next target of Bai Chen's devastatingly accurate roasts, to bask in the strangely uplifting atmosphere of the store. Bai Chen, now 14 years old, had mastered the art of being an enigma. He was still technically an outer disciple, still living in the shabby dorms, yet he was also the wealthiest and most influential student in the sect. He had sect elders, discreetly sending their aides to purchase his 5-decade younger feeling joint cream. He was a walking, talking paradox, and the sect's stuffy, traditionalist system had no idea how to categorize him. He sat behind his stall, skillfully polishing a bruise-begone pellet while observing the flow of people. His cultivation had soared. The constant influx of joy, embarrassment, and outright laughter from his daily business was like a spiritual torrent, feeding the Laughing Sutra. He had broken through several minor realms of body refinement without anyone even noticing, his power coiled so deep within him that it was virtually undetectable. But he was getting bored. Roasting puffed-up junior disciples was fun, but it lacked a certain grandiosity. He needed a bigger stage. A bigger audience. More dramatic reactions to fuel his growth. As if the heavens themselves were listening, a grand announcement echoed across the sect, carried by the sect master's Kai-infused voice. The annual tournament of the 5 Azure Banners is upon us. All sects within the Azure province will send their most promising disciples under the age of 18 to the city of Azure Crossing to compete for glory, honor, and priceless spiritual resources. The Azure Cloud sect will hold its internal selection tournament next month to choose our 5 representatives. A jolt of excitement shot through Bai Chen. This was it. The perfect opportunity. In his past life, this tournament had been a turning point. A brilliant, arrogant prodigy from a rival sect had swept the competition, humiliating the Azure Cloud sect's disciples and claiming the grand prize, a celestial artifact that had greatly aided his cultivation. That prodigy's name was Jin Wei, a man who would later become one of Bai Chen's most irritating and persistent rivals. Oh, Jin Wei, Bai Chen thought, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. You have no idea what's coming your way. Last time, you were the star of the show. This time, you'll be the punchline. But first, he had to get on the team. Which meant participating in the internal selection tournament. The news that Bai Chen, the pill-peddling outer disciple, had signed up for the martial tournament was met with widespread disbelief and derision. He's an alchemist, not a fighter. He must be joking. Is he going to try and insult his opponents into submission? That trick he pulled on the sect master was sorcery, not real combat prowess. Against a true swordsman, he'll be cut down in an instant. No one took him seriously. He was the clown, the eccentric genius. A serious, life-or-death battle was a different world entirely. They had conveniently forgotten how he entered the sect in the first place. This underestimation was exactly what Bai Chen wanted. The day of the selection tournament arrived. The Grand Martial Arena, at the peak of the mountain, was packed. At the center stood a massive, elevated stone stage. The atmosphere was tense, crackling with competitive energy. All the top inner sect disciples were present, each one a proud young master with a powerful cultivation base in the Qi condensation realm. And then there was Bai Chen. He sauntered onto the stage, not with a gleaming spiritual sword, but with his trusty ironwood branch slung over his shoulder. He wore his standard, shabby outer disciple robes. He looked like a stagehand who had wandered into the spotlight by mistake. His first opponent was a burly inner disciple named Jiao Zhong, known for his aggressive earth-shattering fist technique. He looked at Bai Chen with contempt. You're my opponent. Jiao Zhong scoffed. Just forfeit now and save yourself the humiliation. I have no interest in breaking an alchemist's bones. That's very kind of you, Bai Chen said with a bright smile. But I've always wanted to know what your earth-shattering fist feels like. Does it feel more like a mild tremor, or just a bad case of indigestion? I am genuinely curious. Jiao Zhong's face turned crimson with rage. You court death, he roared. He stomped his foot, the stone stage cracking beneath the force, and charged, his fist glowing with a thick, yellow light. Earth-shattering punch. He threw a punch that carried the weight of a boulder, powerful enough to pulverize a normal man. The crowd gasped. Bai Chen didn't move. He didn't even lift his stick. He just waited. As the massive, glowing fist was about to connect with his face, he did something utterly bizarre. He wiggled his fingers. It was a silly, playful little wiggle, the kind one might use to entertain a baby. But imbued in that wiggle was a highly concentrated burst of the Laughing Sutra's chaotic energy, specifically targeted at the meridian points controlling the flow of Qi in Jiao Zhong's arm. The effect was instantaneous. The thick, yellow glow around Jiao Zhong's fist flickered and died as if a switch had been flipped. The immense power behind the punch vanished, leaving only a normal, physical strike. Jiao Zhong's arm, suddenly stripped of its power, felt strangely light and weak. His momentum was thrown completely off balance. He stared at his now normal fist in utter confusion. What my Qi? In that moment of confusion, Bai Chen took a leisurely step to the side. As the now powerless Jiao Zhong stumbled past, Bai Chen stuck out his foot. Jiao Zhong, a proud inner sect master, tripped over Bai Chen's foot and went flying, landing face first in a sandpit at the edge of the stage with a comical poof. Silence. Then, a few confused chuckles rippled through the crowd. Jiao Zhong, sputtering sand, scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief and incandescent fury. He had been defeated by a finger wiggle and a schoolyard trip. The sheer humiliation was a greater blow than any punch could have been. I yield, he choked out, before fleeing the stage, unable to bear the thousands of staring eyes. Bai Chen shrugged. Well, that was disappointing. I never did find out what it felt like. He looked at the tournament elder. Next. One by one, it was the same story. His opponents, all powerful and proud inner disciples, found themselves defeated in the most bewildering and humiliating ways imaginable. Against a swift swordswoman, he didn't block her attacks. He simply hummed a jaunty tune that caused the Qi flowing to her sword to get tangled, making her elegant sword dance look like a drunk trying to swat a fly. She ended up tripping over her own feet. Against a disciple who used fire arts, Bai Chen blew a single, gentle puff of air that carried a cooling intent. It didn't extinguish the disciple's fireballs, it just turned them into harmless, warm bubbles that floated away and popped harmlessly. The disciple stared at his hands, wondering if he had somehow forgotten how fire worked. His signature move became the non-lethal, dignity-shattering finger flick. He would use it to strike a weapon, not with force, but with a vibrational frequency that would make the wielder's hand tingle uncontrollably, forcing them to drop their precious spiritual sword. He wasn't fighting. He was playing. The arena was his stage, and his opponents were unwitting actors in his grand comedy. The crowd's initial confusion turned into riotous laughter. They had never seen anything like it. They had come for a display of martial prowess, and were instead treated to a masterclass in creative humiliation. Finally, he stood opposite the last challenger, the #1 inner disciple, Feng Jian. He was known as the Silent Sword, a cold, aloof young man who was the sex pride and joy. His swordsmanship was said to be flawless, his kai pure and incredibly dense. He looked at Bai Chen not with contempt, but with cold, analytical curiosity. "Your tricks will not work on me," Feng Jian said, his voice flat and emotionless. His spiritual sword, a beautiful blade that shimmered with frost, was already drawn. "My mind is a fortress. My kai is a mountain. Your chaotic arts will find no purchase." "My, so serious," Bai Chen sighed. "You look like you swallowed a frozen persimmon. Have you ever tried smiling? I hear it can increase blood flow to the face by up to 20%. You look like you could use it." Feng Jian's eye twitched, the only sign of irritation. "Your words are meaningless." He moved. He was like a phantom, a blow of white robes and frosted steel. His blade struck, not with brute force, but with chilling precision. It was a beautiful, deadly attack. Bai Chen finally lifted his ironwood branch. The clash of cheap wood against a superior spiritual sword should have resulted in shattered splinters. Clang! The branch held. It didn't just block. It seemed to absorb the impact, the joyful energy within it cushioning the blow. Feng Jian's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "A good fortress," Bai Chen commented, "needs a strong foundation. But even the strongest mountain can be eroded by a steady stream." They exchanged dozens of blows in the span of a few seconds. Feng Jian was a whirlwind of ice and steel. Bai Chen was a dancing tree. His movements were fluid, unpredictable, sometimes clumsy-looking, but always perfectly positioned. He didn't use any recognizable sword forms. He simply flowed, his stick a seamless extension of his joyful, chaotic aura. "You're not even using proper footwork." Feng Jian gritted out, his frustration growing. He was fighting a master swordsman, who refused to fight like one. "Proper footwork is so restrictive," Bai Chen replied cheerfully, hopping on one foot to dodge a low slash. "I prefer to leave my options open." Frustrated, Feng Jian unleashed his ultimate technique. Frozen Soul Requiem. The temperature in the entire arena plummeted. A terrifying wave of frost-infused sword kai washed over the stage, designed to freeze not just the body, but the soul itself. Bai Chen grinned. "Oh, a cold front. I should have brought a jacket." Instead of resisting the cold, he welcomed it. He allowed the frosty kai to wash over him. Then, he applied a principle from his alchemy. He treated the cold energy as an ingredient. He infused it with his own warm, joyful energy, creating a bizarre catalytic reaction. The terrifying frost didn't dissipate. It changed. The sharp, soul-chilling ice crystals began to clump together, turning soft and white. It started snowing on the stage. Fluffy, gentle snowflakes began to drift down from the epicenter of Feng Jian's ultimate attack. They landed on his hair, on his shoulders. The crowd stared, utterly bewildered. The Silent Sword's most feared technique had been turned into a picturesque winter scene. Feng Jian stood frozen, not from his own ice, but from sheer, mind-breaking shock. His sword wavered. In that moment, Bai Chen stepped forward and lightly tapped Feng Jian's forehead with his ironwood branch. It was a gentle tap, carrying no force. But it was the symbolic end of the duel. "Boop," Bai Chen said. He then leaned in and whispered, his voice warm and laced with a hint of teasing that was, in its own way, devastatingly intimate. "You fight beautifully, Silent Sword. But you fight without joy. A sword without a heart is just a sharpened piece of metal. You're trying so hard to be a legend, a sword lord or some such thing, but all I see is a lonely little puppy, shivering in the cold, trying to look tough." His words, soft and personal, cut Feng Jian deeper than any blade. Puppy Lord. It was absurd. It was insulting. And for some reason, it stuck. Bai Chen stepped back, giving him a wink. "You have great potential, Puppy Lord. Try having some fun once in a while." He turned and walked away, leaving Feng Jian standing alone amidst the gently falling, magical snow, his cold facade shattered, a new, ridiculous nickname branded onto his soul. He had not been defeated, he had been comprehensively deconstructed. Bai Chen had won the tournament. He had secured his spot on the team. He had become an absolute legend within the sect, known not as a fighter, but as the dignity destroyer. And somewhere in the crowd, the sect master stroked his beard, a slow, complex smile on his face. This boy was either going to bring the sect to unprecedented glory, or burn it to the ground in a beautiful, hilarious blaze. He honestly wasn't sure which he would prefer to see. Later that evening, Bai Chen sat by the moonlit pool behind the waterfall, his secluded sanctuary. He wasn't training, just resting, letting the day's triumphant chaos settle within him. He had one of the clean shirts Lin Yu had given him laid out on a rock beside him. He hadn't dared to wear it yet, but sometimes, just seeing it was enough. "Are you proud of me, Yu? I won." The thought was childish, but it warmed him. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't hear the footsteps until they were almost upon him. His senses, usually so sharp, had been relaxed in his private haven. He turned, instantly on alert, only to freeze. Standing at the edge of the woods, her form bathed in the silver light of the moon, was a young woman. She was perhaps 16, with an air of noble grace that was both innate and carefully cultivated. She wore the simple traveling clothes of a commoner, but the fabric was too fine, her posture too perfect. Her face was heart-stoppingly beautiful, with intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you. But what made Bai Chen's breath catch was not her beauty. It was the faint but unmistakable scent of the imperial city that clung to her, the smell of old power, ancient politics, and royal incense. And what made his heart lurch was the two elite imperial guards, masters of concealment, that he now sensed hiding in the shadows behind her, their killing intent tightly leashed but undeniably present. This was no commoner. The young woman stepped forward, her gaze sweeping from the glowing pool to Bai Chen's face. "So, you are the one they call Bai Chen," she said, her voice like cultured music, but with a firm, commanding edge. "The one who defeated the Azure Cloud sect's best with a stick and a series of jokes." "I came to see the legend for myself." "Legends are often disappointing in person," Bai Chen replied, recovering his composure. He remained seated, projecting an aura of lazy disinterest. "And you are?" "You may call me Zhuan," she said, offering a small, practiced smile. It didn't reach her eyes. "Zhuan," Bai Chen repeated, testing the name. He remembered a Princess Zhuan from his past life, the Emperor's brilliant, ambitious, and notoriously difficult daughter. This had to be her. A lovely name. What brings a traveler like yourself so far up a mountain in the middle of the night? Looking for a quiet place to swim. He let his gaze drift suggestively towards the pool, a playful, roguish light in his eyes. Her practiced smile faltered, and a faint hint of pink touched her cheeks. "I am here on business. I heard of a laughing pill house and its miraculous cures. My companion is unwell." It was a clumsy, transparent lie. "Is he now?" Bai Chen said, not buying it for a second. "And what ails this companion?" "A sudden case of being a terrible liaritis. I'm afraid I don't have a pill for that. The condition is usually chronic." The two guards in the shadows tensed. This boy was showing no respect. Princess Zhuan's composure hardened, a flash of imperial anger in her eyes. "You are as insolent as the rumors say. And you are as bad at pretending to be a commoner as rumors would suggest, Your Highness," Bai Chen countered smoothly. The game was up. Zhuan dropped her facade, her posture straightening, her aura of authority intensifying. "You knew." "The guards who smell like the Emperor's own training grounds were a subtle clue," he said with a lazy wave. "That, and you have the 'I am used to people kneeling' look about you. It's a hard look to fake." Instead of being angry, Princess Zhuan looked intrigued. She had spent her life surrounded by sycophants and bootlickers. This boy, this ridiculously young and infuriatingly perceptive boy, was treating her not as royalty, but as an equal. It was refreshing. You have a sharp mind, Bai Chen, she admitted. And sharper senses. Tell me, what do you want? Fame? Fortune? A title? A person of your unique talents could go far with the right backing. With my backing. She was trying to recruit him. To make him one of her political pawns. The demon lord in him sneered at the amateurish attempt at manipulation. Your Highness, I find I am a very simple man, Bai Chen said, standing up. He wasn't wearing a shirt, having taken it off earlier, and his torso, lean and defined from years of relentless training, was fully on display in the moonlight. His skin had a faint, jade-like luster from his nightly baths in the energized pool. I want for very little. Good food. A soft place to sleep. An interesting company. He let his eyes roam over her deliberately, from her elegant posture down to her small, silk-shod feet, and back up to her blushing face. At the moment, the company is moderately interesting. Princess Zhuan's breath hitched. No one had ever looked at her like that. It wasn't lecherous, it was appraising, playful, and utterly devoid of the fear she was used to seeing. It was the look of a predator assessing another, and it sent a thrilling, dangerous shiver down her spine. You are playing a dangerous game, Bai Chen, she whispered, her voice a little unsteady. It's the only kind of game worth playing, he replied, taking a step closer. The air between them crackled. The two guards in the shadows were moments from intervening. But before either of them could speak again, a new sound cut through the night. The sharp twang of a crossbow being fired. An ambush. A black feathered bolt, dripping with a dark, viscous poison, shot out of the woods from a third direction, aimed directly at Princess Zhuan's heart. The Imperial Guards moved, but they were too far. Zhuan's own cultivation was not fast enough. Bai Chen, however, was already in motion. He didn't try to block the bolt. He simply grabbed the princess by the waist, his bare arm wrapping around her, and pulled her against him, spinning them both around. His back was now to the bolt. The bolt slammed into his shoulder, sinking deep into the flesh. He didn't cry out. He didn't even grunt. He just stood there for a second, holding her, the only sign of the impact the tightening of his arm around her waist. Princess Zhuan gasped, her hands pressed against his bare, warm chest. She could feel the steady, powerful beat of his heart. She stared up at him, her eyes wide with terror and a dozen other emotions she couldn't name. The Imperial Guards finally arrived, moving to shield her, their swords drawn. A third, fourth, and fifth assassin burst from the trees, engaging them in a flurry of deadly combat. Bai Chen calmly pushed Zhuan behind him, putting himself between her and the ongoing fight. Then, he did something that utterly defied all logic. He reached back, grabbed the feathered shaft of the crossbow bolt, and slowly, deliberately, pulled it out of his own shoulder. Dark, poisoned blood welled up, but the wound was already starting to knit itself closed, the joyful, life-affirming energy of the laughing sutra fighting back against the venom. He looked at the poison on the bolt, sniffed it, and made a face. Amateurs, he declared. This poison is weak. It tastes like regret and bad life choices. He turned back to the stunned princess, a devil-may-care grin on his face despite the bleeding wound. Well, Your Highness, he said, his voice a low, teasing whisper. It seems my wish for more interesting company has been granted. Though I do hope you're not this much trouble on all your dates. He stood before her, bleeding for her, yet teasing her as if they were sharing a stroll in a garden. The universe seemed to shrink until it contained only the two of them, the roar of the waterfall, and the chaos of the battle raging just a few feet away. A bond, forged in a single moment of violence and defiant charm, had been created. And Bai Chen knew, with a certainty that thrilled and exasperated him in equal measure, that his life had just gotten infinitely more complicated. The Emperor's daughter now owed him her life. And that was a debt that could prove far more dangerous than any assassin's poison. The world had narrowed to the space of a heartbeat. For Princess Zhuan, the cacophony of the battle raging around them, the clash of steel, the grunts of exertion, the deadly whispers of Kai-infused techniques, faded into a distant hum. All that existed was the man standing in front of her. Bai Chen. He stood as a shield, his back to her, his bare shoulders illuminated by the moonlight. A wound that should have crippled him was bleeding sluggishly, the dark, poisoned blood a stark contrast to the healthy, jade-like luster of his skin. He had just pulled a crossbow bolt from his own flesh as casually as one might remove a splinter, and then had the sheer, unmitigated audacity to tease her about it. Her heart, which should have been pounding with fear, was instead performing a strange, frantic rhythm she didn't recognize. It was a chaotic mix of terror, gratitude, and a bewildering, infuriating flicker of attraction. You're bleeding, she stammered, the words feeling utterly inadequate. Bai Chen glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with a mischief that had no place on a battlefield. I hadn't noticed. He gave her a wink. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. The poison, on the other hand, is quite insulting. No craftsmanship at all. His flippancy was a fortress, a defiant statement against the violence surrounding them. It was his greatest weapon, and Zhuan was beginning to understand that it was more potent than any sword. One of her imperial guards, a man named General Fei, a veteran of 100 battles, dispatched an assassin with a brutal, efficient sword stroke and glanced back, his face a mask of controlled panic. Your Highness, we must get you away from here. And go where? Bai Chen called out, not even looking at the fight. They clearly tracked you this far. Running just means getting ambushed in a less scenic location. He turned his full attention back to the wound on his shoulder. The blackish blood was already beginning to run clearer, the laughing sutra's vital energy purging the toxin with remarkable speed. Besides, he added thoughtfully, I find the ambient noise of combat to be rather stimulating. It really gets the blood pumping. His casual dismissal of her elite guard's strategy was maddening, yet his logic was undeniable. Princess Zhuan found her own voice, steadying it with the regal authority she was born to. He's right, General Fei. We make our stand here. End this. Fei gritted his teeth, bowed his head in acknowledgement, and returned to the fray with renewed fury. He and his partner were masters, but they were outnumbered 3-2 by assassins of nearly equal skill. It was a desperate, grinding battle. Zhuan finally tore her eyes away from Bai Chen and focused on her own situation. While her cultivation was respectable for a princess, focused more on longevity and refinement than combat, she was no helpless maiden. She drew a small, elegant dagger from a sheath hidden in her sleeve, its blade shimmering with a cold light. She would not be a burden. But Bai Chen just tutted, shaking his head. No, no, no. Put that away. You'll chip a nail. I am not helpless, she hissed, offended. I never said you were, he replied smoothly. But a princess's hands are made for wielding power, not cutlery. Leave the rough work to the professionals. His gaze flickered towards the ongoing fight. Or, in this case, the slightly better than amateur enthusiasts. He took a step forward, directly towards the melee. What are you doing? Zhuan cried, reaching out as if to stop him. Negotiating, he said with a grin. He didn't draw a weapon. He simply strolled into the heart of the battle, his ironwood branch still resting on his shoulder. He moved with a dreamlike ease, the deadly dance of blades seeming to part around him, as if he were a stone in a stream. He stopped beside one of the assassins, a wiry man, who had just narrowly dodged a strike from General Fei. Excuse me, Bai Chen said politely. The assassin, startled by the boy's sudden proximity, spun around, his poison-laced dagger swinging in a deadly arc towards Bai Chen's throat. Bai Chen didn't flinch. He didn't even move. He just looked the assassin in the eye and chuckled. It was a soft, friendly sound, but it carried an invisible, debilitating power. The assassin's arm froze mid-swing. His eyes went wide, his face contorting in confusion. A sudden, overwhelming sense of foolishness washed over him. The urge to kill, so potent a moment before, was replaced by the baffling sensation that his entire life's profession was, in fact, ridiculous. Do you ever stop and think about your career choice? Bai Chen asked conversationally. All this sneaking around in the dark, the cheap, itchy black clothing, is the dental plan really worth it? What was all the assassin could manage before Bai Chen flicked a single finger against the flat of his dagger. Ting! A vibration, infused with chaotic joy, shot up the man's arm. He yelped as an pins and needles sensation, like a limb falling asleep, overwhelmed him. The dagger dropped from his nerveless grasp. There now, Bai Chen said, patting the stunned assassin on the shoulder. Doesn't that feel better? You have a lovely evening. He then proceeded to wander through the battlefield like a cheerful host at a garden party, systematically disabling the other two assassins with a variety of absurd, non-lethal techniques. He made one trip over a strategically placed tree root. He convinced another that a terrifyingly large spider was crawling on his back, causing the man to shriek and flail about in a panic. In less than a minute, the battle was over. 3 highly trained, professional killers were either paralyzed, unconscious, or emotionally traumatized. The 2 Imperial guards stood panting, their swords dripping with blood, their faces etched with profound disbelief. They had been prepared to die for their princess, only to see the threat dismantled by a shirtless, smiling teenager, armed with jokes and finger flicks. Bai Chen clapped his hands together, as if finishing a chore. Right, then. Housekeeping is done. He walked back over to Zhuan, who was staring at him, as if he had just sprouted a second head. How? She whispered, her mind reeling. How did you do that? What are you? I'm a purveyor of fine pills and witty banter, he said, giving her a bow that was both elegant and mocking. And, on occasion, a consultant in conflict de-escalation. He looked down at the bleeding wound on his shoulder, which had now almost completely sealed itself, leaving behind only raw, pink skin. Now, as much as I've enjoyed this evening's entertainment, a rather rude individual has introduced a foreign substance into my bloodstream. As an alchemist, I find this professionally offensive. Would you be a dear and help me? Zhuan blinked, her brain struggling to catch up. Help you? You look fine. The wound is already healing. The outside is easy, he explained, tapping his shoulder. It's the inner toxins I'm worried about. The Laughing Sutra, my secret technique, is good, but it's not a miracle worker. Some of the more stubborn poisons need to be coaxed out. He gave her a look, his eyes dark and intense, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. It was a look of genuine vulnerability, and it sliced right through her regal defenses. I need an anchor. An anchor? What do you mean? He sat down on a smooth, flat rock near the glowing pool, his back to her. The poison, what little remains, has a numbing agent. It tries to quell the emotions. My technique is fueled by joy. To purge the poison completely, I need to stimulate my emotions. Focus on something potent. He turned his head, and his gaze was so direct, so heated, that it felt like a physical touch. Focus on you. The implication hung in the air, heady and dangerous. Zhuan's breath caught. What do you want me to do? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. His request was as bizarre as everything else about him. Talk to me, he said. Tell me something. A secret. A story. Something only you would know. It doesn't matter what. I just need to hear your voice. The sound of it will help me anchor myself in the present, away from the cold of the poison. It was an act of profound intimacy, cloaked in the language of alchemy and cultivation. He was asking her to share a piece of her soul to help save him. After he had just saved her life. It was a debt she could not refuse. She moved hesitantly, coming to sit behind him on the rock. The moonlight was so bright she could see the fine muscles of his back, the new skin of his healing wound. Her proximity to his bare skin made the air feel electric. She could smell the clean scent of the waterfall, the ozone from the recent fight, and something else, a scent that was uniquely his, a warm, vital aroma like sun-baked earth and summer lightning. She licked her dry lips. What secret could she possibly tell this enigmatic boy? Her entire life had been a performance, a carefully guarded script. When I was a little girl, she began, her voice soft and uncertain, my father, the emperor, gave me a pet. A snow-white kitten with blue eyes. I named him Stardust. A small, sad smile touched her lips. I loved him more than anything. I would tell him all my secrets, all the things I was too afraid to say to anyone else. He was my only true friend. She paused, lost in the memory. Bai Chen remained silent, his breathing deep and even, his back a warm, solid presence in front of her. One day, she continued, her voice growing thicker, one of the court ministers, a man who sought to curry favor with a rival consort, told her that I was becoming too attached, too soft. That night, Stardust disappeared. They told me he ran away. But I knew. I saw the look in the minister's eyes. I was 6 years old, and I learned a very important lesson. To love something is to give your enemies a weapon to use against you. She had never told that story to another living soul. The memory was a cold, hard stone she had carried in her heart for a decade. Speaking it aloud, here, in the moonlight, to this strange, infuriating, brave boy. She felt a crack appear in the icy wall around her heart. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. She hastily wiped it away. Your Highness, Bai Chen said, his voice a low, rumbling vibration against her ears. He hadn't turned. You can control what your enemies do. But you can control what you do. You didn't let them make you cruel. You just became careful. There's a difference. His insight was so sharp, so compassionate, it took her breath away. He understood. The poison. It's almost gone, he murmured, his voice slightly strained. Just one last, stubborn thread of it, coiled around my heart meridian. I need a final jolt. Something powerful. He slowly turned to face her. His eyes were dark pools of intensity, his face inches from hers. The playful mask was gone. In its place was the raw, magnetic power of the demon lord, a predator who had found his prey. Princess Juan, he whispered, his voice a silken, erotic caress that made her shiver. Your story has moved me. But now, I require something more. He lifted a hand, his fingers gently, almost reverently, tracing the line of her jaw. His touch was like fire, searing and gentle all at once. I need you to grant this humble subject a single kiss. Her mind went completely blank. A kiss? He was asking the imperial princess for a kiss, as payment for a debt of life. The sheer, breathtaking audacity of it was a shock to her entire system. Any other man would have been executed on the spot for even thinking it. But he was not any other man. And this was not a normal situation. She stared into his obsidian eyes, saw the flicker of real strain behind the manufactured confidence, saw the raw need. She saw the boy who had shielded her with his own body. He wasn't asking as a subject to a princess. He was asking as a man to a woman. To love something is to give your enemies a weapon. Her 6-year-old self's voice echoed in her mind. Was this a weapon? Or was it a key? Slowly, as if in a trance, she began to lean in. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a wild bird seeking freedom. His gaze intensified, his lips parting ever so slightly. The space between them crackled with a tension that was more powerful than any Kai technique. This was a different kind of power. A different kind of duel. Her lips were a hair's breadth from his. And then she stopped. A small, cunning smile touched her lips, the first genuine smile he had ever seen from her. It was a smile that held all the inherited cleverness of 1,000 years of imperial bloodline. No, she whispered. Bai Chen blinked, his predatory focus momentarily broken by surprise. No. No, she repeated, her voice gaining strength, a playful, teasing light entering her own eyes. She leaned back, breaking the spell. A kiss is far too valuable a treasure to be given away so easily, even to a hero. Besides, she added, her gaze dropping pointedly to his shoulder where not even a scar remained. "You seem to be perfectly fine now. Your stubborn thread of poison seems to have vanished the moment I considered your proposal." She had seen through him. Not entirely, but enough. She knew he had been exaggerating the danger, using it as a pretense to create this moment, to test her, to tease her. She had caught him in his own game and turned it back on him. Bai Chen was so stunned, so impressed, that he burst out laughing. It was a genuine, delighted laugh of pure appreciation. "You are," he said, shaking his head in admiration, "magnificent." He had expected her to be a pawn, a conquest, an interesting distraction. He had not expected an equal. This was a woman who could meet his mischief with her own, who could see the player and choose to play back. The demon lord who had planned to conquer her heart through manipulation suddenly found himself faced with a far more enticing prospect. A genuine rival in the art of the game. Princess Zhuan stood up, her composure fully restored, her cheeks still tinged a delightful pink. "I am in your debt, Bai Chen. A debt of life. I will not forget it." Her eyes hardened. "Find me in the imperial capital when this tournament of yours is over. We have much to discuss. About the people who want me dead. And about your future." She gave him one last look. A look that was a complex mix of gratitude, challenge, and something else, something warm and promising. Then she turned and, with her two now devoutly loyal guards in tow, disappeared into the night. Bai Chen remained seated by the pool, the echo of her presence still lingering. He had failed to steal a kiss, but he had gained something far more valuable, her respect. And he had planted a seed of curiosity and attraction that would, he knew, blossom into something truly spectacular. He looked up at the moon, a wide, genuine grin on his face. The assassins, the poison, the political intrigue. It was all just background noise. The real main event, he realized, was just beginning. He had a princess to court, a tournament to win, and a whole world to turn upside down. And for the first time in 2 lives, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The aftermath of the princess incident, as Bai Chen had dubbed it, was a quiet hum of unseen activity. Sect Master Zhong had pulled him into a private meeting, his face a grim mask. He didn't ask for details about the assassins or the princess's true identity, which told Bai Chen that the sect master was far more politically astute than he let on. He simply gave Bai Chen a profound look and said, "The Azure Cloud sect is your home. Should you ever need its strength, it will be there for you." It was a cryptic, but powerful promise of backing. A political alliance forged in the fires of Bai Chen's sheer unpredictability. Life at the stall returned to a semblance of normality, but with a new undercurrent. Disciples looked at him with more than just awe at his alchemical and martial quirks. They saw a man who moved in circles they couldn't even fathom. His legend grew, whispered in hushed tones. He wasn't just a genius, he was a kingmaker, a figure with ties to the imperial court itself. Bai Chen found the new rumors amusing, but a familiar restlessness was setting in. The upcoming tournament of the 5 Azure Banners was still a month away. He needed a new project, a new diversion. His power was growing steadily, but his martial skills, particularly his swordplay, felt incomplete. His dancing tree style was effective for humiliating novices, but against a true master, raw chaos wasn't enough. He needed structure, a foundation he could build upon and then gleefully corrupt. His mind dredged through the deep well of his past life's memories, searching for an answer. And then it came to him, not as a glorious name, but as a sad, pathetic anecdote he'd once heard in a tavern. The drunken sword immortal of Green Wine City. He wasn't a real immortal, of course. It was a mocking title. His name was Li Bai, just like the famous poet of old, and he was said to be a peerless genius of the sword, a prodigy who had mastered a dozen ancient sword arts before the age of 30. But then, tragedy had struck. His wife and child were killed in a monster attack, and Li Bai had broken. He drowned his sorrow in oceans of wine, his divine sword rusting in a corner, as he became the town drunk, a cautionary tale whispered among cultivators. In Bai Chen's first life, Li Bai had died in obscurity, choking on cheap wine in a filthy alley, his legend ending as a pathetic footnote. What a terrible waste, Bai Chen thought, a flicker of genuine sadness touching him. A genius like that, a sword that could have carved legends, left to rot. This time, maybe the story can have a different ending. The idea took root, a perfect blend of noble rescue and selfish gain. He would find this drunken master, not to exploit him, but to learn from him, to share a drink with him, to reignite the fire that had long since died. The Laughing Sutra was fueled by emotion, and there was no emotion more potent and chaotic than the cocktail of grief, joy, and drunken inspiration. It was a perfect fit. He packed a light bag, left a note on his stall that read, "Gone fishing for legends. Back soon. Don't touch my stuff," and slipped away from the sect under the cover of darkness. Green Wine City was a week's journey to the south, a bustling metropolis famous for its 100-blossom wine, a potent spirit said to taste of a spring meadow. Bai Chen arrived to find a city alive with commerce and pleasure. The air was thick with the scent of wine, roasted meats, and the murmur of 1,000 conversations. Finding Li Bai was depressingly easy. Bai Chen simply asked a street vendor for the location of the city's most hopeless drunk. The vendor pointed, without a moment's hesitation, to a dingy, dilapidated tavern at the edge of the city called the Empty Jug. The tavern lived up to its name. It was dark, smelled of stale wine and regret, and was mostly empty save for a few listless patrons. In a dark corner, slumped over a table littered with empty earthenware jugs, was a man. His hair was a wild, unkempt mane of black and silver. His robes, which might have once been fine silk, were stained and tattered. A scruffy beard covered a face that might have once been handsome, but was now just haggard and gaunt. He looked like a ghost haunting the scene of his own demise. Next to him, leaning against the wall, was a sword in a simple scabbard. Even under a thick layer of dust and grime, Bai Chen could feel a faint, sorrowful hum of power from the blade. This was his man. Bai Chen walked over and sat down opposite him. The man didn't look up, his eyes glazed and unfocused, fixed on the dregs at the bottom of his latest empty jug. "Another," the man rasped, his voice a dry, scratchy thing. The tavern keeper, a fat, weary-looking man, just grunted and shook his head. Bai Chen slid a few silver coins across the table. "Another jug of your best 100-blossom wine for my friend here," he said, his voice clear and bright. "And a pot of tea for me." The tavern keeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver. He quickly returned with a fresh, unopened jug of wine and a steaming pot of jasmine tea. Li Bai's eyes slowly focused on the new jug. Like a starving man seeing bread, he reached for it with a trembling hand, uncorked it, and took a long, desperate swig directly from the opening. Wine sloshed down his chin and onto his already stained robes. He didn't seem to notice or care. Bai Chen poured himself a cup of tea, the fragrant steam warming his face. He watched the man drink, letting the silence stretch. After draining nearly a quarter of the jug, Li Bai finally seemed to notice Bai Chen. He squinted, his alcohol-addled brain struggling to process the sight of a well-groomed, handsome 14-year-old sitting across from him. "Wha'd you want, kid?" he slurred, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Come to mock the great drunken sword Immortal." "Mock you?" Bai Chen said, taking a sip of his tea. "No. I've come to ask you a question." "Ha! A question?" Li Bai let out a bitter, joyless laugh. "Let me guess. Why does a genius waste his life? How could you let your sword rust? Heard all before." "The answer," he said, lifting the jug again, "is right here." "That wasn't my question," Bai Chen said calmly. "My question is, what did it taste like?" Li Bai paused, the jug halfway to his lips. What taste like?" "The wine," Bai Chen clarified. "This famous 100-blossom wine. You drink it like water, but you don't taste it. I'm a connoisseur of new experiences. Is it fruity? Floral? Does it have a hint of, I don't know, shattered dreams and a lingering finish of self-pity?" The words, sharp and insightful, cut through Li Bai's drunken haze like a shard of ice. He stared at the boy, truly seeing him for the first time. He saw the unnatural depth in his eyes, the placid, knowing smile on his lips. This was no ordinary child. Bai slammed the jug down on the table. You think you're clever, kid? You know nothing about pain. I know enough, Bai Chen said, his smile fading, replaced by a profound, ancient empathy. I know that pain is a poison. And I know you are drinking the wrong antidote. You're not drinking to forget your sorrow. You're drinking to keep it company. You've made your grief a pet, and you feed it wine every day to keep it alive. The truth of the statement hit Bai with the force of a physical blow. He flinched as if he'd been slapped. For a decade, he had been trapped in a cycle of grief, his drunkenness a shield and a prison. This boy had shattered that shield with a few simple words. Who are you? Bai whispered, his voice shaking. I'm a doctor of sorts, Bai Chen said, his smile returning, but gentler this time. And I think you're suffering from a terminal case of giving up. I'm here to offer a second opinion. He pushed the jug of wine back towards Bai. But first things first. Tell me about the wine. Properly this time. Describe it to me. Every note. Every sensation. As a fellow artist, I with pills, you with a sword, I respect a man who can appreciate the finer details. Bai stared at the boy, then at the jug, then back at the boy. It was the strangest, most absurd conversation he'd had in 10 years. For some reason, he found himself complying. He lifted the jug, but this time, he didn't gulp. He poured a small amount into a chipped cup. He swirled it. He sniffed it. He took a small, contemplative sip. It's sweet, he said, his voice hesitant, as if using a language he'd long forgotten. At first. Like plum blossoms in the spring. Then, there's a heat. Like ginger and raw spirit. And the aftertaste, it's... He trailed off. Bitter? Bai Chen prompted gently. Like almonds. Or unshed tears. Bai looked up, a flicker of the old, brilliant swordsman's fire rekindling in his eyes. Yes. Exactly. Like bitter almonds. He took another, more thoughtful sip. For the next hour, they sat there, not as a drunk and a child, but as two connoisseurs. Bai Chen would ask a question about the taste, the aroma, the feeling, and Bai would answer, his descriptions growing more lucid, more poetic, his mind slowly awakening from its long, drunken slumber. He wasn't just drinking anymore, he was tasting. He was engaging with the world again, one sip at a time. When the jug was empty, Bai was not drunker. He was, remarkably, soberer than he had been in a decade. His eyes were clear, his posture straight. The ghost was gone, replaced by the faint echo of a man. Now, Bai Chen said, leaning forward. The sword. He nodded towards the dusty blade against the wall. Tell me about her. Bai's face clouded over. Her name is Morning Dew. She hasn't been drawn in 10 years. A beautiful name, Bai Chen said. A sword named for a new beginning. How ironic that she has only seen endings. He stood up. Let's go. A blade like that doesn't belong in a place that smells of despair. He led a hesitant Bai out of the tavern and to the banks of a nearby river. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. Draw it, Bai Chen said. Bai shook his head. I can't. My hands, they only know how to hold a jug now. Nonsense, Bai Chen said. He picked up two sturdy branches from the ground, tossing one to Bai. Your hands haven't forgotten. Your heart has just been asleep. It's time to wake it up. Show me. Bai fumbled with the branch, his grip clumsy. But then his fingers found their old positions. Muscle memory, buried under a mountain of alcohol and grief, began to stir. He looked at Bai Chen, this impossible boy who had dragged him back from the brink. A simple spar, Bai Chen said, his ironwood stick held loosely. Let's see if the legendary drunken sword Immortal remembers how to dance. Bai Chen attacked. His style was chaotic, playful, full of unexpected feints and bizarre, looping strikes. It was designed not to injure, but to provoke, to test, to awaken. Li Bai, on instinct, raised his branch to defend. The first few parries were clumsy, awkward. He was rusty, his body weak from years of neglect. But with each clash of wood on wood, something loosened inside him. The rhythm of combat, the song of the duel, was a melody his soul knew by heart. Bai Chen laughed, his own movements becoming more joyful, more unpredictable. Is that all, Sword Immortal? My grandmother parries with more spirit, and she's been dead for 50 years. The insult, so absurd and cheerful, snapped something in Li Bai. A spark of his old pride flared. Impudent brat, he roared, but there was life in the roar. He stepped forward, his footwork suddenly sure, his branch moving in a swift, clean arc that was devastatingly precise. It was still just a branch, but in his hands, it became a weapon of deadly grace. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. There it was. The genius. They dueled as the sun set, two figures dancing on the riverbank. It wasn't a real fight, it was a conversation. Bai Chen would push with a chaotic flourish, and Li Bai would answer with a flash of elegant, disciplined genius. The rust was flaking away, revealing the gleaming steel beneath. When they finally stopped, panting under the rising moon, Li Bai was a changed man. The haze was gone from his eyes, replaced by a fire. He was sweating, breathing heavily, but he was alive. He looked at his own hands, then at the branch, then at Bai Chen. You? I told you, Bai Chen said, grinning. Second opinion. He gestured to the dusty sword. Now? Draw her. Properly this time. With a hand that was now perfectly steady, Li Bai picked up his sword, Morning Dew. He pulled the blade from its scabbard. The blade was dim, tarnished. He ran a finger along it, and with a soft hum of reactivated Kai, the dust and grime fell away, revealing a sword of breathtaking beauty. It was forged from a shimmering, celestial metal, its surface seeming to hold the light of a new dawn. She's beautiful, Bai Chen breathed, his appreciation genuine. Li Bai held the sword, the familiar weight a balm to his soul. He looked at Bai Chen, his eyes filled with a debt too great for words. Why, he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Why would you do this for a stranger? A pathetic drunk. Because, Bai Chen said, his expression turning serious, I hate seeing good art go to waste. A swordsman who doesn't wield his sword is like a sun that refuses to shine. It's a crime against the universe. He then offered a mischievous grin. Also, I was hoping you'd teach me a thing or two. Li Bai let out a real laugh. A deep, rumbling laugh that came from his belly, not from bitterness. It was the first true laugh he had in a decade. Teach you? Brat, you already fight like a drunken master from a fever dream. What could I possibly teach you? Structure, Bai Chen said. Form. You have the discipline, the foundation. I have this. He waved his stick around in a silly circle. Let's combine them. Let's create something new. A sword style that is both perfectly disciplined and utterly chaotic. A blade that weeps with sorrow in one moment and laughs with joy in the next. The drunken heart sword art. Li Bai's eyes lit up with a fervent, creative fire. A new sword art. To combine his disciplined grief with this boy's unbridled, joyful chaos. The concept was mad. It was brilliant. It was a new beginning. On one condition, Li Bai said, a sly grin forming on his own lips. Name it. You get properly drunk with me. Not on that weak 100-blossom swill. I have a stash of my own brew. The Immortal's Lament. One sip will show you the birth and death of a star. If you can handle my wine, I will teach you my sword. Bai Chen's grin widened. A challenge. Sword Immortal Li, you have yourself a deal. They spent the next 2 weeks in a whirlwind of creative fervor. By day, they trained, Li Bai teaching Bai Chen the pristine forms of ancient sword arts, which Bai Chen would then master and gleefully deconstruct. By night, they sat by a fire, drinking Li Bai's legendarily potent wine. Li Bai was a sorrowful drunk. His wine made him weep for his lost family, but now, they were tears of remembrance, not despair. Bai Chen, on the other hand, was the happiest drunk the world had ever seen. The potent wine supercharged his laughing sutra. He would laugh uproariously, tell stories of his past life, phrased as fantastical dreams, and sometimes, he would sing outrageously bad love songs to the moon, thinking of a certain princess, and a certain village girl with a fiery temper. Under the influence of wine and moonlight, a strange, beautiful, and terrifyingly potent sword style was born. It had no fixed stances. Its forms shifted with the wielder's emotions. A stroke born of grief was sharp, precise, and fatal. A parry born of joy was fluid and unpredictable. A thrust born of drunken inspiration was a chaotic masterpiece that defied all logic and defense. It was during one of these drunken nights that their training was interrupted. They were sitting by the river when the ground began to tremble. A low, guttural roar echoed from the woods, a sound of immense size and fury. A beast tide. But it wasn't a tide. It was a single, colossal beast. A 10-ton armored rhino, its hide as thick as rock, its eyes burning with red rage, had been drawn by the potent aroma of Li Bai's wine, which contained rare spiritual herbs. It charged out of the forest, heading straight for Green Wine City. Li Bai jumped to his feet, his sword in hand, his face grim. A king-ranked beast. We have to stop it before it reaches the city. Stop it? Bai Chen said, taking another lazy sip of wine from his cup. He was pleasantly buzzed, the world a warm, amusing blur. Stopping things is so final. I think we should reason with it. Reason with it. Bai Chen, it's a mindless beast. There's no such thing as a mindless beast, Bai Chen said sagely. Only a beast that hasn't been offered the right incentive. He stood up, swaying slightly, and strolled towards the charging, multi-ton engine of destruction. My friend. Bai Chen shouted cheerfully at the rhino. I see you a fellow admirer of fine spirits. Would you care for a drink? He took the entire jug of Immortal's Lament, and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it. The jug sailed through the air and landed perfectly, right in the rhino's open, roaring mouth. The king-ranked beast, its charge momentarily interrupted by surprise, swallowed the entire jug in one gulp. It skidded to a halt, blinking its huge, stupid eyes. The potent, spiritually charged wine hit its simple system like a thunderbolt. The red rage in its eyes faded, replaced by a look of profound, drunken confusion. It shook its massive head. It hiccuped, a sound like an earthquake. Then, its legs buckled. With a ground-shaking thud, the 10-ton armored rhino passed out cold in a drunken stupor. Li Bai stood with his jaw hanging open, his legendary sword half-drawn. He had been preparing for a life-or-death battle against a king-ranked beast. Bai Chen had defeated it with alcohol poisoning. Bai Chen ambled over to the snoring behemoth, and patted its armored side affectionately. See? A peaceful resolution. He looked at the unconscious beast. You know, he's kind of cute when he's sleeping. I think I'll call him Tiny Dot. He turned back to Li Bai, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant, drunken idea. You know what we need now? A rope. And a very, very big saddle. Li Bai just stared, then slowly began to laugh, a deep, genuine laugh of pure, unadulterated absurdity. He had lost everything and found it again, all because of this impossible boy. Their work here was done. It was time to introduce their new, chaotic sword art, and their new, even more chaotic pet, to an unsuspecting world. The tournament of the 5 Azure Banners would be the perfect stage. The journey back to the Azure Cloud sect was, in a word, conspicuous. Bai Chen and Li Bai rode atop the now docile, and perpetually bewildered, armored rhino, whom Bai Chen insisted on calling Tiny. They had fashioned a crude, but functional saddle from rope and scavenged lumber. Tiny, having developed a Stockholm Syndrome-like affection for the boy who had given him the worst hangover of his life, was a surprisingly compliant mount. He followed Bai Chen with the loyalty of a titanic, scaly puppy. Their arrival at the gates of the Azure Cloud sect sent the entire mountain into an uproar. Disciples lined the main path, their faces a mixture of terror and utter disbelief. There was Bai Chen, the sect's resident enigma, returning not with a horse, but with a king-ranked beast that could level their entire sect with a casual charge. And sitting beside him was a man whose aura, though tinged with the faint scent of wine, blazed with the peerless, sharp intensity of a master swordsman. Bai Chen waved cheerfully to the gawking crowd. "I'm back. And I've brought a new friend. Say hello, Tiny." Tiny let out a confused grunt, which sounded like a minor rock slide, and made several younger disciples faint. Sect Master Zhong, alerted to the commotion, met them in the main courtyard. He took one look at the rhino, one look at Li Bai, and one long, soul-searching look at Bai Chen. Then he just sighed, a sound of profound resignation. His sect was no longer a respectable institution of cultivation, it was the main stage for Bai Chen's ongoing comedy of cosmic chaos. "Explain," the sect master said, his voice laced with a weariness that went beyond his years. "Just a souvenir from my fishing trip," Bai Chen replied with an innocent smile. "This is my new friend, Li Bai. He'll be staying with me for a while. We have a tournament to win." He patted Tiny's armored flank. "And this is Tiny. His housebroken, I think." The sect master wisely decided not to press the issue. Questioning Bai Chen's logic was a path to madness. He simply arranged for Li Bai to be given guest quarters and designated a small, secluded valley at the back of the mountain for Tiny to graze in, far from any important, destructible buildings. With the tournament now only a week away, the sect's 5 chosen representatives began their final, intensive training. The team consisted of Feng Jian, the puppy lord, 2 other powerful, but now thoroughly humbled inner disciples, Bai Chen, and, as a last-minute addition serving as a team advisor, a position Bai Chen invented on the spot, Li Bai. The training sessions were a spectacle. Li Bai, now clean-shaven and dressed in simple, but sharp blue robes, would demonstrate a flawless, elegant sword form. Then Bai Chen would demonstrate the drunken heart variation, which looked like a man trying to fight a swarm of invisible bees while balancing on a tightrope, yet was somehow lethally effective. Feng Jian watched these displays with a conflicted expression. Bai Chen's nickname for him had, to his eternal horror, spread throughout the sect. He was no longer the silent sword, he was senior brother puppy lord. And yet, despite the humiliation, he found himself drawn to Bai Chen's unorthodox philosophy. His own rigid swordsmanship felt brittle and lifeless in comparison. One evening, Feng Jian found Bai Chen meditating by a stream. "I don't understand your sword," Feng Jian said, his voice flat as ever, but with an underlying current of genuine curiosity. Bai Chen opened one eye. "That's because you're thinking too much. A sword isn't a math problem, puppy lord. It's a dance partner. You have to listen to the music." "What music?" "The music of your own foolish heart, of course," Bai Chen said with a laugh. "The beat of your joy, the sorrow of your failures, the fluttering rhythm of a pretty girl's smile. You fight with an empty heart. That's why your sword is silent." He stood up and patted Feng Jian on the shoulder. "Loosen up. Go tell a joke. Trip a sect elder. Go fall hopelessly in love. Your sword will thank you for it." He strolled away, leaving Feng Jian standing by the stream, more confused and more intrigued than ever before. He was beginning to realize that Bai Chen wasn't just destroying his dignity, he was trying to rebuild him into something better. The day of departure arrived. The team of 5, led by a designated sect elder and accompanied by Li Bai, made their way to the bustling metropolis of Azure Crossing. Tiny was left behind with a tearful farewell from Bai Chen, and a promise of many delicious, wine-soaked boulders upon his return. Azure Crossing was a sea of cultivators. Disciples from every major and minor sect in the province had gathered, their colorful banners snapping in the wind. The air crackled with ambition and rivalry. The team from the Azure Cloud sect was met with a mixture of respect and derision. Their sect was powerful, But their recent internal turmoil and strange choice of representatives were hot topics of gossip. Look, it's the Azure Cloud team. I hear their top disciple is now called the Puppy Lord. And that one, the one with the wooden stick. Isn't he just an outer disciple? An alchemist? I heard he defeated their sect master with a laughing curse. It must be a trick. He won't last a second against a real genius. The gossip washed over Bai Chen like a pleasant spring rain. Let them underestimate me, he thought with an inner smirk. The fall is so much more amusing when it's from a great height. They were settling into their designated courtyard when a commotion erupted at the main gate. A new delegation had arrived, one that drew the attention of everyone present. They came under the banner of the Golden Lion sect. Their robes are brilliant, arrogant gold. At their head was a young man who walked as if the very ground was honored to bear his weight. He was handsome in a severe, chiseled way, his jaw tight, his eyes burning with an intense, golden light. This was Jin Wei, the reigning champion, the undisputed genius of their generation. And flanking him were several other powerful disciples, one of whom made Bai Chen's cheerful demeanor freeze for a split second. It was Lin Yu. Bai Chen's heart gave a violent lurch, a sudden, sharp pang of an emotion he hadn't felt in a very long time, jealousy. She stood slightly behind Jin Wei, looking strong, confident, and utterly breathtaking. She was 16 now, no longer a village girl, but a polished cultivator. She wore the fine, golden-trimmed robes of the Golden Lion sect. A delicate, master-crafted sword hung at her hip. She had clearly found her father's people, a powerful sect. But to see her standing there, as part of his rival's entourage, it felt like a betrayal, as irrational as that was. She scanned the crowd, her expression cool and professional. Then her eyes met Bai Chen's. For a moment, the world stopped for her, too. Her cool facade crumbled, her eyes widening in stunned recognition. She saw him, the infuriating, brave boy from her past, now a young man whose gaze was somehow even more intense, more profound. Her hand flew to her mouth, a silent gasp escaping. Jin Wei noticed her reaction, and followed her gaze. He saw Bai Chen, a mere outer disciple in shabby blue robes. A frown creased his perfect brow. "You are," he said, his voice smooth but possessive, "do you know that person?" The way he said person, dripping with condescension, made Bai Chen's knuckles turn white. Before Lin Yu could answer, Bai Chen's own mask of cheerful nonchalance slipped back into place. He began walking towards them, a slow, confident saunter that drew every eye. Feng Jian and the others tensed, ready for a confrontation. Bai Chen stopped a few feet from their group. He didn't look at Jin Wei. He didn't even look at Lin Yu. His gaze fell upon her sword. "That's a very nice sword," Bai Chen said, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard. "The steel is folded over 10,000 times. The balance point is perfect. A fine weapon for a fine warrior." He then finally lifted his eyes to meet Lin Yu's, and his voice dropped to a low, intimate murmur that only she could truly hear. "But I have to admit, I was always more partial to your frying pan. It had a certain personal touch." A riot of emotions warred across Lin Yu's face, shock, embarrassment, a flicker of remembered anger, and to her own horror, an undeniable surge of warmth. She remembered him, bleeding and teasing her, a basket-shaped lump on his head. She had worried for him for 3 long years, wondering if he was safe, if he was even alive. And here he was, still just as infuriating, still looking at her with those impossibly deep eyes that made her feel like she was the only person in the universe. A bright, furious blush stained her cheeks. "You?" Jin Wei stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of her, a clear gesture of ownership. "And you are?" he demanded, his voice cold. Bai Chen finally deigned to look at him. He gave Jin Wei a slow, deliberate head-to-toe scan, his expression one of a master appraising a piece of unremarkable pottery. "The name is Bai Chen," he said. "And you must be Jin Wei. I've heard so much about you. They say your talent is 1 in a million." He paused, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It's always a pleasure to meet someone who peaked so early. It gives the rest of us something to strive past. The insult was so sharp, so elegantly delivered, that it took a moment for the crowd to register it. Then, a few choked snorts of laughter could be heard. Jin Wei's handsome face darkened, his golden aura flaring with rage. "You have a death wish," Jin Wei snarled. "Not at all," Bai Chen replied calmly. "I simply believe in giving credit where it's due. You were the undisputed champion." "Were?" Past tense. This year, the tournament will have a new leading man. You can be the tragic, handsome rival. It's a good role for you. All brooding, no real substance. This public dismantling of his pride was too much for Jin Wei. His hand went to the hilt of his golden sword. "I'll kill you right here." "I wouldn't," a new, lazy voice drawled from behind Bai Chen. Li Bai had ambled over, a wine gourd in his hand. He looked Jin Wei up and down, his eyes those of a true grandmaster. "Your swordsmanship is flashy, but your foundation is full of holes. You'd lose. And losing to him before the tournament even begins would be terribly embarrassing for you." Jin Wei froze. He recognized the terrifying, peerless sword intent radiating from this newcomer. This drunkard was a monster on a level he couldn't even comprehend. Defeated in a battle of wits by Bai Chen, and intimidated in a battle of auras by Li Bai, Jin Wei was trapped. He did the only thing his pride would allow. He grabbed Lin Yu's arm. "We are leaving," he bit out, turning away. "I will see you on the stage, boy. And then we'll see who is all talk." He began to pull Lin Yu away. On instinct, she tried to resist, her eyes still locked on Bai Chen. She opened her mouth to say something, anything, but the moment was lost. She was dragged away with the rest of the Golden Lion delegation. The courtyard was silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Bai Chen watched them go, the cheerful mask gone from his face, replaced by a cold, dangerous calm. The way Jin Wei had put his hands on her, it had awakened the old demon lord, the possessive, territorial beast he kept locked away. Li Bai took a sip from his gourd and nudged him. "You know her?" It wasn't a question. "I do," Bai Chen said, his voice flat. "She looks at you like you set her world on fire," Li Bai observed. "And you look at her like you want to burn down the man she's with. This is going to be a fun tournament." Bai Chen didn't reply. He turned and walked back to their quarters. He needed to be alone. He needed to think. That night, sleep eluded him. He sat on the roof of their building, staring up at the moon. The playful confidence he'd felt for the past 3 years had been shaken. Seeing Lin Yu again, seeing her aligned with his rival, had unearthed a painful vulnerability he wasn't prepared for. Was she happy there? Had she forgotten him? Did that arrogant peacock Jin Wei, did he? Bai Chen cut off the thought, his fist clenching. He was the returned demon lord. He did not get jealous. He took. But the boy he was now, the boy who had cherished a pair of mended shirts for 3 years, was racked with a profound insecurity. A penny for your thoughts. Or would they cost more, coming from a legend like you? The voice, soft and feminine, startled him. He turned. On the rooftop behind him, having approached with a silence that spoke of high-level training, was Lin Yu. She stood there, bathed in moonlight, having shed her official sect robes for a simpler, dark tunic that allowed for silent movement. "Lin Yu," he breathed, his voice rough. "Bai Chen," she replied, her own voice a complex melody of relief and accusation. "For 3 years, I had no idea if you were alive or dead. And I find you here, picking a fight with the most powerful prodigy in the province." "He put his hands on you," Bai Chen said, the words coming out as a low growl. It was a raw, honest admission of his feelings, and it surprised them both. The anger in her eyes softened. "I can take care of myself," she said, but her voice lacked its usual fire. She took a step closer. "My father, his real name is Lin Qianshao. He was a general for the emperor. He was framed for treason by a rival faction, and had to flee, faking his death, and hiding us in Clear Spring Village. The pieces clicked into place for Bai Chen. The assassins. The secrecy. The Golden Lion sect gave you shelter. They are loyal to my father's old commander, she confirmed. They took us in, trained me. Jin Wei, his father is the sect master. She looked away, a hint of weariness in her expression. He has been persistent. He looks at you like you're a prize he's already won, Bai Chen stated bluntly. She flinched. It's complicated. It's a political alliance. My father thinks. I don't care what your father thinks, he interrupted, standing up and closing the distance between them. He stood before her, so close he could feel the warmth radiating from her, could smell the faint jasmine scent that still drove him mad. I care what you think. Are you happy there, Yua? He used her old name, the name from the village, and it was like a key turning a lock deep inside her. The polished cultivator vanished, and for a moment, she was just the girl from Clear Spring again. No, she whispered, the admission of treason to her sect and her father. It's a cage. A beautiful, gilded cage. Her eyes, shining with unshed tears, met his. I missed the mountains. I missed. I thought of you often. That was all he needed to hear. The demon lord's jealousy receded, replaced by the boy's fierce, unwavering determination. He reached out, his hand gently cupping her cheek. His touch was warm, respectful, a stark contrast to Jin Wei's possessive grip. Then I will break the cage, he said, his voice a low, solemn vow. She leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering shut. The tension between them was a palpable thing, a magnetic force pulling them together under the silent watch of the moon. He's not a bad person, she murmured, as if trying to convince herself. He's just arrogant. He's been kind to me. A spider is kind to the fly, right before it wraps it in silk, Bai Chen whispered, his thumb stroking her cheek. His gaze dropped to her lips. They were so close. The memory of the failed kiss with the princess faded, replaced by this overwhelming, immediate need. This felt different. This wasn't a game. This was real. Yua. He began. Her eyes opened. They were filled with a fiery resolve he recognized. It was the same look she'd had when she'd faced the rogue cultivator, when she swung her basket at his head. This tournament, she said, her voice now firm. I'm on the team, too. Bai Chen blinked. What? I am one of the Golden Lion Sect's 5 representatives, she stated. If you wish to break my cage, you will have to go through me first. On the stage. In front of everyone. Prove to me, to my father, to Jin Wei, that you are more than just clever words and cheap tricks. It was a challenge. A gauntlet thrown down. She was not a damsel to be rescued. She was a warrior demanding to be conquered, on her own terms. A slow, brilliant smile spread across Bai Chen's face. It was the most perfect, most frustrating, most Linyu thing she could have possibly done. And he loved her for it. Is that so? He purred, his hand still on her cheek. He leaned in until his lips were brushing against her ear, his hot breath sending shivers down her spine. A challenge from a beautiful woman. I could never refuse. His voice dropped to a deep, suggestive whisper, full of promises and playful threats. But be warned, my fierce Yua. On that stage, I will not hold back. I will defeat you. I will disarm you. I will make you yield in every way possible. He drew back, his eyes dancing with victorious, naughty light. He had accepted her challenge, but he had also unequivocally claimed the last word, turning her declaration of strength into a moment of searing, romantic tension. He watched her blush, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Before she could retort, he gave her one last, lingering look, and then, with a silent leap, vanished back into the shadows of his own rooftop. Linyu stood alone, her hand on her own cheek where his hand had been, her heart a wild storm. He had accepted her challenge. And he had just promised to defeat her in a way that had absolutely nothing to do with swords. The tournament had just become intensely personal. And she didn't know whether she was terrified or thrilled. Or, most likely, both. The morning of the tournament dawned crisp and bright, but the atmosphere in Azure Crossing was as thick and heavy as unshed rain. The city's massive central arena, a coliseum of white stone that could hold 50,000 people, was packed to the rafters. Banners of every color and sigil snapped in the wind, a vibrant tapestry of provincial power. The air hummed with anticipation, the collective energy of the crowd a palpable force. Backstage, in the prepared chambers for the Azure Cloud sect, the mood was tense. Feng Jian, the puppy lord, was methodically sharpening his sword, his expression as cold and silent as ever, though Bai Chen could see a new, questioning light in his eyes. The other two disciples were meditating, their faces pale with nerves. Only Li Bai seemed relaxed, leaning against a wall with his wine gourd, a slight, amused smile on his face. Bai Chen, however, was a picture of serene focus. He wasn't meditating or training. He was sitting in a corner, carefully weaving a crown of common wildflowers he'd picked from a crack in the pavement that morning. It was a bizarre, almost insulting act of nonchalance in the face of such a high-stakes competition. "Are you not nervous?" Feng Jian finally asked, his voice low. "Nervous?" Bai Chen looked up from his weaving, feigning surprise. "Why would I be nervous? This isn't a life-or-death battle. It's theater." He held up the daisy chain. "And every good performance needs proper costuming." Before Feng Jian could formulate a reply, a gong echoed through the stadium, its deep bronze tone vibrating in their very bones. The tournament had begun. The initial rounds were a blow of predictable martial prowess. Disciples from various sects clashed in displays of their clan's signature techniques. Fiery punches met icy sword arts, earth-shattering stomps were countered by wind-like agility. It was all very standard, very dull. Then, it was the Golden Lion sect's turn. Lin Yu was the first of their team to take the stage. She moved with a newfound grace and power that stunned the crowd. Her opponent, a stout disciple from the Iron Shield sect, was known for his impenetrable defense. Lin Yu didn't try to break his defense. She danced around him. Her swordsmanship, honed by the masters of a top-tier sect, was fluid and precise. But within the elegant forms, Bai Chen could see the faintest traces of her old, stubborn tenacity. She wasn't just a polished sword, she was still the fierce village girl, just with better training and a sharper weapon. She wore down her opponent with relentless, stinging attacks, forcing an exhausted surrender without taking a single hit. She was magnificent. Bai Chen watched from the sidelines, a strange mix of pride and longing welling up in his chest. "That's my Yua," he thought, before catching himself. Not yet, anyway. Next was Jin Wei. His performance was nothing short of oppressive. His Golden Lion martial arts were aggressive, regal, and overwhelmingly powerful. He didn't just defeat his opponents, he dominated them, breaking their stances, shattering their confidence, and leaving them utterly demoralized. He was earning his reputation as a genius, and the crowd roared with approval. With every victory, he would cast a possessive, triumphant glance towards Lin Yu, a gesture that made Bai Chen's fingers itch to flick something. Finally, it was Bai Chen's turn. He sauntered onto the stage, his ironwood stick resting on his shoulder, the goofy wildflower crown now perched jauntily on his head. A wave of laughter and confused muttering washed over the arena. This was the Azure Cloud sect's representative. The infamous Dignity Destroyer. He looked like a foolish prince from a bad opera. His opponent was a tall, lanky disciple from the Whispering Bamboo sect, a master of stealth and swift, silent strikes. The disciple vanished the moment the starting gong sounded. "Ooh, a magic trick!" Bai Chen exclaimed, looking around with wide, exaggerated innocence. "Is he behind the pillar?" "No. Under the stage." "Anyone? Hotter? Colder?" The crowd chuckled. Bai Chen was treating the most prestigious tournament in the province like a child's game. A flicker of movement behind him. A deadly, whisper-silent blade aimed for his spine. Bai Chen didn't turn. "You know, he said conversationally, as the blade was an inch from his back. The first rule of a successful stealth attack is to make sure your opponent isn't actively making fun of you. It tends to ruin the element of surprise. He took one casual step to the side. The assassin's blade sliced through empty air, his forward momentum carrying him off balance. As the disciple stumbled past, Bai Chen stuck his leg out, the same trip he'd used on Jiao Zhong, and hooked the man's ankle. The stealth master went down with a surprised yelp, landing in an ungraceful heap. Bai Chen stood over him, wagging a disappointed finger. TSK, TSK. Predictable. Now, a truly advanced stealth technique would involve, say, disguising yourself as a potted plant. Nobody ever suspects the potted plant. The disciple, utterly humiliated, scrambled off the stage amidst gales of laughter. The victory was so absurd, so anticlimactic, that the judges didn't know how to score it. This set the tone for all of Bai Chen's matches. He never used a recognizable technique. He never drew on any discernible spiritual power. He won through a combination of ludicrous theatrics, infuriating chatter, and perfectly timed, minimalist movements that made his opponents look like clumsy fools. He wasn't winning fights, he was choreographing comedies where his opponents were the unwitting stars. The tournament progressed, and by a strange twist of fate and matchups, the semifinals came down to 4 people: Jin Wei, Lin Yu, Feng Jian, and Bai Chen. 2 from the Golden Lion sect, 2 from the Azure Cloud sect. A perfect dramatic setup. The first semifinal match was announced, Lin Yu versus Feng Jian. Lin Yu strode onto the stage, her expression determined. Feng Jian followed, his face an icy mask, but as he passed Bai Chen, he hesitated. Any advice? Feng Jian asked quietly. Bai Chen looked him in the eye. She's strong. She's stubborn. Don't fight her sword. Fight her heart. He then leaned in and whispered something into Feng Jian's ear. Feng Jian's eyes widened in shock, and a faint, almost imperceptible pink hue touched his ears. He nodded once and walked onto the stage. The duel began. It was a spectacular clash of fire and ice. Lin Yu's attacks were fierce and passionate, while Feng Jian's defense was cold and perfect. For 10 minutes they were evenly matched, a beautiful and deadly stalemate. Then, during a brief pause, Feng Jian did something completely out of character. He relaxed his stance and spoke, his voice, for the first time, not entirely flat. Your swordsmanship is as passionate as a summer wildfire, Lady Lin Yu, he said. It is truly beautiful. The compliment, coming from the famously silent sword, was so unexpected it startled Lin Yu, causing a tiny flaw in her perfect defense. It was a cheesy line, one clearly fed to him, but the sincerity in his eyes was his own. He didn't press the advantage. Instead, he smiled. A tiny, awkward, but genuine smile. But Bai Chen told me to tell you that he thinks you look prettier when you're angry. Lin Yu's concentration shattered. Her face exploded in a furious blush. That Manny. In that split second of emotional chaos, Feng Jian moved. He didn't attack. He simply disarmed her with a swift, elegant flick of his wrist, a move he'd seen Bai Chen use 100 times. Her sword went flying, and his blade came to rest gently against her throat. I yield, he said immediately, deactivating his sword and stepping back, giving her a deep, respectful bow. He had won the exchange, proven his point, and then yielded the match. He had fought her heart, not her sword, just as Bai Chen had advised. He walked off the stage, leaving a stunned, blushing, and deeply conflicted Lin Yu as the winner of the match, advancing her to the finals. He had lost the duel, but had won a massive victory over his own silent, rigid self. The next semifinal was Bai Chen versus Jin Wei. The grudge match the entire province had been waiting for. Jin Wei strode onto the stage, his golden aura blazing. He was done with talk. He was here for violent vindication. Bai Chen ambled on after him, the wildflower crown still perched on his head, looking utterly unimpressed. No more words, boy, Jin Wei snarled. This ends now. An end. So soon? Bai Chen sighed dramatically. But we were just getting to know each other. I haven't even had the chance to ask about your skincare routine. To get a golden glow like that, do you bathe in liquid arrogance, or are you just naturally pompous? Jin Wei roared and unleashed the full force of his power. He became a tempest of golden light and furious lion-like attacks. This was his true strength, a power that had crushed every opponent. This time, Bai Chen didn't dodge or trip. He met the storm head-on. He lifted his ironwood stick and began his dance. But this was a different dance. It was the drunken heart sword art he had created with Li Bai. His movements were a dizzying, paradoxical blend of perfect form and utter chaos. One moment, he would parry Jin Wei's heavy blow with a textbook perfect block taught by Li Bai. The next, he would pivot on his heel and swing his stick in a wild, drunken arc that seemed to come from nowhere, forcing Jin Wei back. It was disciplined madness. He was grief and joy, sorrow and laughter, all embodied in the tip of a wooden branch. The crowd was mesmerized. Jin Wei, the golden prodigy, was for the first time in his life being pushed back. He was fighting a single person, but it felt like he was fighting an army, each soldier with a different, unpredictable style. What is this foul art? Jin Wei yelled, his frustration mounting. It's called having fun while winning, Bai Chen replied cheerfully, deftly using his stick to unbuckle Jin Wei's ornate golden belt. Jin Wei's perfectly tailored pants slipped a few inches. A minor indignity that was more psychologically damaging than any wound. The duel escalated. Jin Wei, in his rage, unleashed his final technique, the Golden Emperor's Judgment, a massive phantom lion of pure energy that bounded across the stage to devour its target. Bai Chen faced the colossal lion and laughed. He drew upon the core of the Laughing Sutra, channeling an emotion that Jin Wei could not possibly comprehend, the profound, liberating joy of a second chance. His entire being lit up, not with a golden, arrogant light, but with a warm, rainbow-hued luminescence that felt like life itself. He didn't try to fight the lion. He opened his arms as if to welcome it. Come here, you big kitty, he cooed. The golden lion, an entity of pure, aggressive young energy, slammed into Bai Chen's aura of pure, chaotic joy. There was no explosion. Instead, the golden lion fizzled. The aggressive energy was neutralized, soothed, persuaded to calm down. The massive, terrifying beast of light shimmered, shrank, and reformed into a tiny, golden, purring kitten that landed softly in Bai Chen's arms. Bai Chen stroked the kitten behind the ears. It let out a happy squeak of pure energy, and then dissolved into motes of light. Silence. The 50,000 people in the stadium were utterly, completely, mind-numbingly silent. Jin Wei stood there, his ultimate technique having been turned into a house pet, and then dismissed. His power, his pride, his entire identity, it was all gone. He fell to his knees, not from a blow, but from the crushing weight of his own shattered reality. Bai Chen walked over, the wildflower crown still perfectly in place. He looked down at the broken prodigy. See? Bai Chen said softly. Even your rage is just a lonely little kitty, wanting to be petted. You have great power, Jin Wei. But you use it like a club. You think power is for dominating. You're wrong. Power is for creating. For protecting. He nodded towards the stands, where Lin Yu was watching with wide, unreadable eyes. For earning. He didn't need to say more. He had won. The path to the finals was clear. It would be Bai Chen versus Lin Yu. The final match was the most anticipated duel in the history of the tournament. The Dignity Destroyer versus the Golden Rose. The mysterious upstart versus the reclaimed noble. The boy from her past versus the woman she was now. They met in the center of the stage. The roaring crowd faded into a dull buzz. For a moment, it was just the two of them, standing on a stone island in a sea of faces. Lin Yu's eyes were a vortex of emotion. She was proud, angry, confused, and fiercely determined. No tricks, Bai Chen, she said, her voice low and firm. "No jokes. Just you, me, and our swords. Show me your real strength. Prove you are the man you claim to be in your whispers on the rooftops." A slow smile touched Bai Chen's lips, but this time, it held no mockery. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated respect. "As the lady wishes," he said. He tossed aside his wildflower crown. He dropped his ironwood branch. In a flash of movement, he disarmed Li Bai in the spectator stands, borrowing his divine sword, Morning Dew. The beautiful blade hummed in his hand, a perfect extension of his will. "You wanted my real strength, Yua," he said, his voice dropping to a seductive, challenging purr. "Then prepare yourself. I promised I would make you yield." He charged. She met him. The duel that followed was not a comedy. It was not a deconstruction. It was a masterpiece. It was the perfect, disciplined forms of Li Bai's grief clashing with the chaotic, joyful dance of Bai Chen's laughter. It was the roar of the golden lion sex fierce arts meeting the whisper of a boy from Clear Spring Village. Their swords spoke a language only they understood, a language of shared history, of promises kept and challenges issued. They were perfectly matched. Every thrust she made, he parried. Every dance he initiated, she countered. The crowd was silent, not in confusion, but in rapt awe. This was not a fight, it was the most beautiful, deadly courtship they had ever witnessed. Sparks flew. Their bodies moved in a blur, a whirlwind of blue and gold. They would clash, their faces inches apart, their panting breaths mingling, their eyes locked in a fierce, intimate battle. "Not bad," he murmured, his sword locked with hers. "You've been practicing." "Not good enough," she'd shoot back, breaking away to launch a new, dazzling attack. He was testing her, pushing her to her limits, forcing her to exceed her own perceived boundaries. And she was doing the same to him, her raw determination forcing him to be more than just a trickster, to be a true swordsman. Finally, after hundreds of exchanges, he saw his opening. It was a flaw born not of weakness, but of her own strength. He faked a powerful downward slash. As she moved to block it with all her might, he dematerialized the force in the attack, twisted his wrist in a way that defied physics, a core tenet of the drunken heart style, and flowed around her defense. His blade came to rest against her throat. Her blade was still committed to blocking a phantom attack. He had her. They stood frozen, chest to chest, their hearts hammering in unison. Sweat dripped from her brow. She had lost. She had given it her all, and she had lost. Tears of frustration and exhaustion welled in her eyes. But Bai Chen didn't announce his victory. He didn't gloat. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a husky whisper meant only for her. "I win, my fierce Yua." And then, in front of 50,000 people, who couldn't hear his words, but could see the searing intimacy of the moment, he gently, deliberately, closed the final inch between them and pressed his lips against hers. It was not a conqueror's kiss. It was not a tease. It was a kiss that held 3 years of longing, a second lifetime of promises, and the entire, chaotic, joyful truth of his heart. It was soft, and warm, and it tasted of victory and jasmine and new beginnings. For a heartbeat, Lin Yu's body went rigid with shock. And then, she melted. She dropped her sword with a clatter, her hands coming up to grip his arms as she kissed him back, pouring all of her own frustration, her longing, her relief, into that single, desperate, world-shattering moment. The great tournament of the 5 azure banners ended not with a declaration of victory, but with a stolen kiss that became a shared surrender, leaving the entire province speechless, and a new legend, forged of laughter and love, born in its place. In the dead silent arena, the soft clatter of Lin Yu's sword hitting the stone stage was as loud as a thunderclap. 50,000 people, from the highest sect masters to the lowest commoners, watched with bated breath, their minds collectively short-circuiting. They had come to see a victor crowned. They were witnessing a legend being born, not through a show of power, but through an act of breathtaking, public intimacy. For Bai Chen and Lin Yu, the world had ceased to exist. His kiss was a culmination of everything, the promise on the rooftop, the 3 years of silent longing, the echo of a vow made in another lifetime. It was a brand of ownership, and a plea for forgiveness all at once. Her response, the way she melted against him, the way her hands gripped his arms as she returned the kiss with a fierce, desperate passion of her own, was an answer more eloquent than any words. It was surrender. It was a challenge. It was a promise. When they finally broke apart, both were breathless, their faces flushed. The spell was broken, and the reality of their situation came crashing back in. They were standing in the middle of a dueling stage, in front of everyone. Lin Yu's eyes, wide with a mixture of dawning horror and lingering bliss, darted to the spectator stands. She saw her father, his face a thunderous mask of shock. She saw Jin Wei, whose expression had gone from shattered pride to a cold, venomous fury. She pushed away from Bai Chen, her cheeks the color of a summer sunset. What have you done?" she whispered, though there was no real heat in her words. "I yielded," Bai Chen murmured, his eyes still dark with the intensity of their kiss, a wolfish grin playing on his lips. "To an overwhelming urge. You should declare me the victor. I believe I conquered something far more important than a tournament today." "You are impossible," she hissed, though her body betrayed her by leaning almost imperceptibly back towards him. The tournament elder, a man whose placid life had not prepared him for this level of romantic drama, finally found his voice. The winner by tactical superiority is Bai Chen of the Azure Cloud sect." The announcement was almost an afterthought. The real victory had already been claimed. The aftermath was a storm of chaos. Jin Wei, with a final, hate-filled glare at Bai Chen, stormed away with the remnants of the Golden Lion sect. Lin Yu's father, General Lin, intercepted her before she could leave the stage, his expression grim. They exchanged heated, hushed words before he led her away, casting a look at Bai Chen that was a complex mix of fury and grudging respect. The man had just witnessed his daughter be publicly claimed in the most audacious manner imaginable, but he had also seen a level of talent in Bai Chen that no sane father could ignore. Bai Chen, meanwhile, was mobbed by his own sect. Feng Jian gave him a look of profound, almost religious awe. The other disciples just stared at him like he was a god. Li Bai slapped him on the back, laughing. "I taught you the drunken heart sword art, brat, not the stolen kiss victory technique. You have surpassed the master." Amidst the chaos, a single, quiet figure approached him. It was an imperial herald in the emperor's livery. The herald bowed low and presented a sealed scroll tied with a silken, golden ribbon. "A missive from the imperial palace, young Master Bai," the herald said, his voice respectful. "Her Highness, the Princess Juan, extends her congratulations on your victory, and cordially invites you to the capital for your reward." The scroll felt heavy in Bai Chen's hand. The reward was clearly a pretext. This was a royal summons. His little stunt with the kiss had not gone unnoticed. In fact, it had probably sent political shockwaves all the way to the palace. By publicly linking himself to the daughter of a prominent, disgraced general, he had unwittingly waded into the treacherous currents of imperial politics. Or had he? The demon lord within him suspected this was less of a problem, and more of an opportunity. A new game was afoot. The journey to the imperial capital was a grand affair. The Azure Cloud sect, basking in the glory of their unexpected victory, traveled in a proud procession. Bai Chen, however, chose to travel with Li Bai, a few days ahead of the main group. He needed time to think. "The princess, the general's daughter, you have a taste for complicated women, brat," Li Bai commented as they shared a jug of wine at a roadside inn. "They are the only kind worth the effort," Bai Chen replied with a shrug. "Simple things are so easily broken." "And your heart?" Li Bai asked, his gaze unusually sober. "Is that not a simple thing?" The question caught Bai Chen off guard. He thought of Lin Yu's fierce eyes, her soft lips. He thought of Princess Juan's clever smile and the way she had challenged him. Was his heart simple? It was a battlefield of a boy's longing and a demon lord's ambition. "My heart," Bai Chen said slowly, "is a very complicated piece of equipment. I am still reading the user manual." Li Bai just laughed and topped off his cup. They arrived at the imperial capital, a city of breathtaking scale and grandeur. It was a sprawling metropolis of towering pagodas, sweeping rooftops, and walls 100 feet high, teeming with 1,000,000 souls. The sheer density of human emotion, ambition, greed, love, despair, was a feast for Bai Chen's senses. He was escorted directly to a secluded, elegant wing of the Forbidden City, the heart of the empire. The air here was different, ancient and heavy with power, intrigue, and the ghosts of dynasties past. He was led not to a formal throne room, but to a private, sun-drenched pavilion overlooking a tranquil lotus pond. And waiting for him there, not in the simple garb of a traveler, but in the full, magnificent regalia of a princess, was Zhuan. She wore a gown of flowing, silken vermilion embroidered with golden phoenixes. Her hair was piled high in an intricate style, held in place by jade pins and a small, elegant coronet. She was no longer just a beautiful woman, she was a symbol of imperial power, radiating an aura of grace and authority that could cower a lesser man. But Bai Chen was not a lesser man. "Your Highness," he said, offering a slight, lazy bow that was technically respectful, but lacked any real deference. "You look expensive." A flicker of amusement crossed her perfect features. "And you, Victor Bai Chen, look exactly the same. I'm almost disappointed. I expected a more triumphant attire than dusty traveling clothes." "Triumph is a state of mind, not a fashion statement," he countered, strolling into the pavilion as if it were his own. He looked at the spread of exquisite cakes and rare teas on the table. "I see you've prepared snacks. Is this the reward the Emperor promised?" "I admit, I'm a little underwhelmed." "The reward is commensurate with the achievement," she said, her voice smooth as silk. "And while your victory kiss was certainly memorable, it was not exactly a feat of statesmanship." She gestured for him to sit. Although it was politically fascinating. There it was. The game had begun. "You speak of my kiss," Bai Chen said, casually picking up a delicate Osmanthus cake, "but you summoned me because of the assassins." Her composure didn't crack, but he saw a new depth of respect in her eyes. "You do not waste time, do you? Time is a resource. Wasting it is for the poor and the boring. I am neither." He took a bite of the cake. It was delicious. "So, let's talk. Who wants you dead?" "My eldest brother, the Crown Prince," she said, her voice turning as cold as winter stone. "He sees me as a rival for our father's throne. He believes I am too ambitious, too capable. The general's daughter, Lin Yu, is connected to a military faction loyal to me. The attack was meant to be a warning. To eliminate her, and perhaps me if I was foolish enough to intervene, thus weakening my position." Bai Chen listened, piecing together the political puzzle. Zhuan was not just a princess. She was a player in the deadliest game of all, the Game of Thrones. A classic tale, he mused. Ambitious brother, capable sister. I've read this story before. It usually ends with a lot of dead relatives. He gave her a sharp look. "Which role are you planning to play? The tragic victim, or the smiling successor?" Her lips curved into a dangerous, beautiful smile. "Which role do you think would suit me better?" "The smiling successor, without a doubt," he said instantly. "Tragedy is so drab." She laughed, a genuine, delighted sound that was far more captivating than her practiced smiles. "You are unlike any man I have ever met, Bai Chen." "I get that a lot," he said. He leaned forward, his playfulness gone, replaced by the intensity of a master strategist. "Your brother's mistake was hiring second-rate assassins. His next attempt will be more direct. He'll use the political arena. He will try to isolate you, discredit you. He'll use Lin Yu as a pawn. He will try to force her into a marriage with his ally, Jin Wei, to absorb her faction's power." Her face went pale. He had just laid out the exact strategy her spies had been warning her about. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because it's what I would do," Bai Chen said simply. "The old demon lord knew the dance of power well. He has already set it in motion," she admitted, her voice grim. The Emperor, my father, has decreed that in 1 month's time, there will be a trial of 10,000 illusions held in the ancestral temple. It is an ancient rite of passage, a trial of one's soul and will. He has invited both Jin Wei and myself to participate. The one who performs better will be granted a royal boon. My brother intends for Jin Wei to win, and his boon will be a betrothal to Lin Yu. Bai Chen's knuckles were white where he gripped his teacup. A forced marriage. The cage Lin Yu spoke of was closing around her. Then your path is clear, he said, his voice cold as ice. You must enter the trial. And you must win. It's not that simple, she countered. The trial of 10,000 illusions is a nightmare of the soul. Participants are forced to live through 10,000 lifetimes in their mind, lifetimes of joy, sorrow, pain, and madness. Most who enter either fail within the first hour, or emerge as gibbering, mindless shells, their spirits shattered. Jin Wei has been specially trained since childhood to resist mental arts. His will is like iron. I am not certain I can defeat him. She was admitting a weakness, a fear. It was an incredible act of trust. Bai Chen looked at her, this brilliant, proud, and secretly terrified princess. He remembered her story about her pet kitten, the lesson she'd learned about love and weakness. He remembered her clever refusal of his kiss. She was not a piece in his game. She was rapidly becoming a player he wanted on his own team. And besides, her goals, to crush Jin Wei and free Lin Yu, aligned perfectly with his own. You won't have to, he said. What do you mean? He stood up and walked to the edge of the pavilion, looking out at the lotus pond. The Emperor invited you and Jin Wei, correct? 2 of the brightest talents of your generation. He turned back, a slow, incredibly arrogant smile spreading across his face. But he forgot to invite the actual brightest talent. The man who won the tournament. Zhuan's eyes widened as she understood his meaning. You can't be serious. You would enter the trial. For me. Why? Why? It was a good question. Because it would shatter Jin Wei's ambition. Because it would free Lin Yu. Because it would place this powerful, intelligent princess deep in his debt. Yes, all of that. But there was another reason, a simpler one. Because it sounds fun, Bai Chen said, his eyes sparkling with a mad, joyful light. 10,000 lifetimes in an afternoon. That's not a trial, it's the ultimate vacation. I've always wanted to try being a chicken. He winked at her. Also, I don't like it when arrogant princes bully impressive women. It offends my sensibilities. He was offering to face a soul-destroying trial, a task that terrified even her, and he was treating it like a trip to the theater. His sheer, indomitable will, his joyful defiance in the face of all things grim and serious, it was the most intoxicating, most attractive quality she had ever encountered. You believe you can win, she breathed, hope warring with disbelief. Your Highness, Bai Chen said, his voice dropping to that deep, suggestive purr he used to such devastating effect. Winning is a foregone conclusion. The real question is, what will my royal boon be when I emerge victorious? He let his gaze drift over her, from her jeweled hairpins down to the silken hem of her gown. I might ask for a province. Or a private army. Or perhaps, I might cash in on that kiss I was so cruelly denied. A princess's kiss should be a reward for a truly legendary feat, don't you think? His words were a whirlwind of politics, promise, and a bold, erotic suggestion that made her heart race. He wasn't just offering to be her champion, he was offering a partnership, wrapped in a flirtatious challenge. He was giving her power, but he was also making it clear that he intended to claim a reward of his own. Before she could form a reply, her mind reeling from the possibilities, he leaned in close, his voice a low whisper against her ear. There is one more thing. The records of my original sect, the Azure Cloud sect. They speak of a great betrayal, a sect that was dissolved centuries ago. What do you know of the Crimson Blade sect? His sudden shift in topic was jarring, but Princess Zhuan, ever sharp, recognized the name instantly from her deep study of historical texts. The Crimson Blade sect. They were a powerful, unorthodox sect wiped out in a single night about 200 years ago. Rumor says they dabbled in forbidden blood magic, and were destroyed by a coalition of righteous sects. Their founder was a notorious figure, said to have betrayed his own sworn brother to steal a demonic technique. She paused, her eyes narrowing. Why do you ask? Bai Chen's smile was gone, replaced by an expression of cold, ancient memory. He was thinking of the betrayal that had ended his first life. General Kai, his sworn brother, holding a bloody halberd. The puzzle pieces of his past were beginning to drift together. No reason, he lied smoothly, his cheerful mask slipping back into place. Just a passing historical curiosity. He had what he needed. A new objective in the capital, a new trial to conquer, and a powerful new ally. He gave the princess a final, confident grin. Get me an imperial decree for the trial, Your Highness, he said. It's time to show your brother what real power looks like. And I'll see to it that you get to wear that smiling successor look permanently. He turned and strode out of the pavilion, leaving Princess Zhuan amidst her untouched cakes and teas, her heart a whirlwind of political calculation and personal longing. She had summoned a wild dragon, hoping to aim it at her enemies. She was just now realizing that she might not be able to control it. And the most terrifying part was, she wasn't sure she wanted to. Princess Zhuan was a woman of terrifying efficiency. Within a day, a golden scroll bearing the emperor's personal seal was delivered to Bai Chen. It was a royal decree, officially inviting the champion of the 5 Azure Banners tournament to participate in the upcoming trial of 10,000 illusions. The decree framed it as an unprecedented honor, a testament to the emperor's magnanimity. Bai Chen read it and laughed. It was a masterpiece of political maneuvering. The princess had not only granted his request, but had done so in a way that made it impossible for her brother, the crown prince, to object without seeming petty and insecure. She was, he had to admit, a natural at this game. He spent the next month in the capital, living in the luxurious quarters provided for him. He was a phantom, rarely seen. He declined all invitations to celebratory banquets and fawning meetings with nobles. While Jin Wei was loudly proclaiming his confidence and basking in the support of the crown prince's faction, Bai Chen was preparing. His preparation, however, involved no strenuous training or solemn meditation. He spent his days in the Imperial Library, a vast repository of knowledge that dwarfed his old sect's collection. He wasn't researching the trial, he already knew its nature from his past life. He was hunting for ghosts. He devoured texts on the Crimson Blade sect, piecing together a history that the public records had tried to erase. They were not just dabblers in blood magic, they were pioneers of soul-forging techniques. Their founder, a man named Kai, a name that sent a chill down Bai Chen's spine, had indeed betrayed his closest friend to acquire a forbidden art. It was a story that mirrored his own death, so perfectly it couldn't be a coincidence. General Kai, his sworn brother who had delivered the penultimate blow, must have been a descendant, or an inheritor of their legacy. His betrayal wasn't just personal, it was historical, a grudge passed down through generations. So, my old friend, Bai Chen thought, a cold smile touching his lips, your betrayal was not just a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was your destiny. A destiny I will now rewrite into a farce. His nights were spent with Li Bai. The drunken sword Immortal had become his confidant and drinking companion. They would sit on the rooftops of the Forbidden City, sharing jugs of Immortal's lament under the stars. This trial of the soul, Li Bai said one night, his voice unusually serious. It is no small thing, Bai Chen. It preys on regret. It uses your past to break your future. My soul is too full of ghosts to ever attempt it. Are you certain your own house is in order? Bai Chen looked up at the moon, his expression unreadable. My house is a chaotic mess, my friend, he admitted. It's filled with the ghosts of 2 lifetimes. But I've learned something important. You don't fight ghosts. You dance with them. You tell them jokes. You thank them for the lessons they taught you, and then you show them the door. It was a philosophy born of the Laughing Sutra, and Bai could only shake his head in wonder at the boy's bizarre, unshakable spirit. On the day of the trial, a tense, expectant silence hung over the capital. The ancestral temple was an ancient, solemn structure, at the very heart of the Forbidden City. Its doors, carved from thousand-year-old spirit wood, were opened only for the most sacred of imperial rites. A crowd of the highest-ranking nobles, ministers, and the emperor himself had gathered in the temple's outer court. The emperor was a stern, impassive man whose face gave nothing away, but Bai Chen could see the flicker of calculation in his eyes. He wasn't just a father, he was an arbiter, using this trial to weigh the value of his children and their chosen champions. Princess Zhuan stood proud and regal, giving Bai Chen a subtle, encouraging nod. Nearby, Lin Yu watched him, her expression a maelstrom of worry and hope. Her father stood beside her, his face a grim stone mask. Jin Wei was a pillar of arrogant confidence, his golden aura practically humming with power. He shot Bai Chen a look of pure loathing. Today, illusion will be stripped from reality, he sneered, loud enough for those nearby to hear. We will see what is left of you when your cheap tricks are gone. I'm hoping for a strong moral fiber and a charming personality, Bai Chen retorted cheerfully. But I'll settle for being the guy who beats you. Again. The three participants, Zhuan, Jin Wei, and Bai Chen, were led into the temple's inner sanctum. The room was circular, empty, and dark, the walls made of a strange, non-reflective black stone. In the center of the room, on a raised dais, sat a single object, a mirror. It was not a silvered glass mirror. It was a perfect, circular disc of polished obsidian, 10 feet in diameter. It seemed to drink the light, its surface a pool of absolute nothingness. This was the Mirror of Myriad Truths, the ancient artifact that powered the trial. The head imperial priest, a wizened old man, chanted the final rites. The trial will begin. Step before the mirror, and your soul shall be drawn within. It will end when your will breaks, or when you have conquered the illusions. May your spirit be strong. Jin Wei went first. With a confident smirk, he stepped onto the dais. The moment he stood before the mirror, his reflection appeared, but it was twisted, demonic. A flash of black light, and his physical body slumped to the floor, unconscious. His soul was now inside the mirror. Princess Zhuan went next. She took a deep breath, her face pale but determined, and stepped forward. Her reflection shimmered, showing a weeping queen adorned with a crown of thorns. Another flash, and she too collapsed. Finally, it was Bai Chen's turn. He strolled up to the dais, looking at the obsidian disc with an expression of intense curiosity. A mirror that reflects the soul, he mused. Let's see what it makes of my chaotic mess. He stepped in front of it. For a moment, nothing happened. The mirror remained a blank void. The head priest frowned. This had never happened before. Then, slowly, two figures resolved within the mirror's black depths. On the left was a 10-year-old boy with eyes full of fear and desperation, shivering in a snowy village, the soul he once was. On the right was a towering, silver-haired demon lord sitting on a throne of bones, his eyes burning with cold fury and eternal regret, the soul he had become. The two reflections looked at each other, then they looked out at the real Bai Chen. Then, in perfect, chilling unison, they both smiled his signature, wicked smile. A tidal wave of black light erupted from the mirror, and Bai Chen's world vanished. He was floating in a sea of pure, churning chaos. This was the space within the artifact, the canvas upon which the 10,000 illusions would be painted. He felt the artifacts were probing his mind, searching for his fears, his regrets, his desires, to craft the lifetimes that would break him. Most souls would fight this, resisting with their willpower. Bai Chen did the opposite. He opened his mind completely. Come on in. He thought with a laugh. The part is just getting started. The first lifetime began. He was a baker, living a simple, happy life in a peaceful town. He had a loving wife, 2 beautiful children. He felt the simple joy of kneading dough, the warmth of his wife's embrace, the sound of his children's laughter. The illusion was designed to make him cling to this simple happiness, to make him despair when it was taken away. A plague came. His family died in his arms. He felt the tearing grief, the soul-crushing loss. A normal soul would be devastated. Bai Chen, floating in the void between lives, just smiled sadly. A beautiful life, he whispered. Thank you for the memory. He held the joy, cherished it, and then let the sorrow wash through him and away. It was an emotion he had already mastered. The Laughing Sutra's core principle wasn't to avoid pain, it was to embrace all emotions, to find the chaotic joy in the very act of feeling. The next life, he was a king, conquering a continent. He felt the intoxication of absolute power, the weight of a crown. Then, he was betrayed by his most trusted general. He died alone, poisoned at his own victory banquet. Bai Chen laughed. Unoriginal. You stole that one from my actual life. 2 out of 10 for creativity. Lifetime after lifetime washed over him. He was a scholar who went mad chasing an unsolvable riddle. A farmer whose crops failed year after year. A musician who went deaf. A general who won every battle but lost the war. A chicken. He particularly enjoyed that one, discovering that the single-minded pursuit of a tasty bug was a remarkably pure form of enlightenment. For anyone else, the emotional whiplash would have been unbearable. The artifact was trying to find a crack in his soul, a weakness to exploit. But Bai Chen's soul was no longer a single, solid thing. It was a flowing, chaotic river of 2 lifetimes worth of experience. He absorbed every life, every skill, every emotion, not as a trial, but as a lesson. He mastered carpentry. He learned to paint with breathtaking skill. He understood the heart of a poet and the mind of a mathematician. Each illusion, meant to break him, was instead making him stronger, his soul more vast, more complex, more complete. He was not just withstanding the trial. He was consuming it. Meanwhile, outside the mirror, 3 days had passed. Jin Wei's body had begun to tremble, his face pale and slick with sweat. His iron will was cracking under the strain. Princess Zhuan was faring better, her expression serene, but a faint line of tension on her brow showed she was struggling. Bai Chen's body remained utterly still, a placid smile on his face. Sometimes, he would let out a soft chuckle in his sleep, a sound that deeply unsettled the attending priests. Inside the mirror, Bai Chen had lived through 9,999 lives. He felt the artifacts were growing desperate, frantic. It had thrown everything it had at him, and he had simply laughed and asked for more. It had one last illusion, its trump card. The one it saved for the souls that were truly unbreakable. It would not create a new life. It would force him to confront the one he already lived. The world resolved around him, no longer an illusion, but a memory made real. He was back in his throne room. Back in his prime as the Demon Lord. His Star Dragon armor was whole. His power was immense. And kneeling before him were the 3 betrayers, General Kai, Elder Mai, and the Holy Saintess, Lian. But this time, they were not there to kill him. They were there to celebrate his greatest victory. Congratulations, my lord. General Kai boomed, his face full of genuine, brotherly pride. The last of the celestial tyrants has fallen. You have brought true peace to the realms. This was the illusion's poison, not pain, but a perfect, happy ending to his first life. A world where he was not betrayed. A world where Lian loved him, truly and without deception. She stepped forward, her eyes shining with adoration. Bai Chen, she said, her voice like music. You have saved us all. You are not a demon, you are a savior. She took his hand. Stay. Rule with me. Let us build a new world together, one of peace and of love. Her touch was warm. Her smile was real. Every fiber of his old soul screamed at him to accept, to stay in this perfect, painless world. This was everything he had ever wanted. The old Bai Chen, the demon lord in the mirror of his soul, reached out to take her. But the new Bai Chen, the boy who had bathed in moonlight and jeweled with a stick, just smiled a sad, gentle smile. "It's a beautiful lie," he whispered. He looked at the perfect, adoring face of Liane. He remembered her real face, twisted with tears and regret, as she drove the god-slaying dagger into his heart. But a lie, nonetheless. He looked at General Kai, his proud, loyal sworn brother. "I forgive you," he said softly, speaking not to the illusion, but to the memory. He turned his back on the perfect world. "This isn't my life anymore." The illusion shattered. He was back in the void. But he was not alone. Standing before him was the reflection of his past self, the silver-haired demon lord, his face a mask of cold fury and confusion. "Why?" the demon lord demanded, his voice a thunder of rage and betrayal. "That was our victory. Our peace. Our love. Why would you throw it away?" "Because it wasn't real," Bai Chen replied calmly. "And even if it were, it's not the life I want anymore. Your path was paved with blood and ended in betrayal. Your love was a lie. Your peace was a tyranny. I did what was necessary," the demon lord roared. "I unified the realms. I suffered. I bled. I built an empire on a throne of my own bones. Do not dishonor my sacrifice." "I don't dishonor it," Bai Chen said, and his voice was soft with a compassion that his past self could not comprehend. "I thank you for it." He stepped forward and did something the demon lord would never have expected. He opened his arms and embraced his former self. He hugged the embodiment of his own pain, his rage, his regret. "Thank you for your suffering," Bai Chen whispered, holding the tense, furious figure. "Thank you for gathering the power. Thank you for mastering the techniques. Thank you for learning all the hard lessons so that I wouldn't have to. You walked through hell so that I could stroll through paradise." The demon lord struggled, but the embrace was not one of combat. It was one of acceptance. He felt the warmth, the joy, the chaotic, vibrant life of his new self, and the cold, hard shell around his soul began to crack. "Your life wasn't a failure," Bai Chen continued, his voice resonating with the truth of the Laughing Sutra. "It was the perfect, necessary prelude. Now, it's time for the main performance. Let's do it together. Not as a ghost and a boy, but as one whole, complete soul." The demon lord stopped struggling. The fury in his eyes softened, melting away into a profound, soul-deep weariness. He had carried his burden for centuries. For the first time, he was being offered not a challenge, but rest. Acceptance. He closed his eyes and slowly, tentatively, returned the hug. "Live well," the demon lord whispered, his voice fading. "And for pity's sake, make her laugh for real this time." His form dissolved into a torrent of pure, silvery white soul energy and flowed into Bai Chen. It was not a conquest. It was a merger. A reunification. Bai Chen felt a century of bitter memories and peerless power settle within him, no longer as a separate, angry entity, but as an integrated, accepted part of his own history. His cultivation, his soul's very foundation, skyrocketed. He felt the bottleneck to the next major realm of cultivation, a stage he hadn't reached until he was over 100 years old in his first life, shatter like glass. His soul, immeasurably strong and now utterly whole, shone with a light so brilliant it overwhelmed the artifact. The mirror of myriad truths let out a sorrowful crack, unable to contain him. His consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes. He was back in the sanctum. The obsidian mirror had a fine, hairline fracture running down its center. He had emerged. The head priest gasped. 3 days. He survived for 3 days. At that moment, the bodies of Jin Wei and Princess Zhuan stirred. A psychic scream of defeat echoed from the mirror, and Jin Wei's unconscious body convulsed. He awoke with a yell, his eyes wild with madness. His will had shattered. He was a broken man. Princess Zhuan awoke a moment later, her face pale but her eyes clear. She had survived, but she was exhausted, her spirit heavily bruised. She looked at Bai Chen, who stood there looking as refreshed as if he'd just awoken from a pleasant nap, and her jaw dropped. Bai Chen stretched, a lazy, cat-like movement. He felt wonderful. He now had the power of a demon lord, tempered by the joy of the Laughing Sutra, all contained within the vibrant, youthful body of a 14-year-old. It was a terrifyingly potent combination. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Then it grew. Soon, he was laughing, a sound of pure, unadulterated, triumphant joy that echoed through the sacred temple, shaking the ancient stones. It was the laugh of a man who had faced his own ghosts and invited them for a drink. It was the laugh of a soul made whole. The sound of his laughter was the final nail in Jin Wei's psychic coffin. He shrieked and scrambled away, a fallen genius reduced to a gibbering wreck. Bai Chen's laughter subsided. He looked at Princess Zhuan, who was staring at him with undisguised awe. "I believe," he said, his voice holding a new, deeper resonance, "a perfect harmony of boyish charm and ancient power, that I have won. Now, about my reward." He walked out of the temple sanctum and into the light of the court, leaving a broken mirror, a broken rival, and a stunned princess in his wake. The trial was over. His soul was complete. Now, the real fun could begin. The imperial court was a creature of ceremony and whispers. When Bai Chen strode out of the ancestral temple, blinking in the bright sunlight, the whispers that greeted him were not just of curiosity, but of bone-deep, superstitious awe. The sight that met the assembled nobility was staggering. First came a screaming, clawing Jin Wei, his eyes wild with shattered sanity, dragged away by the crown prince's furious and humiliated guards. Next emerged a pale, but composed Princess Zhuan, leaning on her attendants for support, her gaze fixed on the man who followed her. And finally, there was Bai Chen. He looked radiant. Not just unscathed, but vibrant, as if he had just returned from a restful vacation at a spiritual hot spring. A serene, knowing smile played on his lips, and his eyes, those impossibly deep obsidian eyes, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages and the mischief of a boy in a single glance. He had walked into a soul-destroying nightmare and emerged as if he'd just taken a pleasant stroll. The emperor himself, a man who had not shown surprise in 3 decades, let his imperial mask slip for a fraction of a second. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He saw not a teenage boy, but a power, an entity of unfathomable will. Bai Chen walked to the center of the court, the focus of every powerful gaze in the empire, and offered the emperor a simple, respectful bow. "Your Majesty." The trial was invigorating. A bit repetitive towards the end, but the chicken lifetime was a truly inspired touch. His casual, almost flippant comment in the face of such a solemn rite sent a fresh wave of shock through the court. Was he mad? Or was he so far beyond them that their solemnity was simply a child's game to him? The emperor regained his composure, his voice booming with practiced authority. "You have faced the mirror of myriad truths and emerged victorious, your spirit unbroken. Such a feat has not been seen in 500 years. You have brought great honor to yourself and your sect. As promised, the empire grants you a royal boon. Name your reward, Bai Chen. Within the bounds of my authority, it shall be yours." This was the moment. The culmination of his plan. The entire court held its breath. Would he ask for a noble title? A vast territory? A mountain of gold? A divine weapon from the imperial army? Bai Chen tapped his chin thoughtfully. A reward. A reward. He looked around the court, his gaze sweeping past the powerful ministers, past the glowering crown prince, past the hopeful eyes of Princess Zhuan. His eyes finally landed on Lin Yu, who stood beside her grim-faced father. She was watching him, her heart in her eyes, a silent plea and a challenge all at once. He smiled. A slow, gentle, incredibly public smile directed only at her. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice clear and resonant, carrying to every corner of the court. "I am a simple man with simple desires. I have no need for land, for titles are but fleeting vanities, and gold is a burden." The nobility murmured. Such false humility. Surely it was a prelude to an even more audacious request. The greatest treasures in this life, Bai Chen continued, his gaze still locked with Lin Yu's, are not things that can be held, but bonds that can be forged. He turned back to the emperor. The house of Lin, led by the loyal general Lin Qianshao, was wrongly disgraced. His daughter, the supremely talented Lady Lin Yu, is a phoenix who deserves to fly, not a songbird to be caged. Lin Yu gasped. General Lin's stone-faced demeanor cracked, his eyes widening. Bai Chen was not just asking for a reward for himself. He was about to meddle in the highest echelons of military and political affairs. Therefore, for my royal boon, Bai Chen declared, his voice ringing with power, I ask for two things. First, that your majesty issue a full, public exoneration for General Lin Qianshao and restore his family's honor and titles. Let the world know that he is a hero of the empire, not a traitor. The court erupted. This was a direct slap in the face to the faction that had framed the general, the very same faction now led by the crown prince. It was a political masterstroke, using his victory to champion Zhuan's staunchest ally. The emperor's face remained impassive, but Bai Chen saw a flicker of cunning approval in his eyes. The emperor didn't care about his son's squabbles, he cared about balance. Bai Chen was restoring a powerful piece to the board. And for your second request, the emperor prompted. Bai Chen's smile turned wicked. He looked directly at the crown prince and what was left of Jin Wei's family delegation. My second request, he announced, is that any and all talks of a betrothal between the Golden Lion sect and the House of Lin be declared null and void. Permanently. The Golden Lion, Jin Wei, has proven his spirit to be lacking. He is unworthy of a dragoness like Lady Lin Yu. He then gave Lin Yu a look so full of possessive heat and playful challenge it made her toes curl. She requires a more suitable partner. One with a proven spirit. Someone who isn't afraid to laugh in the face of 10,000 nightmares. He didn't explicitly name himself. He didn't have to. The implication was as clear as a thunderclap on a sunny day. He had not only freed her from her political cage, he had publicly, in front of the entire empire, declared his own intentions. He was staking his claim. The silence that followed was so profound it was almost deafening. Bai Chen had used his one royal boon not to enrich himself, but to rewrite political destinies and declare a romantic war. Lin Yu's face was a beautiful, blazing bonfire of crimson. She was mortified. She was furious. She was ecstatic. She wanted to slap him. She wanted to kiss him again. Her father, General Lin, simply closed his eyes, a long, slow breath escaping his lips. The impossible boy had just handed him back his life's honor on a silver platter, and in the same breath, announced his intention to steal his daughter. The emperor sat on his throne, observing the chaos his champion had wrought. After a long moment, a slow, dangerous smile spread across his lips. A fascinating request, the emperor boomed, his voice sealing the matter into law. A boon that asks for justice and frees a dragoness from an unworthy lion. So be it. The boon is granted. Let the imperial scribes record it. General Lin Qianshao is hereby exonerated. All betrothal talks are ended. The matter was settled. Bai Chen had won. He had checkmated the crown prince, elevated Zhuan's faction, restored a hero's honor, and freed the woman he desired from a loveless fate, all in a single, perfectly executed move. That night, the capital was a whirlwind of celebration and fury. The Azure Cloud sect was hosting a grand banquet in their victory. Princess Zhuan held her own private feast, cementing her newfound political advantage. The crown prince's palace was a place of silent, simmering rage. Bai Chen, the cause of it all, was nowhere to be found. He slipped away from the celebrations, melting into the shadows of the vast, labyrinthine city. He moved with a phantom's grace, his destination clear in his mind. He arrived at a quiet, elegant courtyard manor, the temporary residence of the now reinstated General Lin Qianshao. He didn't use the front gate. That would be too formal, too boring. Instead, with a light leap powered by his newly consolidated soul force, he landed silently on a tiled rooftop overlooking a moonlit garden. He could hear the soft strains of a zither playing from one of the pavilions. And there she was. Lin Yu was sitting by a small koi pond, her back to him. She had changed out of her formal robes and into a simple, elegant dress of soft, flowing moonlight blue silk. Her long black hair was unbound, cascading down her back like a waterfall of ink. She was the one playing the zither, her fingers dancing over the strings, pouring all the day's tumultuous emotions into a melody that was both sorrowful and soaring. He watched her for a long moment, his heart doing a slow, painful clench. She was so beautiful it hurt. This was the woman whose ghost he had carried for 100 years. Seeing her here, so real, so vibrant. It was a treasure beyond any royal boon. He dropped from the roof, landing as silently as a falling leaf on the grass behind her. The music stopped abruptly. She didn't jump or cry out. She had been expecting him. "You are infuriating," she said without turning around, her voice a low, trembling murmur. "Is that a thank you?" Bai Chen replied softly, walking up behind her. "I am new to this whole noble hero thing. I am told my methods are unconventional." "You didn't just break my cage, Bai Chen," she said, her shoulders tense. "You shattered it in the middle of the imperial court, and then announced to the whole world that you intended to tame the bird." She finally turned, her eyes flashing with a mixture of fire and vulnerability. "Did you ever once consider my honor? My reputation?" "Your honor was never in question," he said, his gaze serious. He reached out, his hand gently tucking a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. His fingers brushed against the soft skin of her neck, sending a shiver through her. "I merely informed the world that your heart was not for sale. It must be won. A fact that makes you the most honorable woman in the empire." His voice dropped to a husky whisper. "And your reputation? After today, your reputation is that of a woman so desirable, the greatest champion of a generation would use the emperor's own boon just to earn the right to court you." His words were a silken trap, spinning his outrageous public display into an act of ultimate flattery. She was left breathless, her anger melting away like snow in the spring sun, leaving only a warm, tingling flush. You always have an answer, don't you?" she stammered. "It's a gift," he purred. He let his hand trail from her cheek down the elegant line of her neck to her shoulder. It was a bold, suggestive touch, crossing a line from a romantic gesture to something far more intimate. She trembled but didn't pull away. The demon lord in him was reveling in her reaction, but the boy, Bai Chen, was simply terrified and thrilled by her acceptance. "Today, in the court, you heard my words. Now, I want to hear yours. The betrothal is broken. You are free, Yua. What do you want?" It was the most important question he had ever asked. She looked into his eyes, searching for the trickster, the manipulator. But all she found was a raw, unwavering sincerity. She saw the boy who had run to save her from a dream. She saw the champion who had faced down his own soul to protect her. "What I want," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears, "is to not be a political prize. To not be a piece in someone else's game." She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I want to walk my own path. To be strong enough to stand beside the people I care about, not behind them." Her gaze intensified. "And I want the boy who made a promise to me on a mountain top 3 years ago." His heart stopped. Then it restarted with a painful, joyous surge. He didn't say a word. He simply lowered his head and kissed her. This kiss was different from the one on the stage. That one had been a declaration, a public claim. This one, here in the secret moonlight of her garden, was a conversation. It was tender, questioning at first, then deepening as she responded with an equal, desperate hunger. Her arms snaked around his neck, pulling him closer, her fingers tangling in his long hair. His hand slid from her shoulders down to her back, one settling at the small of her back, the other gently cradling her head, pulling her deeper into the kiss. It was a kiss that spoke of years of lost time, of relief so profound it felt like pain, of a future just beginning to dawn. He explored the soft contours of her lips, a silent question, and she answered by parting them, inviting him in. Their kiss became a tangle of hot, wet intimacy, a dance of tongues and searching hands. The scent of her, the taste of her, it was intoxicating, overwhelming his senses. It was 100 times more potent than Bai's strongest wine. He gently pressed her backwards until her back was against the cool, sturdy wood of a weeping willow tree. He trapped her there, his body flush against hers, his leg insinuating itself between hers in a gesture of blatant possession. He wasn't hurting her, but he was surrounding her, claiming every inch of her, making it clear that she was his. Bai Chen, she breathed against his lips, her body pliant and yielding against him. Say it again, he growled, his lips leaving hers to trail a line of fire down her jaw, to the wildly fluttering pulse at the base of her throat. Bai Chen. She gasped, her head tilting back, giving him greater access. His name on her lips was no longer a name, it was a prayer, an incantation. Am I still, infuriating, he whispered, his lips teasing the sensitive skin just below her ear. Utterly, she managed to say, her fingers tightening their grip in his hair. Completely unbearable. Good, he murmured, his hand sliding from her back, moving with tantalizing slowness up her side, his thumb brushing against the lower swell of her breast through the thin silk of her dress. A sharp, electric jolt shot through her, and she let out a small, helpless sound, a mix between a gasp and a moan. The touch was both scandalously intimate and yet achingly tender. It was the touch of a man who was claiming his territory, but doing so with a worshipper's reverence. At that moment, the sharp sound of a clearing throat echoed from the pavilion. Ahem. They froze. Slowly, guiltily, they pulled apart, their faces flushed, their clothes slightly disheveled. Standing on the veranda of the pavilion, his arms crossed, was General Lin Qianshao. His expression was a thundercloud, a tempest, an entire natural disaster contained in one man's face. I believe, the general said, his voice dangerously calm, that my daughter and I were in the middle of a private musical recital. I do not recall inviting a guest. Particularly one who seems to have misplaced his hands. Lin Yu squeaked and hid her face behind Bai Chen's shoulder, utterly mortified. Bai Chen, however, didn't flinch. He slowly removed his hand from Lin Yu's side, turned to face the general, and gave him a calm, respectful, and entirely unapologetic bow. General Lin, he said, his voice smooth as silk despite his own racing heart. My sincerest apologies. It seems my gratitude for your daughter's enchanting music overwhelmed my sense of propriety. Her zither playing has a way of stirring a man's soul. It was a brilliant, shameless deflection, framing his blatant seduction as an act of artistic appreciation. General Lin's eye twitched. He was a veteran of bloody battlefields, a master of strategy. He had faced down armies and monsters. But he had no strategy for dealing with this boy, who could switch from passionate lover to slick-tongued diplomat in the span of a heartbeat. He just sighed, the sound of a mountain weary of the wind. Come inside, boy, he said, his voice full of gravel and resignation. You and I have things to discuss. Many, many things. Bai Chen gave Lin Yu's hand a final, secret squeeze, a promise of a conversation to be continued. He then squared his shoulders and walked towards the pavilion, towards the lion's den. He had won the battle in the court. He had won the battle for her heart. Now he had to win the battle for her father. It promised to be his most challenging duel yet. And he couldn't wait to begin. The air inside the pavilion was thick with the scent of jasmine tea and unspoken threats. General Lin Qianshao sat on one side of a low-slung mahogany table, his posture as straight and unyielding as a spear. His presence filled the room, a silent, oppressive weight born of years commanding legions and staring down death. This was not the rustic hunter from Clear Spring Village, this was the Crimson Lion of the Imperial Army, a man whose name was once whispered with fear and respect on every battlefield. Bai Chen sat opposite him, pouring himself a cup of tea with a hand that was remarkably steady. He met the general's intimidating glare not with arrogance, but with a calm, placid respect. He knew this was not a battle to be won with witty banter or clever tricks. This was a test of character. Lin Yu hovered anxiously by the doorway, a silent spectator to this clash of two of the most important men in her life. "Boy," General Lin began, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Today, in the imperial court, you saved my family. You restored an honor I thought was lost forever. For this, you have my eternal gratitude." He paused, his gaze hardening. "And then, tonight, in my garden, I find you with your hands on my daughter, behaving like a common rogue." "With all due respect, General," Bai Chen replied, taking a slow sip of tea, "my intentions were anything but common." The general's eyebrow rose a fraction. "Indeed. They were audacious. Publicly declaring your intent, leveraging the emperor's boon. You play the game of politics like a grandmaster. You are either the most brilliant strategist I have ever met, or the most reckless fool. Why not both?" Bai Chen countered with a slight smile. "Brilliance and recklessness are often two sides of the same coin." "Perhaps." The general leaned forward, his massive frame exuding a pressure that would have made a lesser man fold. "But my daughter is not a coin to be wagered. She is the last, precious treasure of my house. I spent 3 years hiding in poverty to keep her safe. I will not hand her over to a boy of unknown origins and questionable methods." This was the heart of it. The gratitude was real, but the suspicion ran deeper. "A fair assessment," Bai Chen conceded. He put down his teacup. The time for games was over. It was time for a measure of truth. "You want to know who I am? You think I am an orphan boy who got lucky with a secret technique. That is the story I have allowed the world to believe. It is not the truth." Lin Yu held her breath. Her father leaned in, his full attention now captured. "I am not a fool, boy. I knew that the day you took down 2 Shadowhawk assassins with your bare hands. My past is complicated," Bai Chen began, choosing his words with care. He couldn't tell them the whole truth, that he was a reincarnated demon lord from 100 years in the future. They would think him mad. But he could give them a version of the truth, a piece of his soul. "I am the last scion of a fallen house," he said, weaving a story from the threads of his 2 lives. "A house that was destroyed generations ago by a great betrayal. All their knowledge, all their techniques, were sealed away, passed down to me in the form of memories. Not learned, but inherited." This explained his anachronistic knowledge and power without revealing the mechanism of his rebirth. "I grew up an orphan because my family was erased. My methods are questionable because the techniques I inherited are not of this peaceful era. They are arts of survival, of chaos, of war." He looked at General Lin, his eyes holding the ancient weight of his past self. "You and I, General, are more alike than you know. We are both ghosts of a bygone era, trying to protect the ones we love in a world that has wronged us." The general stared at him, his sharp, analytical eyes searching Bai Chen's face for any hint of deception. He saw none. He saw a maturity, a pain, and a resolve that no 14-year-old should possess. The story was fantastical, yet it fit the bizarre reality of the boy before him. It made a strange, terrible kind of sense. "A fallen house?" The general mused. "Which one?" "Their name is lost to history," Bai Chen lied smoothly. "As they intended. Anonymity was their final shield." "And your intentions towards my daughter?" the general pressed, his voice sharp as a blade. "Are they as noble as the justice you sought for me? Or are they the selfish desires of a young man?" Bai Chen met his gaze without flinching. "They are both," he said with unflinching honesty. "It would be an insult to your daughter to pretend that my desire for her is purely a selfless, political maneuver. I look at her, and my heart, an organ I long thought was little more than a metronome for my blood, forgets its rhythm. I want her. I want to see her smile. I want to hear her laugh. I want to slay her enemies and bring their heads to her as courting gifts. I want to build a world where she is safe to be as fierce and brilliant as she was born to be. He then turned his gaze to Lin Yu, who was listening with wide, tear-filled eyes. His voice softened, becoming an intimate vow meant only for her, though her father heard every word. I want to stand beside you, Yue. Not in front of you as a shield, nor behind you as a shadow. Beside you. As an equal. That is my selfish desire. And I believe it is the noblest intention a man can have. The raw, poetic sincerity of his declaration silenced the room. He had laid his heart bare, admitting his desire, but framing it in a language of respect and partnership that was unheard of in this world of political marriages and concubines. Lin Yu let out a small, choked sob, her hand covering her mouth. Her heart felt like it was going to beat its way out of her chest. He saw her. He truly saw her, not as a prize or a tool, but as a partner. General Lin stared at him for a long, long time. The intimidating pressure in the room slowly receded. He had tested the boy's strength, his intelligence, and now, his heart. And Bai Chen had passed every test in the most unexpected way possible. The general finally leaned back, a long sigh escaping his lips. A ghost of a smile, the first Bai Chen had ever seen on his face, appeared. You are, without a doubt, the most troublesome suitor a father could imagine, the general said. But the heat was gone from his voice, replaced by a weary resignation and a flicker of admiration. My daughter's heart is her own. I have never been able to command it, and I will not start now. He looked at a blushing, teary-eyed Lin Yu. It seems she has already made her choice. It was a concession. An approval. A surrender. Bai Chen felt a wave of relief so profound it almost made him dizzy. He had won. However, the general added, his voice turning sharp again, that does not mean you have my unconditional blessing. Gratitude is one thing, but the man who wishes to be with my daughter must be worthy. Your power is strange. Your methods are chaotic. Can you protect her when a true cataclysm comes? Can you protect the empire? I can, Bai Chen said, his confidence absolute. Prove it, the general challenged. The imperial capital has its own trials, separate from the emperor's games. There is a place, a forbidden spire known as the Tower of 108 Sins. It is not a trial of illusion, but of morality. A place where the vengeful souls of the empire's greatest sinners, traitors, and heretics are imprisoned. He leaned forward. No one has cleared the tower in 1,000 years. Most cannot even pass the first 10 floors without their spirit being corrupted by the sins within. The tower is a measure of a man's true character, his ability to face the worst darkness imaginable and not be consumed. If you can climb that tower, if you can face the sins of our history and emerge with your soul intact, then you will have my blessing. And I will personally petition the emperor to sanction your courtship. It was the ultimate test. A trial designed to break not the mind, but the moral compass. A slow, eager grin spread across Bai Chen's face. The darkness of others. The sins of history. He was a demon lord. He had dined with sin, danced with darkness, and made chaos his closest friend. Consider it done, Bai Chen said. When does the tower open? It is always open, the general said grimly. To any who are foolish enough to enter. A few days later, Bai Chen stood at the base of a needle-thin, black stone tower that seemed to pierce the sky. This was the Tower of 108 Sins. It had no windows, no doors, only a single, ominous archway at its base that led into utter darkness. A palpable aura of malice, regret, and ancient sorrow bled from the stone, creating a perpetual chill in the air around it. Princess Zhuan, Li Bai, and Lin Yu had come to see him off. Are you sure about this? Zhuan asked, her face tight with worry. My brother couldn't even pass the 3rd floor. He said the aura of avarice nearly drove him mad. He was probably just angry he couldn't take any of it with him, Bai Chen quipped. Li Bai took a long swig of wine. I can feel the sorrow from here, he murmured. Countless souls trapped in their own mistakes. Be careful their sadness doesn't poison your joy, brat. Bai Chen just smiled. Sorrow is just another flavor of wine, my friend. I've learned to appreciate its taste. He turned to Lin Yu. She stepped forward, her hands fussing with the collar of his shirt. Her touch was gentle, her eyes filled with a deep, personal anxiety. You don't have to do this for me, she whispered. My father's approval, it's not worth risking your soul. First of all, he said, gently catching her hand and bringing it to his lips. I would risk my soul for a single one of your smiles, so this is a bargain. Her cheeks instantly went crimson. And second, he continued, his voice becoming a soft, reassuring purr, this isn't for your father. It's for me. A good artist must experience all the colors on the palette. Sin, regret, vengeance, they are all just colors. I am merely going to paint a new masterpiece. He gave her hand a final squeeze. Don't worry. I'll be back before dinner. I'm hoping for fish. With a final, confident wink, he turned and strode into the darkness of the tower without a backward glance. The moment he stepped inside, the world changed. He was on the first floor. The air was thick with the stench of greed. Illusions of gold, priceless jewels, and divine artifacts swirled around him, whispering promises of infinite wealth. The lingering soul of a famously corrupt minister tried to possess him, offering him power and riches. Bai Chen just laughed. I owned entire galaxies made of celestial jade, he told the spirit. Your baubles are impressive, for a mortal. But I'm afraid my tastes have become more refined. He waved his hand, and the joyful energy of the laughing sutra dissipated the illusion like smoke. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. Floor 2, the sin of lust. Ethereal, impossibly beautiful phantoms, crafted from his own memories of Lian, Zhuan, and Lin Yu, writhed and danced around him, promising endless nights of hedonistic pleasure. They whispered his name, their touch promising an ecstasy that could make a god forget his own name. Bai Chen watched them, a nostalgic smile on his face. A lovely performance, he said appreciatively. He walked up to the phantom of Lin Yu, who was giving him a smoldering, seductive look that his real Yuer would be too embarrassed to even contemplate. You're very beautiful, he told the phantom, but you lack the fiery blush and the tendency to hit me with household objects. It's the imperfections I truly desire. The phantom fizzled, unable to compete with a reality it couldn't replicate. He continued up the stairs. Floor by floor, he climbed. He faced wrath, gluttony, envy, pride. Each floor was a moral test, an assault of negative energy. And each floor, Bai Chen cleared not by resisting, but by mocking the sin, by reasoning with it, or by simply being unimpressed. On the floor of sloth, a wave of profound, soul-crushing apathy tried to weigh him down. He countered it by taking a nap, declaring it a proactive embrace of strategic rest. The spirit of sloth was so confused by this logic that it let him pass. On the floor of wrath, an echo of a brutal, berserker warlord challenged him. Bai Chen defeated him not with a sword, but by telling him a series of increasingly terrible puns, until the warlord's rage was replaced by groaning, soul-deep annoyance. He climbed higher and faster than anyone in history. The tower, which had broken legions of heroes, was little more than an amusing diversion for him. Finally, he reached the 108th floor. The top. The room was different. It was empty, clean, and quiet. There was no overwhelming aura of sin. There was only a single, translucent, pitiable-looking soul chained to the center of the room. It was the soul of a young man, his face kind, his eyes filled not with malice, but with a deep, profound innocence and confusion. Who are you? The spirit asked, its voice weak. Bai Chen felt a jolt of recognition, so powerful it almost knocked him off his feet. He knew this soul. This was not a sinner from the empire's past. The energy signature was unmistakable. This was a soul from the future. His future. It was the soul of his betrayer, the man who would be known as General Kai. But this was him from long ago, from before he had been twisted by the legacy of the Crimson Blade sect, before he had ever met the demon Lord Bai Chen. This was the soul he once was, trapped here as the tower's final, ultimate sin, the sin of betrayal yet to come. This was the tower's last, most cruel trick. It was asking him to pass judgment on his own killer, to face the very man who had destroyed his first life. It expected him to be consumed by vengeance. The spirit looked at him with lost, innocent eyes. Where am I? What is this place? Bai Chen looked at the face of his murderer, the architect of his greatest pain. And he felt nothing. The rage of the demon lord was gone, integrated, replaced by the vast, compassionate understanding of his new self. He saw not a monster, but another victim, a pawn in a game even older than his own. He walked over to the spirit. "You're lost," Bai Chen said, his voice soft. "But everyone is lost, from time to time." He reached out and placed a hand on the spirit's translucent shoulder. A wave of warm, joyful, forgiving energy flowed from him into the soul. The spirit gasped as clarity returned to his eyes. He still didn't understand, but he felt the malice of his chains, the darkness of his predestined sin, begin to dissolve. What are you doing?" "I am giving you a choice," Bai Chen said. "Your path is destined for a dark and tragic end. But destiny is just a story someone else wrote for you. You don't have to follow the script." He looked the innocent soul of his future murderer in the eyes and smiled. "I forgive you," he said simply. "For what you did. For what you will do. It's all just part of the grand, cosmic comedy. Now, I'm setting you free." He closed his eyes. "But I will give you this one warning," he added, his voice dropping to a low, cold whisper that echoed with the faintest hint of the old demon lord's power. "If, in this life or any other, you raise your blade against me or those I love again, I will not kill you. I will make you a legend. I will ensure that for the next 10,000 years, every bard, every storyteller, every child in every realm will sing songs and tell tales of your hilarious, embarrassing, and permanent defeat. Your name will become synonymous with comedic failure. Do we have an understanding?" The spirit, feeling the immense weight of that threat, nodded frantically, a look of pure terror on its innocent face. "Good." Bai Chen opened his eyes, his cheerful smile returning. With a final surge of power, he shattered the soul chains. The spirit of the young Kai dissipated, freed from its prison, sent back into the cycle of reincarnation, with a clean slate, and a healthy fear of cosmic jesters. The moment the final soul was freed, the entire tower shuddered. A brilliant, white light erupted from the top, visible across the entire capital. A wave of pure, cleansed energy washed over the city, dispelling the centuries of accumulated dark Kai. Bai Chen had not just climbed the tower of 108 sins. He had healed it. He strolled down the stairs and walked out of the tower's entrance, back into the afternoon sun, looking as if he'd just finished a light jog. Lin Yu, Zhuan, and Li Bai stared at him, speechless. The aura of malice was gone. The tower felt quiet, peaceful. Bai Chen dusted off his hands. Interesting place. A bit of a fix-upper, but it has potential. He looked at Lin Yu, whose face was a canvas of love and disbelief. "I believe," he said, offering his arm to her with a flourish, "that a general owes me his blessing. And a certain young lady owes me a moonlit walk. And I still haven't had my fish for dinner." He had faced the very worst of his past, and he had laughed. He had forgiven his own murderer. The final ghost was laid to rest. He was truly, completely, and gloriously free. And he was very, very hungry. The cleansing of the Tower of 108 Sins was an event that shook the very foundations of the empire. The oppressive, melancholic aura that had clung to the heart of the capital for 1,000 years vanished overnight, replaced by a clean, vibrant energy. The common folk said an immortal had descended. The nobility whispered that a new, terrifying power had emerged. They were all correct. General Lin Qianshao, true to his word, stood before the emperor the next day, and, with a voice full of grim determination and paternal resignation, gave his official blessing for Bai Chen's courtship of his daughter. The emperor, in turn, enjoying the political chaos his champion was causing, heartily approved. Bai Chen had won everything he'd set out to. He had honor, he had the girl, or at least, the official right to pursue the girl, and he had the backing of two of the most powerful factions in the empire, the House of Lin and Princess Zhuan's rising political party. He had become, in a few short months, untouchable. And he was bored. Politics was a slow, tedious game. Courting Lin Yu was a delightful, exhilarating dance of advance and retreat, of stolen moments in moonlit gardens and heated whispers that left them both breathless. But it was a private joy. The demon lord part of his soul, now fully integrated and at peace, still craved a grander stage. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He had consolidated his new soul and refined his body to perfection. The next step was ascension, to shatter his mortal coil and reforge himself as an immortal being. But he felt he was missing something. A final catalyst. A grand, explosive event to serve as the capstone of his mortal life. He found his catalyst in a most unexpected place. A formal letter, delivered on scented paper, and sealed with the crest of the Golden Lion sect. It was not a threat or a challenge. It was an invitation. Jin Wei's father, the powerful and proud sect master of the Golden Lion sect, had allied himself with several other major sects, including the Whispering Bamboo sect and the Iron Shield sect, all of whom had had their prized disciples publicly humiliated by Bai Chen in the tournament. They had formed a righteous sect alliance, and they were cordially inviting the Azure Cloud sect to a discussion on the peak of Mount Qianlong. The topic of discussion, the letter hinted, was the destabilizing influence of an unorthodox practitioner and the blatant hoarding of revolutionary alchemical secrets. It was a declaration of war, wrapped in the polite language of diplomacy. They are calling you a heretic and demanding you share the recipes for your happy funtime pills, Li Bai summarized, taking a long drink from his gourd. They were back at the Azure Cloud sect, lounging in the now famous Laughing Pill House. How rude, Bai Chen said, not looking up from the new, ridiculously complex pill he was designing. And after I gave all their disciples such memorable life lessons. This is serious, Bai Chen, Sect Master Zhong said, his face etched with worry. He, Li Bai, and Feng Jian were all gathered in Bai Chen's stall, a makeshift council of war. The Golden Lion sect is using your victory and Jin Wei's instability as a pretext. This is a power grab. They want to discredit us, absorb our resources, and establish themselves as the sole hegemon of the Azure province. So, a war, Bai Chen said with a thoughtful hum. How exciting. Wars are so full of dramatic monologues and flashy ultimate techniques. Excellent for one's cultivation. The sect master looked like he was about to have a stroke. This isn't one of your games. People will die. Our sect could be destroyed. Nonsense, Bai Chen said cheerfully. No one is going to die. That would be terribly messy and upsetting. He finally looked up, his eyes sparkling with a familiar, terrifying light. This isn't going to be a war. It's going to be a performance. Our grand finale before we move on to bigger stages. He stood up. Gentlemen, pack your bags. And your best jokes. We are going to a discussion. Mount Qianlong was a neutral territory, a soaring, flat-topped mountain that looked like a table for the gods. Atop it, the Righteous Sect Alliance was assembled. Hundreds of elite disciples stood in organized ranks behind their leaders. The proud sect master of the Golden Lion sect, the lithe and silent mistress of the Whispering Bamboo, and the brutish leader of the Iron Shield sect. It was an intimidating show of force. In contrast, the delegation from the Azure Cloud sect seemed almost pathetic. There was Sect Master Zhong, looking grim. There were the 4 tournament representatives, including Feng Jian. And then there was Bai Chen, accompanied by his perpetually tipsy advisor, Li Bai. They had even brought Tiny the armored rhino, who was currently munching happily on a spiritual rock at the base of the mountain, serving as a rather effective, if unintentional, blockade. Sect Master Jin, a powerful, golden-robed man with his son's arrogant sneer, stepped forward. Sect Master Zhong. We are glad you came to see reason. We have gathered today to address the issue of your disciple, Bai Chen. He gestured dramatically at Bai Chen. This boy uses heretical arts. He humiliates his betters, shatters the spirits of our most promising youth, and destabilizes the very foundation of our provincial power structure. He is a cancer that must be cut out. Bai Chen stepped forward, a hurt expression on his face. A cancer? I thought I was more of a delightful raconteur with a flair for creative problem-solving. Your flattery is deeply confusing. Silence, heretic, bellowed the Iron Shield sect master. Your tricks will not avail you here. Today, you face the combined might of the Alliance. Surrender your secrets and submit to our judgment, and we may grant you a merciful death. The assembled disciples of the Alliance drew their weapons, a wave of killing intent washing across the mountaintop. The azure cloud disciples turned pale, their hands moving to their own swords. Sect Master Zhong braced himself, his kai flaring. But Bai Chen just held up a hand. Hold on, he said, as if interrupting a tedious business meeting. Before we get to all the tedious smiting and whatnot, I believe we are missing a key participant. What are you babbling about? Sect Master Jin sneered. Well, Bai Chen said, pointing a finger at the sky. It's hardly a righteous alliance, if you don't have the seal of approval from the most righteous entities around, is it? He closed his eyes. In his first life, he had learned how to manipulate not just spiritual energy, but the very laws of karma and heavenly authority. In his second life, with his soul made whole by the Laughing Sutra, he had refined the technique. It was no longer about commanding the heavens, it was about amusing them. He projected his will upwards, not as a challenge, but as a formal invitation filled with joyful, chaotic energy. He sent a message to the heavenly Tao itself, the cosmic force that governed the realms. The message was simple: there's a fantastic party down here, and a group of very serious people are about to say very silly things. You simply have to see this. The comedy will be divine. At first, nothing happened. The Alliance masters scoffed. Then, the sky darkened. But it was not the darkness of a storm. A vast, swirling vortex of iridescent, rainbow-colored clouds appeared directly above the mountain. It was not a storm of tribulation lightning, it was a storm of pure, concentrated, celestial curiosity. From the vortex, a figure descended. It was not a wrathful deity. It was a celestial envoy, a minor functionary of the heavenly bureaucracy, but an entity of immense power nonetheless. He was clad in shimmering, ethereal robes and held a scroll. He looked utterly bewildered, as if he'd been in the middle of his celestial paperwork, and had been abruptly summoned to a prank call. The envoy's gaze fell upon the assembled sects, his eyes widening at the sight of hundreds of cultivators poised for battle. What is the meaning of this? The envoy's voice boomed, resonating with heavenly authority. Who has summoned an official from the celestial court? Every jaw on the mountaintop, including Sect Master Zhong's, hit the floor. Summoning a celestial envoy was a power reserved for emperors on their coronation day, or for saints upon their ascension. It was not something a teenage boy should be able to do. Bai Chen gave a polite wave. That would be me, he said cheerfully. Welcome, honored envoy. Thank you for coming on such short notice. We seem to be having a small disagreement about the definition of righteousness, and we were hoping you could be our impartial mediator. The Alliance masters stared, their faces white with terror. Their little provincial power play had just been escalated to a federal, no, a cosmic, level. Their righteous alliance was now being judged by the literal heavens. These gentlemen, Bai Chen continued, gesturing to Sect Master Jin and his allies, believe it is righteous to form an army to bully a smaller sect into giving up its secrets. They believe it is righteous to condemn new techniques simply because they are unfamiliar. They believe righteousness means protecting the pride of their losing sons. I, on the other hand, believe righteousness is about helping people, curing their ailments, and encouraging everyone to be a little less ridiculously self-important. He shrugged. It's a classic philosophical debate. We thought, who better to ask than a representative of the Tao itself? The celestial envoy looked from Bai Chen's cheerful, innocent face to the terrified, guilty faces of the alliance leaders. He unfurled his celestial scroll. The scroll glowed with a golden light, as it psychically assessed the karmic balance of everyone present. The envoy's gaze fell upon the alliance masters. He saw their greed, their petty jealousy, their murderous intent. His divine expression soured. "Your hearts are full of avarice and pride," the envoy declared, his voice full of disappointment. "You have gathered under a banner of righteousness to commit an act of theft and oppression. The heavenly Tao does not approve." The three sect masters fell to their knees, trembling. A negative judgment from the heavens could bring misfortune upon their sects for a century. The envoy then looked at Bai Chen. He didn't know what he saw. Bai Chen's karma wasn't good or evil in the traditional sense. It was a swirling, brilliant, laughing chaos. It was the karma of a force of nature, like a joyful hurricane, or a mischievous star. His aura was so potent with pure, life-affirming joy that the envoy felt an inexplicable urge to chuckle. "And you," the envoy said, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. "Your very existence is an anomaly. You mock tradition, you bend the rules, yet you heal, you protect, you spread laughter. Your methods are unorthodox." "I find orthodoxy to be dreadfully dull," Bai Chen admitted. "The heavenly Tao," the envoy began, then paused, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. His eyes went wide. "The heavenly Tao finds your argument compelling and amusing." He looked utterly baffled. "It has been a long time since anything has amused the Tao. You are hereby cleared of all charges of heresy." The envoy then turned a wrathful gaze back to the cowering alliance leaders. "As for you, for frivolously attempting to invoke righteousness for your own selfish gains, you shall be punished. For 1 year, all pills concocted by your sects shall taste faintly of burnt hair, all swords you forge will be inexplicably unbalanced, and all your new disciples will have a strange, recurring urge to trip their own masters." The punishment was so specific, so petty, so comedic, that it could only have been inspired by Bai Chen himself. He had somehow trolled the heavenly Tao into becoming his personal prank delivery service. Sect Master Jin and his allies could only whimper in despair. Their grand war had ended before it began, with a divine judgment of cosmic absurdity. The envoy gave Bai Chen one last, bewildered look, shook his head as if to clear it, and ascended back into the rainbow vortex, which then winked out of existence. The mountaintop was silent. The alliance was broken, not by swords, but by laughter and divine bureaucracy. Bai Chen clapped his hands together. "Well, that settles that. Now, since we are all gathered here, it seems a shame to waste the trip." He looked at the hundreds of disciples from the opposing sects, who were still staring in stupefied awe. And he grinned. What followed was not a battle. Bai Chen called it a mandatory interactive seminar on the benefits of humility. He, Feng Jian, and Li Bai engaged the entire assembly. Li Bai, with his newfound joy, jeweled dozens of their elders at once, his drunken heart style a mesmerizing, unbeatable dance. He didn't wound them, he simply disarmed them and offered them a drink from his gourd. Many accepted. Feng Jian, now embracing his puppy lord persona, challenged his rivals with a newfound confidence. He fought with a grace and unpredictability he learned from Bai Chen, often stopping mid-duel to offer bizarre, but insightful advice on his opponent's technique, leaving them both defeated and oddly grateful. And Bai Chen simply played. He wandered through the ranks of the enemy disciples, treating them like a friendly, but very firm schoolteacher. He'd neutralize their techniques with a finger flick, confiscate their weapons by making them suddenly feel very slippery, and offer pointed, hilarious critiques of their fighting stances. You there? Stop waving your sword like you're trying to flag down a flying turtle. Your wrist should be firm, yet supple. Like a very determined noodle. He didn't hurt a single person. But by the time the sun began to set, the entire righteous sect alliance was disarmed, demoralized, and thoroughly humbled. The mountaintop was littered with disciples clutching their bruised egos, and a surprising number of elders sharing a drink with Li Bai, their old rivalries forgotten in the face of such transcendent absurdity. The Great Sect War had ended. The sole victor was the Azure Cloud Sect, who hadn't even had to draw their swords. They hadn't won through force, they had won through sheer, overwhelming style. As they prepared to depart, Bai Chen felt a change within himself. The final act of resolving a conflict not with violence, but with joy and superior wit, was the catalyst he had been waiting for. He felt the shackles of his mortal form begin to loosen. The sky above him seemed to call to his soul. It was time. He looked up at the sky, which was painted with the vibrant colors of sunset. He could feel the heavenly tribulation brewing, the final test for any cultivator seeking to ascend to immortality. It was a storm of destructive lightning designed to obliterate any soul unworthy of a higher realm. Normally, cultivators would prepare for decades, surrounding themselves with protective artifacts and arrays. Bai Chen just grinned. "You know," he said to a nearby Li Bai, "I've always found the front door to be so boring." He began to walk towards the edge of the mountaintop cliff. "Bai Chen, what are you doing?" Sect Master Zhong asked, his voice laced with panic. "The tribulation is coming for you." "I know," Bai Chen called back cheerfully. "I thought I'd go out and meet it halfway. It seems rude to make it come all this way for me." He reached the cliff's edge. He could feel the raw, terrifying power gathering in the clouds above, a storm of celestial rage. Most would feel fear. Bai Chen felt an exhilarating thrill. He looked back at his friends. At a worried Sect Master Zhong. At a smiling, proud Li Bai. At a silent, respectful Feng Jian. He thought of his parents in Clear Spring Village whom he hadn't yet seen. He thought of Princess Xuan, playing her Game of Thrones. And he thought of Lin Yu, waiting for him. He had lived a good second life. A much, much better one. The heavens roared. A bolt of golden tribulation lightning, thick as a tree trunk, screamed down from the sky, aimed directly at him. It was a bolt powerful enough to turn a mountain to dust. Bai Chen simply laughed. He didn't brace himself. He didn't defend. He jumped. He jumped off the cliff, directly into the path of the oncoming celestial death sentence. "Here I come," he yelled joyfully at the sky. And as the lightning bolt was about to strike him, he reached out, not to block it, but to grab it, as if he were grabbing the reins of a wild, cosmic horse, ready for the ride of his immortal life. On the peak of Mount Qianlong, hundreds of cultivators, friends and former foes alike, watched in stunned silence as Bai Chen leaped from the cliff edge, a willing sacrifice to the heavens' fury. The golden tribulation lightning, a pillar of pure, destructive power, descended like the fist of a wrathful god. It was a scene of sublime, suicidal madness. Sect Master Zhong's heart seized. Li Bai's drunken smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound shock. Feng Jian just stared, his mind unable to process the sheer audacity of the act. But Bai Chen was not falling to his doom. He was rising to meet his destiny. As the bolt of lightning was about to annihilate him, he stretched out his hand. The chaotic, joyful energy of the Laughing Sutra, now honed to a razor's edge by a complete soul and a lifetime of mischief, surged from his fingertips. It did not create a shield of force. It wove a net of understanding. He wasn't fighting the lightning. He was communing with it. He had spent a lifetime as a demon lord trying to dominate the elements, to bend them to his will. Now, he simply asked. His joyful energy spoke to the raw, untamed nature of the lightning, not as a master to a slave, but as a kindred spirit. "You are chaos. I am chaos. Let us dance together." The lightning, an entity of pure, mindless energy, hesitated. For a millennia, it had only known resistance. Mortals feared it, built defenses against it, tried to endure it. No one had ever welcomed it. No one had ever laughed at it. Crack! His hand closed around the bolt. It did not burn him. It did not electrocute him. The raw, celestial power surged into him, and instead of tearing his mortal body apart, it was met by the joyful, insatiable vortex of the Laughing Sutra. His body became a conduit, a bridge between the mortal earth and the angry heavens. Whoa! Bai Chen yelped, a genuine thrill in his voice. The power was intoxicating, like drinking 1,000 jugs of Bai's Immortal's lament. At once. A bit of a kick. He hung there, suspended in mid-air, held aloft by the very power that was meant to destroy him. He looked like a child who had grabbed a dragon by the tail, his hair and robes whipping wildly in the celestial gale. The heavenly Tao, the cosmic consciousness that had dispatched the tribulation, was utterly baffled. This was not in any of its sacred scrolls. This was a violation of all known procedures. It was like a bug in the system, a jester in the divine court. Its response was to do what any frustrated celestial bureaucracy would do, double down. The sky roared again. A second, even larger bolt, this one a shimmering, angry purple, screamed down from the heavens. Ooh, a new flavor! Bai Chen yelled gleefully. He let go of the golden bolt and used its residual energy to propel himself upwards, meeting the purple lightning head-on. He grabbed it with his other hand. Now he held a thunderbolt in each hand, golden in his right, purple in his left, like a pair of unruly, crackling reins. The raw power flowing through him was immense, enough to make his teeth ache, but his soul, forged in 2 lifetimes and polished by 10,000 illusions, bore the strain with a triumphant laugh. The world below watched, their minds numb. He wasn't enduring the tribulation. He was taming it. But the heavenly Tao was not to be trifled with. Its authority had been challenged. The heavens declared, this soul is an anomaly. His path is unorthodox. Ascension is denied. A massive, crushing pressure descended from the sky. It was not a physical force, but a conceptual one. The gate to the immortal realm, a path that should have opened for any soul that survived the tribulation, remained firmly, stubbornly shut. He had passed the test, but the bouncer wasn't letting him into the club. Bai Chen felt it instantly. The rejection. The cosmic denial. A mortal who had defied the rules would not be rewarded with immortality. He hung there for a moment, suspended between heaven and earth, holding 2 crackling thunderbolts. He looked up at the closed, invisible gate. Then he looked down at the earth far below. A slow, wicked, and utterly defiant grin spread across his face. Denied, he shouted at the heavens, his voice filled with laughter. You think you can just say no? You invited me to a party, you tried to kill me with the decorations, and now you won't let me in. His grin widened. That's not how hospitality works. If you won't open the door for me. He looked at the 2 bolts of lightning in his hands. I'll build my own staircase. With a roar of pure, joyful willpower, he slammed the 2 bolts of lightning together in front of him. Golden and purple energies exploded in a shower of brilliant sparks. But they didn't dissipate. Under the impossible command of his will, the raw energies began to weave together, to solidify, to create. The people below watched in silent, religious awe as Bai Chen began to build. He wove the golden lightning into a solid, shimmering rail. He braided the purple lightning into sturdy, crackling steps. He was building a ladder. A ladder made of pure, captured tribulation lightning, leading from the mortal realm up to the sealed gate of the heavens. It was an act of creation so audacious, so blasphemous, so magnificent, that it bordered on the divine. He wasn't just breaking the rules, he was rewriting the laws of physics with the ink of his own indomitable will. Step by crackling step, his impossible ladder grew. The heavenly Tao threw more lightning at him, trying to destroy his creation. He simply caught the new bolts and used them as raw material, adding a silver banister here, a green support beam there. He was building his ascent from the very anger of the heavens. Finally, the top of his ladder touched the invisible gate, which shuddered at the contact. He had built a bridge where none was allowed. He climbed, each step sending a jolt of pure energy through him, further refining his body and soul. This climb itself had become his final act of ascension. He reached the top, standing on a platform of pure, solidified starlight. He stood before the gate, a shimmering barrier of cosmic law. He didn't try to break it. He simply knocked politely. "Excuse me," he said, his voice calm. "I believe I have an appointment. If you don't open up, I'll have to assume you've lost the key, and I'll start dismantling the wall. And trust me, you do not want to see my methods for UN building a celestial barrier. It involves a lot of terrible puns." The barrier wavered. The heavenly Tao, for the second time that day, was faced with a choice: deal with a procedural nightmare, or deal with this laughing madman. It chose the lesser of two evils. With a sound like a great, cosmic sigh, a small, circular portal opened in the barrier, just big enough for him to slip through. The heavens had not granted him a grand, majestic ascension. They had grudgingly opened a back door, hoping he would just go away. Bai Chen beamed. "Thank you so much. You're too kind." He was about to step through, but he paused. He looked down at the chaotic, beautiful ladder he had built. It seemed a shame to let it go to waste. With a final, playful thought, he condensed the entire massive structure. It collapsed in on itself, shrinking, solidifying, until it was a tiny, wriggling, lightning-shaped creature small enough to fit in his palm. It looked at him with two bright, electric blue eyes and let out a happy little zap. "Well, now. Aren't you a cute little thing?" Bai Chen cooed. "I think I'll call you Sparky." He pocketed his new pet, a creature made of pure, tame tribulation, and with a final wave to the stunned world below, he stepped through the portal into the immortal realm. The portal snapped shut behind him. The sky cleared. The mountain was silent. On the peak, everyone was still frozen, their minds trying to process what they had just witnessed. Li Bai slowly lifted his gourd to his lips and took the longest drink of his life. Feng Jian just quietly knelt, as if in prayer to a new, incomprehensible god. Sect Master Zhong looked up at the empty sky where his most troublesome, and most glorious, disciple had just been. "Well," he said to no one in particular, a slow, proud smile spreading across his face. "He certainly knows how to make an exit." Bai Chen's first sensation of the immortal realm was one of immense, suffocating pressure. The ambient spiritual energy here was so dense, so pure, it was like trying to breathe in a sea of liquid mercury. For a newly ascended immortal, this was the first great test, to acclimate, to prove one's spiritual vessel was strong enough to exist here without being crushed. The process usually took weeks, even months of careful meditation. Bai Chen took a deep breath, his lungs feeling the strain. His body, which had felt so powerful in the mortal realm, now felt fragile. Then, he laughed. His laughing sutra, which had been feasting on the emotions of the mortal realm, was suddenly introduced to an entirely new, 5-star, all-you-can-eat buffet. The raw, powerful, and incredibly pure energy of the immortal realm was a delicacy beyond compare. His whole body hummed as it began to joyfully, greedily absorb the pressure, turning what should have been a burden into nourishment. The feeling of being crushed was replaced by the pleasant, satisfying fullness of a great meal. The acclimation process, that should have taken months, was completed in less than 5 minutes. He opened his eyes and took in his surroundings. He stood on a floating platform of clouds, at what seemed to be a celestial entry point. The gate he had come through was a simple, shimmering archway. In front of him stood a desk, a celestial, mahogany desk, and behind it sat a very bored-looking lower-level immortal, who was stamping registration scrolls with a bored expression. He looked up at Bai Chen with the jaded eyes of a low-level bureaucrat, who had seen it all. "Name," the official grunted, not even looking up. "Bai Chen. Origin realm. Azure heaven realm, mortal plane." The official flipped through a celestial ledger. "Don't see you on the list. No approved ascension today from that realm. Must be a clerical error." He looked up, ready to dismiss him. Then he actually looked at Bai Chen. He saw a boy with an otherworldly aura, a strange, joyful light in his eyes, and a small creature made of pure lightning peeking out of his pocket. The official's jaded expression flickered with surprise. How did you get through?" "Built a ladder," Bai Chen said cheerfully. "The door was stuck." The official stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. He chose, wisely, to not pursue that line of questioning. Right? Well. New arrival. Unregistered ascension. You'll be assigned to the 99th Celestial Quadrant, lowest celestial grade. Proceed to the Welcome Pavilion for your standard issue robes and spiritual essence rations. Next. Bai Chen was pointed towards a massive, ornate pagoda floating in the distance. He had been categorized, filed, and dismissed. Even in the immortal realm, he was being underestimated, placed at the very bottom of the ladder. It was perfect. It was just like old times. He walked towards the Welcome Pavilion, a new, exhilarating sense of adventure bubbling within him. He was a small fish in a very, very big pond. A pond filled with ancient, arrogant, and powerful immortals who hadn't had a new idea in 10,000 years. This, he thought with a grin that could make even gods nervous, is going to be so much fun. As he approached the pavilion, 3 immortals blocked his path. They were clad in haughty, silver robes, their auras blazing with a power that far outstripped any nascent soul master. They were true earthly immortals. Look what we have here, the one in the lead sneered, his eyes sweeping over Bai Chen's now tattered mortal clothes. A fresh-faced country boy, still stinking of the mortal coil. Lost, little one. Bai Chen gave them a polite, humble smile. A little, yes. I seem to have misplaced my grand welcoming party. Could you perhaps point me towards the banquet, and the adoring immortal maidens? The lead immortal scoffed. Adoring maidens. Boy, you're at the bottom of the food chain here. New arrivals serve, they don't celebrate. Your spiritual essence is weak. Your foundation is laughable. Your best bet is to pledge fealty to one of us, become our servant, and we might, in a century or 2, teach you how to survive. They were pulling the classic immortal bully routine, trying to intimidate a newcomer into servitude. Bai Chen's smile didn't waver. An interesting offer. Tell me, what are the benefits? Is there a dental plan? Paid time off? The benefit is that we don't shatter your newly formed immortal soul and scatter it to the 4 winds. Another one of the immortals growled, stepping forward menacingly. Bai Chen sighed a dramatic, world-weary sigh. Always with the threats. No sense of salesmanship. He looked at the 3 of them. You say my foundation is laughable. My essence is weak. Pathetically so, the leader confirmed. Right, Bai Chen said. Let's test that theory. He wasn't carrying a sword. His stick was gone. He looked around, spotted a celestial noodle cart nearby, where a vendor was selling longevity noodles to newly arrived spirits, and walked over. He picked up a long, uncooked noodle, a simple, flour and water noodle. It was as flimsy and unremarkable as a weapon could be. He walked back to the 3 powerful immortals, holding the noodle like a rapier. I challenge the 3 of you, he announced. If you can withstand a single strike from my noodle of supreme judgment, I will gladly become your bootlicker for the next millennium. The 3 immortals, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers, stared at him, then at the noodle, then back at him. Then they exploded into condescending laughter. He's mad. Fighting 3 earthly immortals with a noodle. This is the best thing I've seen in a century. The lead immortal wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. Very well, boy. We accept your generous terms. Prepare for your life of servitude. The 3 of them charged, their auras blazing, unleashing powerful immortal techniques designed to crush him utterly. Bai Chen just smiled. He poured a tiny, infinitesimally small fraction of his true, complete soul's power into the noodle. The power of a demon lord, refined by the joy of the Laughing Sutra. The flimsy noodle instantly became harder than celestial steel, shimmering with a faint, rainbow-colored light. He met their charge not with a block, but with a single, elegant, and perfectly executed lunge. It was a move born of Li Bai's grief-stricken precision, infused with his own joyful chaos. The noodle moved like a phantom. It didn't break their techniques. It simply slipped through the microscopic cracks in their defenses, a place where their arrogant power was not. Tap. 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 In a single, fluid motion, he tapped each of the three immortals once on the forehead with the tip of the noodle. They froze mid-charge, their powerful techniques fizzling into nothing. They stood there, motionless, their eyes wide with confusion. Nothing had happened. There was no pain. No injury. Did you miss? The leader sneered, though a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. I never miss, Bai Chen said softly. Wait for it. He snapped his fingers. An instant later, a delayed reaction of pure, chaotic energy erupted at the points of contact. But it wasn't a destructive energy. It was the same energy he'd used on the sect master Zhong. A jolt of irresistible, hysterical joy. The three powerful, arrogant earthly immortals suddenly threw their heads back and began to laugh. Not just chuckles, but gut-busting, rolling on the floor, tears streaming down their faces, shrieking howls of uncontrollable laughter. They collapsed in a heap, riding on the celestial clouds, their immortal dignity evaporating in wave after wave of humiliating hysterics. The crowd was dead silent. The noodle cart vendor's jaw hung open. Bai Chen looked down at the three laughing fools, then looked at his noodle, which was still perfectly intact. A bit flimsy on the parry, but it has excellent follow-through. He turned to the stunned crowd. The laughing pavilion, he announced to the immortal realm. Coming soon. A place where cultivation and comedy collide. There will be good food, better wine, and pills that will make you question your own mortality. Everyone is welcome. He then walked away, munching thoughtfully on his noodle sword, leaving behind a legacy that had already begun. The humble, underestimated newcomer from a backwater mortal realm had arrived. And the immortal realm, with all its ancient, stuffy traditions, had no idea what was about to hit it. A new age of joyful, laughing chaos had just dawned. The tale of the noodle immortals spread through the lower quadrants of the celestial realm like wildfire. In a world where status was measured by eons of solemn cultivation, and the oppressive weight of one's aura, the story of a newcomer defeating three established earthly immortals with a noodle and a bad case of the giggles was refreshingly scandalous. Bai Chen found himself the subject of intense curiosity. Immortals would follow him at a distance, whispering and pointing as he went about the menial tasks assigned to a lowest-grade immortal. He was supposed to be tending the celestial herb gardens of the 99th quadrant, a job of supreme boredom. But, just as in the outer sect of Azure Cloud, his presence had a strange effect. The divine peace lilies, known for their placid, unchanging nature, began to sway as if dancing to a silent tune. The thousand-year ginseng roots started developing strangely humanoid, laughing faces. The garden was becoming weirdly sentient and cheerful. He didn't care about the whispers or the strange looks. He was in a state of profound self-discovery. The merger with his past self, the Demon Lord, had not been a simple absorption of power. It was an ongoing dialogue in his soul. He now possessed two lifetimes of memories, two vastly different sets of emotional responses. The boy who loved Lin Yu and teased a princess existed alongside the Demon Lord, who had conquered galaxies, and nursed a grudge for a century. They were one being, but the harmony between them was a delicate, ongoing dance. His greatest challenge was his own power. He possessed a Demon Lord's soul force, but his newly ascended immortal body was like a newborn foal. It was pure and potent, but it lacked the eons of refinement needed to wield that power safely. If he unleashed his full strength, he risked shattering his own immortal vessel. So he lived under a state of self-imposed, playful restraint, using only a sliver of his true capacity. The noodle incident was a perfect example, a mountain-crushing force, focused into a pinpoint of harmless, hilarious absurdity. But a peaceful life of gardening and introspection was not his style. It was time to open his laughing pavilion. He found the perfect location, a forgotten, dilapidated tea house perched on the edge of a floating celestial island, with a stunning view of the sea of stars below. The owner, an ancient, sleepy-eyed immortal who had lost interest in business centuries ago, gladly gave Bai Chen the deed in exchange for one of his happy fun-time good-feeling pills. The old immortal took the pill and promptly fell into a blissfully happy, drooling sleep that would likely last for the next 50 years. With the help of his new pet, Sparky, the little lightning elemental, Bai Chen renovated the place. Sparky zipped around, using precise jolts of celestial lightning to weld broken railings, carve intricate new signs, and brew tea at the perfect temperature. Within a week, the Laughing Pavilion was born. It was unlike any other establishment in the Immortal realm. There were no hushed, reverent tones. The air was filled with the scent of good food. Bai Chen had spent one of his illusory lifetimes as a master chef, the sound of Li Bai's poetry being recited by magical parrots, and a constant, low thrum of joyful energy that made every patron feel inexplicably good. His business model remained the same as it was in the mortal realm, a unique combination of peerless service and personalized insults. A cup of sorrow drowning due for the mighty Immortal Feng, Bai Chen would say to a patron with a long face. Excellent choice. It should pair nicely with that aura of regret you're wearing. Did your divine beast leave you for a younger, more exciting immortal? The immortal would sputter, indignant, but the tea was so delicious and the atmosphere so cheerful that he would find himself laughing despite the insult. The Laughing Pavilion became a haven for those tired of the solemn, rigid pomposity of immortal life. It was a place to be humbled, healed, and happy, all at the same time. Divine beasts, drawn by the incredible aroma and joyful energy, began to frequent the pavilion. A flock of majestic crimson-crested cranes became his regular delivery service. A giant, fluffy sky fur cat with a dozen tails decided the roof was the most comfortable sleeping spot in all the heavens. His humble tea house was becoming the most eclectic and popular spot in the lower celestial realms. It was during a quiet afternoon, as Bai Chen was teaching Sparky how to arrange floating lanterns into the shape of a rubber chicken, that an unexpected visitor arrived. The air grew heavy with an immense, ancient pressure. The cheerful chatter of the pavilion died down. The divine beasts respectfully lowered their heads. 3 figures appeared at the entrance. The one in the lead was a woman of such staggering, cold beauty that she seemed to freeze the very air around her. She wore robes of moonlight and frost, and her aura was that of a high immortal, an entity who had existed since the dawn of this celestial era. Her face was a mask of icy indifference. Flanking her were 2 powerful-looking female attendants. Bai Chen recognized the energy signature instantly. This was the legendary Ice Phoenix, the master of the Frost Heart Palace, one of the oldest and most powerful sovereigns of the Immortal realm. And the attendant standing on her right. Bai Chen's playful demeanor vanished. His heart gave a painful thud. It was the holy saintess, Lian. She looked exactly as she had the day she'd killed him. Ageless, beautiful, her expression a serene, celestial calm that he now knew was a mask for a deep, conflicted sorrow. The century that had passed since his death was but a moment in the immortal realm. For her, the memory was still fresh. Her eyes met his, and for a fraction of a second, her serenity shattered. He saw a flicker of shock, of disbelief, of a ghost she thought long buried rising before her. She quickly composed herself, but the damage was done. He had seen it. The Ice Phoenix's cold gaze swept over the quirky, joyful pavilion, a look of faint disdain on her face. This is the place. The source of the recent disturbance in the celestial harmony. Her voice was like the tinkling of frozen chimes. It is even more foolish than the reports suggested. Her gaze fell on Bai Chen. You are the newcomer. The one they call the Noodle Immortal. I prefer proprietor of joyful experiences, Bai Chen replied, his own mask of easygoing charm sliding back into place, though his eyes never left Lian. To what do I owe the honor, esteemed sovereign of the Frost Heart Palace? Have you come for a cup of tea? Or to complain about the noise? I can assure you, the parrots have promised to stop singing off-key love ballads after midnight. The Ice Phoenix was not amused. I have come because your presence is an anomaly. Your unorthodox ascension, your chaotic energy. It disrupts the great Tao. You are a loose thread in the celestial tapestry. I am here to advise you to either weave yourself into the pattern correctly, through quiet meditation and adherence to tradition, or risk being snipped. It was a threat, delivered with the icy politeness of a true aristocrat. She was telling him to know his place or be erased. A tempting offer, Bai Chen said. But I've always found tapestries to be so flat. I prefer a bit of three-dimensional chaos. He then did something incredibly audacious. He looked past the powerful Ice Phoenix and spoke directly to Lian. It's been a while, Saintess. You look well. Still stabbing your friends in the back? Or have you picked up a new hobby? I hear celestial gardening is very therapeutic. Lian flinched as if he had physically struck her. The memory of his blood on her dagger, the sound of his last, mad laugh, rushed back to her. I don't know who you are, she lied, her voice a little too tight. Oh? That's a pity, Bai Chen said, his voice laced with a honeyed venom. Because I remember you. I remember everything. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into hers, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper that only she could truly hear. Carried on a private current of Kai. I remember the scent of lilies and moonlight. I remember the faint innocence in your eyes. I remember the taste of a promise on your lips. And I remember a dagger in my heart. He saw her hands, hidden in her long silken sleeves, clench into fists. She was a high Immortal's attendant, powerful in her own right, but at that moment, she was just a woman confronted by the ghost she had created. Your lordship, the other attendant warned the Ice Phoenix, this man is insolent. The Ice Phoenix's eyes narrowed, a chill filling the pavilion. You will address me, whelp, not my attendant. My apologies, Bai Chen said, not sounding apologetic at all. But I have some old, unresolved business with your lovely assistant. You understand. He smiled at Lian, a smile that was all teeth. In his first life, his rage at her betrayal had been a burning sun. Now, it was a cold, patient star. Revenge was not the goal. Understanding was. And after that, perhaps, a very long, very thorough lesson in the consequences of broken trust. I believe you are mistaken, Lian said, her voice regaining its cold composure, though he could see the slight tremor in her hands. You have me confused with someone else. Before Bai Chen could reply, a wave of energy, hot and passionate and fiercely protective, washed into the pavilion. It was a chaotic, beautiful energy he knew as well as his own heartbeat. Get away from him. The voice was cold, sharp, and utterly furious. Standing at the entrance to the pavilion was a newly ascended Immortal. She wore the simple, practical robes of a warrior, her long black hair tied back in her signature ponytail. In her hand, she held a sword that hummed with a fierce, stubborn light. Her eyes, fixed on the Ice Phoenix and her attendants, blazed with protective fire. It was Lin Yu. Bai Chen's heart leaped into his throat. He had known this day would come, but not so soon. She had ascended. Following her father's exoneration, her path had been cleared. With her mind free of its burdens and her talent unleashed, she must have broken through the mortal coil herself. And the first place she had come looking for was him. Seeing Lin Yu and Lian in the same room was a collision of his two lives. The woman he had died for, and the woman who had died for him. The past and the future, all gathered in his chaotic tea house. Lin Yu's protective glare was focused on the Ice Phoenix, but her presence was a shield for Bai Chen. I don't know who you are, she said to the ancient sovereign, her voice ringing with a courage that bordered on insanity, but no one threatens him. The Ice Phoenix looked at this fiery, new Immortal with mild surprise. Another anomaly. Your ascension was not scheduled either. She looked from Lin Yu's fierce, protective stance to Bai Chen's amused expression, and a flicker of understanding dawned in her ancient eyes. Ah, I see. A mortal attachment. How quaint. Lian stared at Lin Yu, and a different kind of emotion crossed her face. It was not anger. It was a complex, almost painful-looking envy. She saw the open, fierce devotion in Lin Yu's eyes, the way she stood ready to fight a god for Bai Chen's sake. She saw a loyalty she herself had failed to provide. Bai Chen decided the situation had reached a peak of dramatic perfection. It was time to diffuse it with his signature flair. "You're," he exclaimed, his voice full of delighted surprise. "You're here. You look stunning. Ascension suits you." He walked over, completely ignoring the Ice Phoenix, and took Lin Yu's hand. "Ladies," he said to the Ice Phoenix's party, "this is Lin Yu. An old friend and my future. Well, let's just say her cage is open and I'm teaching her to fly." He squeezed Lin Yu's hand, and a blush stole the fire from her cheeks. "And you are," he continued, turning her gently to face Lian. "This is Lian. An old acquaintance. She's the one I told you about. The one who's very good with daggers. She's an object lesson in why one should never fully trust a pretty face." He had just introduced his past and future, and thrown down a gauntlet of romantic rivalry and bitter history, all with a smile on his face. The tension in the room was so thick you could have paved a celestial highway with it. Lian looked at Lin Yu, seeing not an opponent, but a reflection of the path she could have chosen. Lin Yu looked at Lian, seeing not just a pretty face, but the ghost from Bai Chen's past, a source of a pain she didn't yet understand, but was fiercely prepared to fight. The Ice Phoenix watched this bizarre, emotionally charged drama unfold in her presence and felt something she had not felt in eons: intrigue. This boy was not just a loose thread, he was a master weaver, creating a new, chaotic tapestry right in front of her. She finally gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. "This has been educational," she said. She turned to leave. "We will speak again, Bai Chen. When your story becomes more interesting." She and her attendants vanished in a swirl of frost. The moment they were gone, Lin Yu turned on Bai Chen, punching him lightly on the arm. "You're an idiot," she whispered fiercely. That was the Ice Phoenix. "You don't just insult an ancient sovereign." "I didn't insult her," he protested. "I offered her tea. And besides, she wasn't the dangerous one in that group." His gaze grew distant, thinking of Lian. Lin Yu followed his gaze, her expression softening. "That woman. Lian. There's more to that story, isn't there?" "There is," he admitted. "A long, complicated one. One that ended a very long time ago." He took her hands in his. "Your story, our story, is the one that's just beginning." He looked around his crazy, vibrant tea house, at the sleeping Immortal, the laughing parrots, the purring skycat. "Welcome to my home, Yua." She looked at the chaos, then at him, and a real, genuine laugh bubbled up. "It's completely mad. It's perfect." That evening, after the pavilion had closed, they sat on the roof together, watching the sea of stars below. The awkwardness was gone, replaced by a comfortable, domestic silence. They were finally together, in a new world, with a new beginning. "The immortal realm is so big," she murmured, leaning her head against his shoulder. Her hair tickled his neck, and her scent filled his senses. "All the more room for adventures," he replied, slipping his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She snuggled against him, her body a perfect fit against his. "And are there other old acquaintances I should know about? A certain princess, perhaps?" The question was light, but there was a sharp, jealous edge to it. Bai Chen chuckled, the vibration rumbling through her. "Princess Xuan is a political ally. A formidable one. Her heart is set on an empire, not on a man." He tilted her chin up, forcing her to look at him. "My heart," he whispered, his voice turning husky, "has been a one-woman job for a very, very long time. It's a demanding position, I warn you. No holidays." "I think I can handle it," she whispered back, her eyes half-lidded. The space between them dwindled. He was about to kiss her, to finally, truly seal their new beginning, when a star in the celestial sea below them suddenly flared. It shone with a brilliant, silver light, pulsing in a strange, deliberate rhythm. It wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was a message. A distress signal. Bai Chen recognized the energy signature instantly. It was from a soul token he had given away a lifetime ago. A token he had given to the only other person he had ever truly considered family besides General Kai. His little sister, a mischievous but brilliant demonic arts cultivator named Mai. The very same elder Mai who had helped betray him. He had always wondered why she, the sister he had doted on, had turned against him. This signal was not from the immortal realm. It was coming from a lower realm, a forgotten, chaotic plane known as the Demon Star Expanse. She was alive. And she was in trouble. He looked from the flashing star to the woman in his arms, her lips parted, waiting for his kiss. He saw his complicated past crashing into his perfect present. He had a choice to make. Lin Yu saw the look in his eyes. What is it? An old ghost, he said, his voice grim. One I thought long dead. It seems, there's a loose end from my fallen house that I need to tie up. He had found his partner. He had built his home. He had thought he could start fresh. But the universe had other plans. His past was not done with him yet. And a new, far more dangerous adventure was calling his name, threatening to pull him away just as he had finally found everything he ever wanted. The night, which had promised the gentle conclusion of a kiss, was now sharp with the urgency of an old debt. The pulsing star in the celestial sea below was a beacon of his unresolved past, a signal flare from the one betrayer whose motives he had never understood. Mai, his little sister. The alchemical genius who had brewed the poison that first crippled him. Lin Yu, nestled in his arms, felt the shift in him instantly. The warmth of their imminent kiss was replaced by the cold, distant focus of a general planning a war. The playful lover had vanished, and in his place was a shadow of the old demon lord. A loose end, she asked, her voice quiet but firm as she pulled back slightly, studying his face in the starlight. Bai Chen, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. I have, he replied, his gaze still fixed on the distant, flashing star. The ghost of a sister who drove a dagger through my trust long before anyone else got the chance. He sighed, the sound heavy with a century of bitterness. Her name is Mai. She was a prodigy of demonic alchemy, a chaotic spirit I took under my wing. I thought of her as family. And she rewarded that by creating the poison that left me vulnerable to the final betrayal. He had never spoken of this part of his past to her. He had shared the story of the grand betrayal, but the intimate, familial nature of Mai's involvement was a deeper, more personal wound. And now she's in trouble. Lin Yu asked, her brow furrowed not with jealousy, but with a fierce, protective empathy. She was beginning to understand that his past was not just a story, but a landscape of scars he was still navigating. She's signaling from the Demon Star Expanse, he explained, his voice grim. It's a chaotic lower realm, a prison for disgraced gods and ancient demonic entities. It's a place you don't send a distress signal from unless you're moments away from having your soul devoured. But why now? And why me? This was the question that tormented him. Lian had betrayed him for duty. Kai, he now suspected, had betrayed him for destiny. But her betrayal had always felt pointless, malicious. It was the one piece of the puzzle that had never fit. Lin Yu's hand found his, her fingers lacing through his. So, you're going after her? It wasn't a question, it was a statement of fact. She knew him. He didn't leave stories unfinished. I have to, he admitted, his obsidian eyes troubled. Not for her sake. For mine. I need to understand why. Was it greed? Was she coerced? Or did she simply hate me? I cannot fully close the book on my past life until I have that final chapter. He looked at her, his expression torn. But to go now? I just found you again. The raw vulnerability in his voice was a rare and precious thing. The all-powerful, endlessly confident Bai Chen was admitting that he was afraid of losing her, just as he had regained her. Lin Yu's heart ached for him. She brought his hand to her lips and kissed his knuckles, a gesture of profound tenderness and strength. You once told me you weren't my shield, but my partner, she said, her voice ringing with the unshakable certainty of her own immortal spirit. A partner does not wait behind, worrying. A partner stands beside you, and faces the ghosts with you. Her eyes flashed with her signature fiery determination. So, let me be clear, Bai Chen. You are not going to the Demon Star Expanse. We are going to the Demon Star Expanse. Bai Chen stared at her, stunned. He had expected an argument, a cheerful plea for him to stay. He had not expected this. An immediate, unconditional declaration that his battle was now their battle. No, he said, shaking his head. It's too dangerous. The realm is toxic to those who don't practice demonic arts. It would be poison to your righteous immortal soul. And your pavilion is filled with pills that can counter any poison, she retorted instantly. You faced 10,000 illusions for me. You used the Emperor's boon for me. You climbed a tower of sins for me. Did you really think I would let you face the ghost of your treacherous sister alone? She stood up, pulling him to his feet. You promised to teach me how to fly. Well, I am an immortal now. And I intend to fly beside you, even if it's into a den of demons. Her loyalty was a brilliant, blazing fire that warmed the coldest, oldest parts of his soul. In his first life, he had been surrounded by allies who feared him, who served him out of ambition or duty. In this life, he had a partner who loved him, who would willingly walk into hell at his side not because she had to, but because she chose to. It was a power far greater than any he had ever commanded. You are, he whispered, his voice thick with an emotion that went beyond love, completely and utterly magnificent. And you are going to be the death of me. Not if I can help it, she said with a fierce grin. She leaned in, and this time, it was she who initiated the kiss. It was not a kiss of soft yielding, but a kiss of defiant partnership. It was a soldier's promise on the eve of battle, a sealing of their pact. When they broke apart, the decision was made. He turned to his friend, who had been discreetly examining the celestial architecture nearby. Li Bai, he called. The drunken sword immortal strolled over, a knowing smile on his face. Finally done with the heartfelt declarations. I was about to write a poem about it. The Starlight Vow, I'd call it. I need you to look after the pavilion for me, Bai Chen said, his voice serious. And Sparky. Don't let him redecorate the main hall again. Last time he tried to make a sculpture out of the patrons. Li Bai's smile faded as he understood the gravity of the situation. The Demon Star Expanse. That's a nasty place, brat. It's a one-way trip for most. That's why I need someone I trust to keep the lights on here, Bai Chen replied. For when we get back. If you get back, Li Bai corrected gently. When, Lin Yu interjected, her voice like steel. There was no doubt in her. Li Bai looked from her fiery resolve to Bai Chen's quiet determination and sighed. A long, mournful sound like the wind through an empty wine jug. Lovers, he grumbled. The most powerful and idiotic creatures in all the realms. He tipped his gourd to them. Go. Face your ghosts. I will keep your bar stool warm and your wine chilled. But if you're not back in a celestial year, I'm claiming Tiny the Rhino as my own. It was his way of saying, come back safe. The journey to the Demon Star Expanse required a celestial crossroads, a nexus point in the immortal realm where ancient starfaring vessels could traverse the plains. Bai Chen, using his now considerable wealth from the Laughing Pavilion, commissioned passage on a skyship piloted by a crusty old immortal, who looked like a sun-dried turtle. Before they departed, Bai Chen spent a day at his alchemy stall, brewing a special set of pills for Lin Yu. They weren't just antidotes. He crafted a demonic miasma-repelling perfume that smelled faintly of roses and defiance, a soul anchor locket that would link her aura to his, allowing them to find each other even in the most chaotic dimensions, and a small, innocuous-looking candy he called in case of emergency, Eat Me. What does it do? She asked, examining the candy. It's a surprise, he said with a wicked grin. Let's just say it delivers a very large, very distracting, and very loud statement. As they stood on the deck of the skyship, watching the familiar, peaceful immortal realm recede, Lin Yu squeezed his hand. Are you afraid of a realm full of demons and fallen gods? Not particularly, he admitted. But of what I'll find when I see her. Of what her reason was. Yes. That terrifies me. The skyship plunged into a swirling vortex of black and purple energy. The crossing was nauseating, a violent tearing of reality. When they emerged, the view was breathtakingly horrifying. They were floating in a void of black space, illuminated not by stars, but by glowing, malevolent nebulae of sickly green and angry red. Massive, continent-sized demon carcasses drifted silently in the abyss. The ambient energy was thick, greasy, and actively hostile. It clawed at their protective shields, whispering temptations and despair into their minds. Lin Yu immediately felt the difference, a psychic pressure that made her skin crawl. The perfume Bai Chen had given her helped, creating a small pocket of clean air around her. Their destination was a rogue planetoid, a chunk of rock and rusted, demonic metal that housed the Citadel of Whispers, the last known location from which Mai's signal had pulsed. They disembarked, and the turtle-like pilot gave them a grim look. I'll wait one standard cycle. If you're not back, I leave. The stargulls get restless around here after dark. The Citadel was a twisted mockery of Bai Chen's old fortress. The towers were jagged and broken, the walls crawling with glowing, demonic runes that pulsed with a pained, sickly light. The main gate hung ajar, groaning on its hinges. She always did enjoy dramatic architecture, Bai Chen murmured, a flicker of an old, fond memory tinged with the bitterness of betrayal. They entered the Citadel cautiously. The corridors were silent, too silent. They were littered with the desiccated husks of demonic guards, their bodies drained of all life force, their faces frozen in masks of terror. Something bad happened here, Lin Yu whispered, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Something bad is always happening here, Bai Chen corrected. The question is what, and to whom? They followed the faint traces of Mai's energy signature deep into the heart of the Citadel, to a vast, cavernous throne room. The room was a scene of carnage. Dozens more demon husks were scattered about. And in the center of the room, trapped within a shimmering cage of crackling, black energy, was Mai. She was older than he remembered her from his first life, but still recognizable. Her mischievous, imp-like face was pale and drawn, her robes tattered. Her own powerful demonic energy was being siphoned away by the cage, feeding a monstrous, shadowy entity that hovered above it. This entity was a formless mass of despair and hunger, with dozens of glowing red eyes. It was a chaos devourer, a primal demon that fed on the life force and emotions of powerful beings. It was the source of the distress signal, not Mai herself, but her magic, calling out as her very soul was being consumed. Well, Bai Chen said, his voice dangerously calm. This certainly explains the lack of a welcome party. At their entrance, the Chaos Devourer's many eyes swiveled to focus on them. A wave of pure, psychic terror washed over them, a force that could drive a normal immortal insane. More food, a voice whispered in their minds, a voice made of 1,000 dying screams. You will feed me your hope. You will feed me your love. Lin Yu paled, staggering back, but Bai Chen stood firm, a shield of pure, joyful defiance protecting them. I'm afraid you have us confused with the all-you-can-eat buffet, he said to the monstrosity. That's on Tuesdays. Mai, from within her cage, looked up. Her eyes, hazy with pain, widened as she saw him. Bai Chen, she rasped, her voice full of disbelief. You're alive. But how? Long story, Bai Chen called back. Involves reincarnation, a few good jokes, and excellent pill recipes. We can catch up after we deal with the ravenous void monster. The Chaos Devourer let out a shriek of rage and lunged, its shadowy tentacles lashing out. Bai Chen pushed Lin Yu behind him. Stay back. Its touch drains the soul. He drew a morning dew, Li Bai's sword still in his possession, and met the attack. The clash of his joy-infused blade against the despair-laden tentacles created an explosion of conflicting energies. He was strong, but the demon was a primal force, fueled by the energy of the entire corrupt realm, and it had been feasting on Mai's potent demonic soul for who knows how long. He was being pushed back. For the first time in a long time, his power alone wasn't enough. It feeds on negative emotions. Mai shrieked from her cage. Despair, fear, hatred. They make it stronger. You can't fight it with anger. A light of understanding dawned in Bai Chen's eyes. Of course. It was a sin eater, but on a cosmic scale. His old demon lord self would have been its perfect meal. But his new self was its natural enemy. He changed his tactics. He stopped fighting with force. He began to laugh. He let loose the full, unrestrained power of his laughing sutra. He laughed at the demon's ugliness. He laughed at the absurdity of the situation. He laughed with the pure, unadulterated joy of being alive and in a good fight with the woman he loved at his back. His laughter was like sunlight to a creature of shadow. The Chaos Devourer recoiled, shrieking as the pure, positive energy burned it. Its shadowy form wavered. You are. Bai Chen yelled. Think of the happiest moment of your life. Focus on it. Channel it into your sword. Lin Yu closed her eyes, blocking out the horror of the demon. She didn't think of her father's exoneration, or her ascension. She thought of a kiss on a rooftop, of a quiet moment in a moonlit garden, of the feel of Bai Chen's hand in hers. A brilliant, warm, loving light enveloped her sword. Together now, he cried. He unleashed the joyful heart aspect of his sword art, a blindingly fast strike of pure, chaotic happiness. Simultaneously, she unleashed her own loving heart strike, a powerful, unwavering wave of pure devotion. Their attacks, one chaotic and one steadfast, merged into a single, overwhelming tidal wave of positive, life-affirming energy. It slammed into the Chaos Devourer. The demon's psychic shriek of pain echoed in their minds, but this time, it was different. It wasn't just being hurt, it was being changed. The formless, shadowy mass began to coalesce. The terrifying red eyes softened, turning a warm, gentle amber. The despair it was made of was being overwritten by the joy and love of their attack. The void monster that fed on negativity was being force-fed a diet of pure happiness, and it was giving it a terminal case of cosmic indigestion. With a final, sorrowful but peaceful sigh, the Chaos Devourer imploded, not into nothingness, but into a shower of beautiful, shimmering motes of cleansed, neutral soul energy, which then dissipated harmlessly. The black energy cage around Mai shattered. She collapsed to the floor, weak but alive. Bai Chen rushed to her side, Lin Yu close behind him. He knelt down, helping her sit up. Mai, he said, his voice a complex mix of old affection and new suspicion. It's really you. She looked up at him, her eyes filling with tears. You came, she whispered. I sent the signal on a foolish, desperate hope, but you actually came. I always come for family, he said, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Even the ones who poisoned me. He fixed her with a hard, unwavering stare. Now, tell me. Why? Why did you do it, Mai? After everything we were to each other, why the betrayal? Mai looked from his hard face to Lin Yu's wary one. She took a ragged breath, and the confession she had held for a century finally came spilling out. I didn't betray you, she choked out, tears streaming down her face. I was trying to save you. Bai Chen stared, speechless. Save me. You poisoned me. It wasn't a poison, she cried, desperation in her voice. It was a feigned death elixir. A soul hibernation brew. I knew what Lian and Kai were planning. I heard their whispers. They were going to kill you, and I was powerless to stop them. My elixir, it was designed to put your soul into a deep slumber, to make it appear as though you had died, so they would leave your body alone. It would have given me time to retrieve you, to escape, to wake you up when it was safe. The world tilted on its axis for Bai Chen. A lie. His entire foundation of betrayal was built on a lie. But the pain, he stammered. It damaged my meridians. I know, she sobbed. I was a fool. I miscalculated. I was young, arrogant. I brewed it too quickly, it was unstable. And Lian, she struck too soon, with that god-slaying dagger. Its celestial energy reacted with my demonic elixir, in a way I never anticipated. It turned my cure into a real poison. It backfired. I thought I had killed you myself. I have lived with that guilt for 100 years, Bai Chen. I betrayed you not with my intention, but with my failure. He looked into her tear-filled, guilt-ridden eyes. And in that moment, his perfected soul could feel the absolute, unshakable truth of her words. She hadn't been a monster. She had been a desperate, brilliant, and flawed sister trying to save her family with the only tools she had. The final, most bitter piece of his past wasn't a betrayal at all. It was a tragedy. A terrible, ironic, cosmic mistake. All the cold fury he had held for her, all the bitter questions, dissolved into a profound, aching sorrow. He reached out and pulled her into a hug, the way he had 100 years ago, when she was a little girl who had messed up an experiment. You idiot, he whispered into her hair, his own voice thick. You magnificent, reckless idiot. The last ghost of his past had finally been laid to rest, not with vengeance, but with a painful, liberating forgiveness. His soul felt lighter than it ever had. He was finally, completely, free. But as he held his weeping, long-lost sister, he failed to notice a small, black, almost invisible shadow, a fragment of the Chaos Devourer, detaching itself from the floor and slithering silently, unnoticed, into the cuff of his own robe. A seed of pure despair looking for a new place to plant its roots. The battle was won, but the war for his own soul had just entered a new, insidious phase. The return from the Demon Star Expanse was a journey of quiet healing. The skyship, piloted by the grumbling but secretly impressed turtle Immortal, sliced through the chaotic void, heading back towards the serene light of the celestial realm. Inside the main cabin, a fragile peace had settled. Mai, no longer a ghost of betrayal but a reclaimed sister, slept. Bai Chen had given her one of his most potent spirit-soothing dream pills, allowing her exhausted soul, ravaged by a century of guilt and the psychic torment of the Chaos Devourer, to finally find rest. She looked like a child again, curled on a cot, a faint, peaceful smile on her lips for the first time in 100 years. Bai Chen sat beside her, watching over her. Lin Yu sat opposite him, her hand resting comfortingly on his knee. The silence between them was not awkward, it was a shared space of understanding, a testament to the new depth of their bond. She had watched him confront the last, most painful piece of his past and had seen not a demon lord or a laughing trickster, but a man finally making peace with his own heart. He felt lighter than he ever had. The rage, the sorrow, the thirst for vengeance that had been the bedrock of his first life, and a silent undercurrent in his second, were gone. Washed away. Forgiven. All that remained was the vast, vibrant joy of the Laughing Sutra, a power now untainted by old ghosts. But as he sat there, a subtle, cold tendril unfurled within him. The fragment of the Chaos Devourer he had unwittingly absorbed was insidious. It was not a physical poison, or a psychic assault. It was a whisper of despair in the quietest corners of his soul. As he looked at the sleeping Mai, the whisper came, "She failed you. She almost killed you. Can you ever truly trust her again?" He glanced at Lin Yu, at her warm, loving smile. The whisper slithered again, "She is strong, but mortal life is fleeting. She will age. She will die. All love ends in loss. This joy is temporary." The entity was trying to do what it did best, feed on positive emotion by twisting it into its negative counterpart. It turned love into fear of loss, forgiveness into lingering doubt, and hope into the expectation of despair. Bai Chen recognized the tactic immediately. It was the antithesis of everything he was. His old self, the Demon Lord, would have fought it with fury, tried to crush it with willpower. That would have only fed the creature. The new Bai Chen smiled. He didn't fight the whisper. He listened to it. He acknowledged it. And then, he responded with the sheer, indomitable force of his own joyful, chaotic logic. "You say trust is a risk." He thought back at the whisper. "Of course it is. That's what makes it so thrilling. Trusting someone is the ultimate gamble, the most exciting game in the universe. The whisper of despair faltered, confused by this insane rebuttal. You say love ends in loss. Bai Chen's spirit laughed. What a wonderfully tragic, poetic, and beautiful thought. It means every moment we have is infinitely precious. The sorrow of parting is the price we pay for the joy of meeting. It's a bargain. A steal. I wouldn't trade it for all the emotionless eons in the heavens. He wasn't just deflecting the despair. He was metabolizing it, using the core tenets of the Laughing Sutra to transform the creature's own negativity into fuel for his own joy. The cold tendril of the chaos fragment didn't know how to handle this. It was trying to poison a man who saw poison as a piquant, interesting spice. With a final, joyful mental act, Bai Chen's spirit enveloped the cowering fragment. You poor, boring thing, he cooed at it. You only know one flavor of emotion. Let me show you the rest of the menu. He flooded it with the memory of Li Bai's drunken poetry, the thrill of winning the tournament with a kiss, the simple pleasure of a perfectly crafted pill, the warmth of Lin Yu's hand in his. The fragment of pure despair, force-fed a diet of overwhelming, multifaceted joy, did the only thing it could. It overloaded. It transformed. It didn't die, it was converted. The cold tendril of despair in his soul dissolved and reformed into a single, warm, comforting feeling. A feeling of profound peace. He had not destroyed the last remnant of his greatest enemy. He had turned it into a permanent part of his own enlightened spirit. The final echo of despair now served as a constant reminder of the preciousness of joy. The last battle had been won, not on a battlefield, but in the quiet of his own mind. He was, at last, completely and utterly whole. When their skyship finally arrived back at the celestial realm, their small party had grown by one. Mai, now awake and her spirit slowly mending, clung to Bai Chen's side like a contrite shadow. She was still a powerful demonic alchemist, but the arrogant fire in her was gone, replaced by a quiet, fierce loyalty. Their return to the Laughing Pavilion was a joyous affair. Li Bai, who had kept the place running with surprising competence, greeted them with a fresh jug of his best wine. Feng Jian, the puppy lord, was there too, his icy demeanor having thawed to a cool but respectful spring morning. He had, under Li Bai's tutelage, begun to find the music in his own sword. Even Tiny the rhino, summoned from his valley, was there, letting out happy grunts that shook the foundations of the floating island. The pavilion was more popular than ever, a beacon of chaotic good in the stuffy Immortal realm. For a time, there was peace. Bai Chen managed his tavern, created new and absurdly named pills, trained with his friends, and most importantly, spent his time with Lin Yu. Their romance was a whirlwind. It was stolen kisses behind the kitchen, arguments over the proper way to cook spicy noodles that somehow ended in breathless embraces, and quiet nights spent on the rooftop, not just watching the stars, but sharing them. He told her stories of his second life, of his climb from nothing, and she, in turn, told him of her 3 years in the gilded cage of the Golden Lion sect. They filled in the missing pieces of each other's lives. Their nights were a dance of escalating intimacy. He was a master of the slow, teasing seduction, his hands and lips exploring her with a reverence that made her melt. He would trace the elegant line of her collarbone with a fingertip, whispering how her skin was softer than the clouds they stood upon, leaving her a shivering, blushing mess. He loved her reactions, the sharp intake of breath when his hand would ghost over her side, the way she would bite her lip when his gaze grew too intense. You, she would say, her voice shaky as he nibbled on her earlobe, are a menace. A danger to the propriety of women everywhere. Is it working? He'd whisper back, his voice a low, seductive rumble. Yes, she would admit in a tiny, breathless voice, before pulling him in for another soul-searing kiss. He never pushed her beyond her comfort, but he constantly, playfully, tested its boundaries. He was teaching her to be as free in her passion, as she was with her sword. He was a patient, attentive, and thoroughly wicked lover, and she was an eager, fiery, and secretly thrilled student. But this peaceful idyll could not last forever. Bai Chen's very existence was still an anomaly, and the universe does not suffer anomalies for long. A new power was rising in the immortal realm, a figure who had been quietly consolidating strength in the highest celestial spheres. A new demon lord. This one was different from Bai Chen's past self. Where Bai Chen had been a tyrant who sought order through conquest, this new demon lord was a nihilist who sought oblivion through despair. He had risen by feeding on the boredom and ennui of ancient, jaded immortals, twisting their weariness into a tangible, destructive force. His power was the power of utter hopelessness, a grey, creeping rot that threatened to drain all color and emotion from the celestial realm. He saw Bai Chen's laughing pavilion, this beacon of pure, vibrant joy, as an intolerable insult to his entire philosophy. The confrontation was inevitable. The new demon lord, a towering figure clad in armor of grey, soul-sucking mist, appeared before the laughing pavilion. The sky grew dim. The laughter died. The very air felt heavy, as if saturated with a billion unshed tears. So, the new demon lord's voice echoed, a sound devoid of all emotion. You are the jester who thinks laughter can solve the great, empty meaninglessness of existence. Bai Chen stepped out to face him, a simple teacup in his hand. He looked at the towering figure of despair and sighed. Oh, dear. Another one. You nihilists are so dreadfully predictable. All gloom and doom and bad posture. He looked closer at the being, into the swirling grey mist of his essence. And he saw it. The same flawed logic, the same sad anger, the same spiritual void he himself had once possessed. This new demon lord was not just a villain. He was a mirror. A twisted reflection of what Bai Chen could have become if he hadn't reincarnated, if he had stewed in his own regret for another 10,000 years. I know you, Bai Chen said softly, a look of profound pity in his eyes. You're the me that never got a second chance. I am the ultimate truth, the despair lord boomed. All things end. All joy fades. Your laughter is just a momentary shield against the inevitable, crushing void. Their battle was not a clash of swords, but a war of fundamental philosophies. The demon lord unleashed waves of pure despair, an aura of psychic misery that could make stars give up and extinguish themselves. Immortals watching from afar felt their own eons of existence feel pointless, their hearts growing heavy. Bai Chen simply stood there, sipping his tea. He met the wave of despair not with a shield of joy, but with an open heart. He let the despair wash over him, and he listened to it. He tasted its flavor, acknowledged its truth. Yes, you're right, Bai Chen said, surprising the demon lord. All things do end. Joy is fleeting. Love can lead to loss. Life is peppered with sorrow. You see all of this, and you call it a void. He smiled, a brilliant, radiant smile that was like a sun rising in the grey landscape of the demon lord's making. I see all of that, and I call it beautiful. The fleeting nature of joy is what makes it precious. The possibility of loss is what makes love an act of courage. The sorrow is the seasoning that makes the happiness taste so sweet. He wasn't just countering the despair. He was validating it, and then showing it a perspective it had never considered. You are not the void, my friend, Bai Chen continued, walking towards the entity. You are just a man who has stared into the abyss for so long, you've forgotten to look at the stars. He held out his hand. From it flowed not a blast of power, but a single, pure, perfect memory, the memory of a 10-year-old orphan girl swinging a herb basket with all her might. A look of fierce, terrified determination on her face. A memory of a love so strong it defied logic. The memory struck the demon lord's core. His essence, built on the philosophy of meaninglessness, was confronted with an act of pure, irrational, and beautiful meaning. It couldn't compute. A crack appeared in his grey, misty armor. You see meaning where there is none, the demon lord shrieked, lashing out. No, Bai Chen said gently, easily sidestepping the attack. I create meaning. That is the ultimate magic. The ultimate punchline. He began to laugh. A deep, heartfelt, gut-wrenching laugh that was filled not just with joy, but with empathy, with sorrow, with every one of the 10,000 lifetimes he had lived. He was teaching the Despair Lord the foundational truth of his own sutra: true joy isn't the absence of sadness, but the acceptance of it. His laughter was the sound of a complete soul. The Demon Lord staggered back, clutching his head. The laughter was an ideological poison to him. He could not fight it. It was showing him a truth more powerful than his own. His despair was being eroded, not by an opposing force, but by a more complete understanding. The cycle doesn't have to be one of despair, Bai Chen said, his voice the only anchor in the demon's swirling consciousness. It can be one of joy. A great cosmic laugh. With a final, shattering cry that was halfway between a scream of agony and a gasp of dawning revelation, the new Demon Lord's form destabilized. The grey mist of his being, infused with a concept it could not contain, imploded. He did not die. He was unmade. His power, the accumulated despair of countless souls, was released, cleansed by Bai Chen's laughter, and returned to the universe as neutral, peaceful energy. The cycle had ended. In the aftermath, the sky over the celestial realm was brighter than it had been in millennia. The long age of immortal ennui was over. Bai Chen, now an immortal of legends, a peerless grandmaster of a cultivation style no one else could ever hope to master, stood on the veranda of his cosmic tavern. He looked out at the sea of stars, a gentle smile on his face. Lin Yu came and stood beside him, slipping her hand into his. Mai and Li Bai were inside, engaged in a heated, passionate argument over the alchemical properties of wine, their own chaotic form of friendship newly kindled. Feng Jian was sparring with a now enthusiastic celestial crane in the courtyard, a small smile on his face. Tiny was napping on a nearby cloud, snoring contentedly. Sparky zipped through the air, writing jokes into the shimmering fabric of the Tao. This was his family. His home. A chaotic, beautiful, perfect collection of reclaimed souls. So, Lin Yu murmured, leaning her head on his shoulder. What now, O great and troublesome immortal? Bai Chen gazed out at the infinite expanse of the cosmos, at the endless potential for adventure, for mischief, for stories yet to be told. The Demon Lord within him was at peace. The boy from Clear Spring was home. The laughing immortal was, at long last, complete. He chuckled, a soft, contented sound that seemed to make the stars themselves twinkle a little brighter. Now, he said, turning to press a soft, lingering kiss on her forehead. Now, the real fun begins. And whenever chaos brewed in the distant realms, whenever a new tyrant rose or an old sorrow lingered, a new legend began to be told. A legend not of a fearsome demon lord, but of a laughing god who would descend from the heavens to solve the problem, likely with a joke, a helping hand, and a startlingly effective use of kitchenware. And they said he'd probably be riding a tiger. Or maybe a rhino. The details were always a bit fuzzy, lost in the sound of joyous, eternal laughter.